Welcome back, ladies and skeletons. That is Takai the Maid and Comac the Maid. It's called They Know You're a Liar. That is on the public Maid Core playlist. If you guys want to hear more of it, the public Maid Core playlist is getting pretty lengthy. It's a good collection of songs, if I say so. I'm working on a video, a Gundam video. This time it's just about a bunch of random TikTok. Your typical TikTok brain rot. It's not a very sensitive or hot topic, so I'm able to take my time with it, add a little bit of polish to it. See if you can hear this.
Another day, another sign of a decline of a civilization.
It's a little quiet.
Things are so good. My future's so dark, I'm gonna need a flashlight. Did you know that obesity in America is out of control? Neither did I. In fact, roughly 2 out of 3 U.S.
Maybe I should up the volume.
Are overweight or obese. 69% are overweight. And of that 69%, 36% are obese. So basically, we're a fat-ass country. Which would explain overweight Disney adults experiencing their bodies are literally kind of breaking down from being used. I don't know how to explain it.
If you don't know what the Disney rash is, consider yourself lucky. It's also known as exercise-induced vasculitis.
Exercise-induced vasculitis. That basically means that literally their bodies are tripping balls because they're actually outside and being used. And the whole system is breaking down.
Which are both super common in Disney World because you can walk between 5 and 10 miles a day. The rash typically appears on exposed parts of your lower legs. It can cause an itching and burning sensation and just be downright uncomfortable.
That's how great this country is. We can afford to let women become morbidly obese and go to Disney all day. America's #1.
Lowering your body temperature and elevating your legs are also known to help. It mostly happens in the summer, but can happen on hotter days all year round.
Have you ever thought of, I don't know, not eating calorie-rich foods? You know, it's a wild idea. You want to stop this rash from happening? Try a diet. You know, 600-pound life exists for a reason. It's a cautionary tale.
First aid recommended using aloe vera and cortisone to ease the symptoms.
I need to invest money in aloe vera.
We hope that these tips...
I wanted to put more emphasis on that one, but apparently she said ease the symptoms. But it sounds like eat the symptoms. I think she just thinks about eating everything.
I need to invest money in aloe vera.
We hope that these tips help if you ever find yourself personally victimized by the Disney rash.
Victimized by the Disney rash? What the fuck? How do you get victimized by your body going into shock from actually being used? That's the problem with this culture. Everything is about being a victim, no matter what. Stop him! Sometimes you're shocked to find the world doesn't revolve around you. And when you live in an echo chamber, this can be a harrowing experience.
Oh, God.
You become a victim of reality. See what I did there? Well, this brave little tyke decided to become a man, but isn't fulfilling the duties of being a man. What a shocker.
I don't know what to do. I have no answers. They're kicking me out of my hotel room because I asked them to wear an N95 mask. And they said that if I wanted that, I was at the wrong hotel and I had an hour to leave.
My God, the hotel attendant is incredibly based. This person looks like they're a werewolf that quit halfway through the transformation. That's why there's patchy little pieces of hair all over the place in this terrible iDubbbz haircut.
I don't know where to go.
The women's bathroom.
I'm almost out of money.
There's a cat. You're telling me this hotel allows you to have a cat in there. And instead of being grateful, you bitch about N5 masks. You deserve to be thrown out, but the cat can stay. Mr. Jingles did nothing wrong, and I stand by that.
More scans just keep getting added to the docket.
I don't even know what that means. More, from what I could tell, it's saying it. I'll just say it. It's saying more scans keep being added to the docket. The subtitles say more skins keep getting added to the dark, but that makes even less sense.
More scans just keep getting added to the docket. I don't even have one fully functioning arm at this.
I don't know what's up with that. It's a stroke or something. I don't even have a functioning arm. Might have something to do with self-mutilation. More scams keep getting added to the docket. I don't know.
More scams just keep getting added.
It doesn't sound like scams. If you look at its lips, it doesn't seem like it's trying to make an M sound.
More scams just keep getting added to the docket.
More scans keep getting added to the docket. I don't even know what that means. I literally don't. Maybe after the video is published, someone in the comments can explain what the hell that means.
They go to the desk and they're like, I want everyone who interacts with me to wear a mask. And they're like, not today, Satan. You can take your ass someplace else. I gotta get my kids at 5. You got an hour to go.
Okay, and I just gotta animate that. That's about as far as I've gotten. The rest is just audio only. Let's take a listen.
And then they immediately run back to their hotel room. Instead of packing their stuff and leaving and thinking, maybe I was out of pocket. The correct thing to do is to turn on your phone and wail to TikTok so that your echo chamber can tell you how brave you are and give you a round of virtual applause.
Clap, clap, clap.
They need to not only respect your gender, but to do what the hell you tell them.
Where do I go? What do I do?
Oh my God. This person is going completely off the rails. This is why I feel when women transition into being men, they really aren't ready. I've got a news flash for you. A man's life is proving himself from the minute he can walk. Being a man means you got to eat a lot of shit sandwiches. And on top of that, also being a man means no one cares about you, especially in America. If you aren't good looking or rich or famous in America as a man, you don't exist. You're practically dead. And this person is wailing into the phone, giving us their skill problems. Get good, scrub. Welcome to Dark Souls. This person is giving me full Starbucks barista. Remember that little dude, quotation marks?
I'm literally about to quit. Like, I don't know if I'm going to do it, but, like, I really want to. I almost walked out today, and I'm crying in the back room right now, and I almost cried on the floor. It's just... And we have 4 people on the floor all day.
Oh my God, there's so many people coming into the
Had to
store.
use that.
And I wasn't supposed to be working for the Rican. Oh, it's just like, why would you want to be a dude then? Jesus Christ. James Charles is releasing a new song. Remember, is James Charles still a man or is James Charles now a woman? Like, the rules keep changing, and Lord knows YouTube enforces them like the Gestapo.
Hey, Lonely Sully. Like, what the hell is this even? This is like a meme edit. I'm just gonna swim in my pool, and I'm gonna put fire behind me. It's gonna sound great. People sound
do I
great
wish
when
I
they
was
sing
rich
while
enough
trying
on
to
YouTube
swim.
that I could afford a pool where I could just, like, you know, whittle around in it and sing a bit, and then I have my team Photoshop me into a burning version of Hollywood while I say, bring me the water, Sylvie. Bring me the water. What does this do? Why? James, why do you need this? You're rich. It's over. You won. You won the game. No, it's not enough. James Charles now has to be Sam Smith.
I don't know who that is. I guess we'll have to
What
find
does it look
out.
like gay people and drag queens always trying to be musicians. That's why music sucks now, because there's no respect for it. There used to be a time when people would go, you know what, I don't have a talent for this. Now they're just like, well, I'm already famous, so obviously I'm a singer. White women in America, especially liberal white women, are some of the most repugnant people you can run into. And I've learned in time that they fear nothing, no consequence, except being dragged socially. Apparently, this girl decided to call this white guy who's a TikToker, I assume, the N-word. And when she realized that he was famous and he was live streaming it, he put the fear of God in her.
You okay? You have bronchitis? I just want to let you know that that's very cringe.
That's that one guy! He's that one! No! He's live streaming this! Oh God! No! 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 I know you! I'm so good! Oh my God!
Shame.
Come with me to the first ever FatCon. Yes, that's right, haters. There is a convention just for us fats now.
Did I really just... This woman said the first FatCon, that's right, haters. The FatCon. Literally,
The haters are punching air as you go to your
and assholes
fat
like me that didn't know it
acceptance
existed until I saw this video. It didn't need to be
convention.
broadcast.
There were so many amazing panels, ranging from Fat Liberation 101 to Fat Lesk to Fat Nerds.
Imagine having a food stand at the fat convention. You'd only have to do it once a year. You'd be fine.
Could someone explain to me what fat liberation is? Like, you're in a country where literally you could eat yourself to death, and it's cool. Like, you could just get on social services or something, and they give you money every month to continue laying in bed and eating. 600-pound life is proof of it. Literally, these people get out of high school morbidly obese, get on social services, and then they just blow up further until they get to the point of where their bodies are falling apart and rotting. Then they're like,
Hey, Severance Yaku case.
maybe I need help. You gotta get firemen. Imagine being a fireman. You get a call. You're like, it's an emergency. You're like, yes, I'm going to save some people's lives from a burning building. And then they're like, I'm sorry, a fat person on 600-pound life fell over. And you're just like, I didn't sign up for this.
I even
need
talked
some
on
help.
a panel with the Plus Bus on 101 ways to lose the weight of fat hate.
The Plus Bus. I'm sure the back of that bus is dragging on the ground.
Lose the weight of fat hate. What? I told you, oppression everywhere you go.
There was an amazing plus-size
Ew.
fashion show featuring multiple designers. This one's Chub Rub.
How do you expect me to take a designer seriously for overweight clothes when they call themselves Chub Rub? It's like
They had an incredible vendors hall with all fat artists, designers, plus-size vintage. Here's some of my art.
I had
fat
to
pool.
I had to zoom in on this one. Fupa Pride. Oh god. I just have to put like a screaming sound effect or something in there. It's so gross.
We had fat pool parties. We did get up to shenanigans.
Okay, I'm out. I'm done. No. That's it. No.
Cut.
I'm not looking at a fat woman rolling around in cake. What the hell is this? How could she post that on TikTok? But I post like little jokes and stuff, and I keep getting my stuff taken down. Oh, it's different. She's modeling Chub Rub underwear. You filthy bigot. They're losing the weight of fat hate. It's like, it's not fat hate. I'm just asking a question. Why is this allowed and I'm not? And they're like, screw you. We're literally turning into like, remember the movie WALL-E with the little robot? It's super cute. Humans go off into space and they're all fat and obese.
That's about it. That's about 10 minutes. I don't know why Gundam keeps he gives me like an 8-minute voiceover and a bunch of clips to play. And I'm like, okay, I'll take the voiceover and I'll insert the clips whenever, the voiceover cues up the clips. And it ends up being like 10 minutes. And he's like, whoa, I thought you said to keep it at 8 minutes. And I'm like, dude, I had to put the clips in. Your voiceover plus the clips is 10. But anyways, I even edited it out a little bit. This is something from In Between.
Fluffy, you the best dog that ever existed. I told Fry like I want a dog. I didn't know he'd get me Fluffy.
Just talking to Fluffy. Anyways, I'm going to be editing that in the background. I made a little bit of progress on the Russell Greer vid. I'm all the way up to the lawsuit with Kiwi Farms, but then I got that email and I had to switch gears and make that. So I'm going to finish that today. The Gundam video, send it off. I'm going to be doing that in the background. Meanwhile, we're going to get caught up on the news that happened over the weekend. So what happened? What the hell happened over the weekend? I heard something happened. I'm sure Pig Roach had something to say about it too. Oh yeah. Speaking of news, Anlete hit his channel point goal. So the Saturday during DSP's digital summer party, Anlete's going to be reacting to that and getting drunk off his ass. I'll see if I'll stop by, hang out in the Discord a little bit. We got an update on Chibi, on Mr. Adam White, Chibi Necodemics. He had a very very eventful recent few days. Gonna get all caught up on that because we love our alternative locales. Lucy got announced for Guilty Gear. That's cool. Lucy from Cyberpunk. That's cool. Capcom is doing some very questionable things with their remasters. They showed a little bit of Terry Bogard. He looked okay, but I'm not really looking forward to what they're gonna do with my Sharona. They might censor her. It'll be terrible. Really makes you worry what they're gonna do with Elena. Like, are they gonna even have Elena in her classic costume? Maybe just like throwing people a bone. I'm sure there's more to get caught up on. DSP finally beat the Elden Ring DLC. I have all the videos downloaded for that. I'm gonna have to work on that after I'm done with the Russell Greer video. Maybe do a few marathon streams where I'm just editing non-stop, because it's gonna take a lot of work to edit that whole Elden Ring video together. It's gonna be like fucking 10 hours. But it's gonna be fun. It's gonna cover the whole thing. This is gonna be a lot of work. But oh well. I signed up for it after all. Let's see. Go a little bit farther back. I pressed Top Tier Brian a little bit on Twitter, asking him why he would say that he wanted to do a stream with ESP after saying he wouldn't. I'm like, so what changed? And he's just like, oh, people asked for it. And I'm like, well, okay. A lot more people asked for you to, stand by what you said. So I'm not sure what kind of excuse that is. And he's like, just watch the stream before making assumptions. And so I wait till the stream is over, and it's like, okay, so I have some conclusions. You said you were going to do something, and then you went back on it. Also, he's like, oh, I did it just to get Jade a match. And I'm like, okay, so doing a stream with someone who protects pedophiles in his community is not as important as letting DSP beat up somebody with special needs? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And he ended up not even getting a match with Jade anyways. Should we go forward or backwards? We got a lot of Rev videos to get caught up on from 9 days ago. But we get caught up on the revenues. Let's see.
Hey, what's up, guys? Rev
Hey,
here.
what's up?
So I think it's becoming very obvious.
And I have a command here. Let's see. The Rev costume command. I know we like the Philo costume, but we can go back to Philo after this. There we go.
Over time, that there's a great number of people in the gaming industry who have an open disdain of gamers. We recently saw this Reddit post where a game designer claims that they hate gamers, and one of the main reasons they cite for this is the fact that gamers seem to be rejecting DEI and other woke initiatives being forced into their games. Now, one of the funniest consequences of these situations is seeing these people in the industry pushing DEI and other woke...
Yeah, DSP had a really weird cope session during the pre-stream yesterday. It was really weird, out of nowhere. He, and it was... You think he'd be reacting to the fact that that wrestler on Twitter was actually making fun of him and wasn't actually a fan of his. But no, he still thinks that guy is a fan of his. So I don't know what the deal is. Like, some wrestler on Twitter says he's a fan of mine. Woo, woo, woo. Okay, yeah. We'll take a look at this in a bit. And it's like, actually, he didn't say he was a fan of yours.
Nonsense just to have that stuff backfire on them, and that's exactly what we're going to see today. A person in the industry reaping what they have sown.
Yeah, and he was reacting to like the Trump failed assassination attempt, being like, those Secret Service should have been able to see this guy on the roof with a gun, and it's like, you couldn't even see when you're being made fun of on social media.
So we're going to be getting
like you're the most observant guy.
with Dungeons and Dragons, which is obviously a franchise that has been enjoyed by countless people
I feel
for
like we've seen this
decades
one.
now. However, over the past couple of years, a lot of people have been growing
Have you
very
seen this one?
concerned about the direction of this game because
I remember
assumed
talking
that
about the wheelchair accessible dungeons. Yeah, I think we did. I don't know why it says there's no red bar that says I've seen this. Okay, I guess we can skip ahead. A bunch of weirdo, cracked out leftists going full mask off over the Trump thing. That was fucking weird. Like, in case you missed it, let's see. Trump backed out, or Trump. They tried to get Trump off the ballot in some states, and Trump was like, "No, actually, you're off the ballot." But that was funny. Like, you had Destiny being like, dude, why the fuck are you being so, like, weird and bloodthirsty over this assassination attempt? And he's like, all I see is Biden being up in Pennsylvania. Like, how far up is he now, you fucking retard? You stupid ass bumbling dipshit. Yeah, he's Biden's really up now. Like, you were riding this high after calling out Boogie for lying about his cancer. Then you had to set it all on fire because you got to get your dumbass dipshit political takeout. Joining the lot of like actual sociopaths, fucking psychos, people who can't control their emotions on Twitter being like, he should have died. And now what? Now your candidate just dropped out like a fucking potato. Good job, moron. This is why if you want to be political, you got to be really careful about it. You don't go all in. If you go all in, you ended up falling all out.
Hey, what's up, guys? Riff here. So we've been talking about...
Okay, let's talk about this Assassin's Creed Shadows thing, because this is the next long video that Gundam is working on, is the Assassin's Creed Shadows situation. He shot me an email, and it's like going to be over an hour long. It's going to be good, though.
Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Destiny is the left version of Ralph. That's a pretty good assessment. Like, Destiny can't really, like, do anything. All it can do is holler at you. It's very impotent.
Multiple times over the past couple of months, and the outrage surrounding this game has only intensified, especially among Japanese gamers. Now, why is that happening? Well, it's the choice of the main character, Yasuke. This is someone who has been historically labeled...
It's like everyone's like, oh yeah, well... the Black Samurai, it's real. And it's like, okay, you know what else is real? Japanese Samurai. That was really real.
As a retainer for many years. However, as you can see, Assassin's Creed has promoted this character as a samurai. Now, curiously, only a month ago, the Wikipedia page had always displayed Yasuke as a retainer, not a samurai. However, over the past month or so, as many games journalists and game developers have promoted the idea that Yasuke is a samurai, we have seen this reflected on the actual Wikipedia page. It has been vandalized over and over again over the past couple of weeks, to the point where now there is no mention of a...
Yeah, there was an English samurai too, which is what the main character of Neo is based on, Neo 1.
Retainer, he is simply labeled as a samurai. Now, there's a lot going on here, and a lot of this traces back to a single source, a person named Thomas Lockley. This is a person behind the revisionist history of Japan and the characterization of Yasuke as a samurai instead of a retainer. Now, this book that he is responsible for making has been clowned on for many years now. In fact, users years back were even making fun of some passages of it, making ridiculous claims about Yasuke with no real proof. In fact, one of the funniest ones is the fact that this person tried to claim that there were descendants of Yasuke living in Japan and various parts of the world.
Turns out this guy was white. It's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure everyone assumed a guy named Thomas Locksley or Lockley or whatever was a white guy. Like, what does it matter anyways, what color the guy's skin is?
Simply because their names sounded kind of similar to Yasuke. Now, there's been a lot of activity on the Wikipedia page, and you can pause and read some of this for yourself, but there has been activity on accounts associated with Thomas Lockley, where he has been intentionally removing and editing various articles that were used to cite Yasuke as a retainer, and eventually he would use his own book as the primary source to support
the source is me, bro.
That Yasuke is a samurai.
The source is I made it all up.
The media and many other places claim he is the expert on the subject, and as people have been criticizing his claims and criticizing his book, he has now taken a leave from social media, basically saying he is not open to any criticism regarding Assassin's Creed and any of the people trying to use his book as a source to back up the claim
I feel
that
sad.
Yasuke is a samurai. Now use his
Thomas Lockley, author, feels sad. Thank you for your support. Due to hate mail connected with the Assassin's Creed game, with which I have nothing to do and have no intention of playing. So what? Who cares if you have any intention of playing the video game? I'm not even gonna play the video game if people are mad at me. But many people seem to think I'm responsible for it. I will be freezing this account. I hope not forever, but who knows? You? Because you're the one doing it?
Book as a source to back up the claim that Yasuke is a samurai. Now, things have
Sound like really emotionally tough people out here.
gotten even worse because users in
Yeah, okay. You said he went on an Ubisoft podcast. Like, I have nothing to do with it. I'm not even gonna play the video game. What the fuck, man?
Japan have discovered the work of Thomas Lockley, and they are
Again, I really hope this game just flops, but it'll probably do okay. It'll probably, I don't know, make its money back at least.
extremely concerned
One can hope it doesn't, though.
about some of the content contained within that book. So one user here says this. They claim that in his book, he tries to push the notion that after Yasuke was considered a samurai and given that right, enslavement of Africans became a popular trend in Japan, which is an outrageous claim with no real support. And another user here claims that the English version of his text is wildly different from the Japanese version, as if he
DSP's explanation of this was so weird. He's like, the guy had a black person, so he could just be like, he could like get one over on all the other dudes. He could just be like, hey, look at this. Wow. It's like, you are unqualified to talk about this. This fucking, all these wrestling terms. He did it to get over on the other Japanese like bigwigs or whatever, you know. It's like, you really need to take a minute and step back and do your research before talking about anything, dude.
is trying to hide some of the changes to the English.
It turns out it was all
On top of
bullshit.
that, another user claims that this entire
He was all like, and they were
various
like,
videos and articles that are using it as a source are now promoting the idea among users that there is a racist history of Japanese people towards African people and black people in general, which is a very disparaging thing and is now creating this idea that that is a truth when it is in fact not. And moving forward, things get even worse. That's going to be the theme of today's video. Things keep getting worse even though you think it can't possibly get worse. So recently, Assassin's Creed on their official French account made this post sharing some wonderful tributes to the Assassin's Creed setting in-game. And this merchandise is supposed to be available a few days ago, and this was immediately hit with great criticism, not only in person at Japan Expo, but online as well. So you can immediately see this tweet was hit with a community note, and when you translate it, it says this. This is Zoro's toy sword from the Japanese manga One Piece. This is not a Japanese sword from the Muromachi period in Japan, nor is it a work of art by Ubisoft. Yes, this is really, really bad. As pointed out by users here, Japanese users, when you translate, the sword that they're promoting as original merch is actually just the sword from Zoro from One Piece. That's it. They basically just hijacked it. In fact, it gets even worse. You can find all these items that they're selling for this merch drop on Amazon. These are pre-existing items from Amazon that they're basically just taking and then labeling falsely as commemorative pieces from this era of Japanese history. And the outrage stemming from these Japanese users really contradicts some of the main claims that people have been making on Twitter and game journalists have been making as well, that all of the outrage surrounding Assassin's Creed Shadows is manufactured by English-speaking users from the West who are trying to basically use this game in the Japanese setting to promote this idea that there's Japanese outrage when there isn't. But we're going to see that that is not the case. There is a very, very large uproar from Japanese gamers and alike. Let's give you some of the examples that people are trying to ignore as proof that Japan is upset about this game. Number one, look at the trailer. This is the original trailer from Ubisoft Japan. Look at the like-dislike ratio on that. People will try to pretend that
it's
this
a lightsaber.
is all people false flagging English speakers coming on here to hit the dislike button. On top of that, here's one of the most recent promotional pieces from Ubisoft Japan. You can see the like-dislike ratio, literally in the shadow realm. It's absolutely abysmal. Here's another example of things going on. So at Anime Expo Japan, the Assassin's Creed Shadow booth was completely vacant. Nobody was using it. In fact, a lot of people considered the chairs, the empty chairs from this spot, as a resting spot. Somewhere to basically sit down because there was available chairs for people who were walking around all day. That is how little interest there is in this game. In fact, the only interest is outrage. On top of that, there is a big petition going around on the Japanese side of social media. At one point, only 2 weeks ago, it was reported that this Japanese petition had 30,000 signatures. Well, in the 2 weeks since then, it has now risen to over 90,000 signatures. Once again, people on Twitter will try to convince you this is a bunch of English speakers going over here to sign this petition, and none of these people are actually from Japan, which is an outrageous claim. On top of that, in this petition, the reason they're making this and the reason they claim it's so important is because they believe that Assassin's Creed Shadows and Ubisoft are trying to rewrite the history of Japan and recharacterize how Yasuke is portrayed. And they think this is a very dangerous thing and it must be stopped. In fact, it's gone way beyond just the petition at this point. Now, Japanese politicians are getting involved in this situation and they're trying to bring this before greater parties. So as reported here, Japanese politician Satoshi Hamada recently signaled he might bring up Ubisoft and their upcoming game Assassin's Creed Shadows before the Japanese Diet, the country's legislative body, for altering the country's history, architecture, and more, as well as potentially using AI to generate images of the time period the game is supposed to be set. Well, on top of that, it gets even worse. So, as reported by Mark Kern here, so at Ubisoft has raided Japanese culture, appropriating vast swaths of it without permission, and they are very, very upset. It was not approached with any respect. Lantern and other artifacts taken without permission. This is one of the many examples Japanese keep sending me. So let's see what these screenshots say. Translated from Japanese, this says, when we asked the public relations officer, he told us that he does not approve any commercial use and is aware that it's been used without permission by Assassin's Creed. When checking the footage from the game, he can confirm that this is the lantern from the temple and they did not have commercial use rights to do this. On top of that, there's been other confirmed reports where the actual rights holders could not disclose to a third party that they did not give permission to Ubisoft, but you can tell by just looking at images, they are basically a one-to-one comparison.
It's funny, like,
clear that they would have to have...
Like, I don't really care about, like, people getting mad about them using architecture in their games. Like, that doesn't seem like a egregious crime to me. I just think it's funny how they try so hard to be culturally sensitive and like diverse and respectful to all these places, and then they're just not. They say they are, but then they're not. See, Punk, the Cammy player, learn how to play and won top 6 at Evo. Yeah, DSP's gonna use that as a reason to be like, see, Cammy's broken and overpowered. I think we can all agree now. I think we can all collectively come together and say that it's time to nerf Cammy, because because she's winning Evo. And it's like, okay, way to take away the contribution that Punk had to, playing the game. No, I guess he was just cheap and just cheated. Like, Cammy's not super top tier. It's like it really depends more on the player than the character, but he has his narrative.
Permission, and it seems like they didn't have permission in this case.
All because of Piece of Peace and Raw DSP just keep wiping the floor with him. Because he hates Cammy so much that he doesn't want to learn how to counter her stuff.
Either. So basically looking at this situation...
Yeah, the hip-hop music that plays whenever he fights is so bizarre. It's like, dude, hip-hop didn't even exist back then. What are you doing? How are you associating a black guy with hip-hop in an era before hip-hop? It's just, oh god, it's so corny. It's so Canadian. Like, isn't it? It's so fucking Canadian. Like, it's another way to say it is like extremely corny.
In its totality, there is a lot of vandalism and what some would consider cultural appropriation. We hear that buzzword, that buzz phrase all the time, right? People always
but then
say,
they
stop
do it.
Cultural appropriation. What do you call what's going on with Assassin's Creed? If you want to have a legitimate use of that phrase, there it is. That looks way more like it than other things that have been claimed to be a part of that phrase in the past. In fact, if you look at journalists right now, games journalists, look at this ridiculous set of reports from The Gamer. On one hand, they're claiming that Genshin Impact's petition to stop cultural appropriation reaches all these signatures. And yet when they think about Assassin's Creed Shadows, they basically dismiss any criticism and outrage surrounding this game and its appropriation of Japanese culture. That just really shows you where these games journalists are at right now. They do not care about the outrage about this game, especially when it comes from Japanese gamers and alike. And it's very, very obvious the bias that is going on here. You would think, based on everything that we just talked about, all these different examples, that this would be a golden ticket for these games journalists, but none of them are talking about it. None of the mainstream type games journalists have mentioned this stuff at all. In fact, it's only the more lesser known ones who actually have the balls to talk about these stories who are reporting on that, and those are the ones that I shared in this video. But for now, that's going to do it for the Assassin's Creed drama. I'm sure there's going to be more coming out over the coming weeks, and when it does, I'll be here to report on it. But that's going to do it for this video. As always, I hope you guys appreciated the video, and feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below, and I'll see you guys next time.
Thank you, Rev. But yeah, unfortunately, it'll probably still do. It'll probably still sell a lot of copies. We need to talk about this from 2 days ago. Well, if we need to talk about this, I guess we will.
Hey, what's up guys, Rev here. So today we're going to take some time and focus on DEI initiatives and some of the backlash these programs have been facing recently. And in this conversation, we're going to focus a lot on Microsoft, who is having a very bad day today. So earlier today, there was a global outage for Windows users. This affected personal use. This affected countless businesses. It even grounded thousands of flights in the United States. This is a big mess for Microsoft. But going back to the main topic today, DEI. So Microsoft has not been shy about sharing their diversity and inclusion programs on their own website. In fact, in the realm of gaming, they have been heavily criticized for cautioning developers to avoid curvy female characters. And that was a very relevant debate back when people were talking about the main protagonist, Eve, from Stellar Blade, and how people would compare her to the real-life model that she was based on. And this was from Microsoft's own website, urging game developers to not reinforce any negative gender stereotypes, including this language saying, "Are your female characters equipped with clothing and armor that fits their tasks? Do they have exaggerated body proportions?" And on top
what about
of that,
the men?
Today, we just saw
I guess we don't care about the men with exaggerated bodily
where
proportions.
Microsoft is apparently shutting down a
That's
major
fine.
DEI team. And on top of that, the reasoning supporting this is the fact that the company no longer sees DEI programs as business critical, which is very obvious. That is the trending direction of DEI programs. A lot of companies are starting to say no more because these companies were approached by consulting firms who were saying DEI initiatives will increase your bottom line. Customers want to see this stuff. They want to see it in your structure of your organization. They want to see it reflected in the products that you're creating. Well, it turns out that's not what customers want. In fact, most customers don't care, and a lot of them actually are very turned off by DEI initiatives. They don't like them in general, and they also don't like the products that are influenced by these initiatives. And right now, we're seeing a lot of companies getting rid of these programs, and it's not too surprising. But there is some caution here because a lot of people are really getting desperate. These DEI initiatives, these woke consulting firms, they are getting very desperate because DEI has basically become a negative connotation. If you have DEI attached to your name, people are going to make fun of you. And the people pushing this garbage are very upset about this. This is a real clip from some of these people where they are trying to say that DEI is the new N-word.
And it's been almost
DEI, 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 DEI.
Another day, right? Like
you're right. It does feel good.
Like the new N-word.
What the? Oh my! How can you say that with a straight face?
So it's very convenient that Kirsha was in that clip we just saw because she's going to help us with this conversation involving DEI and the initiative Bridge. So I agree very heavily with her reaction to Microsoft shutting down their DEI team. Her reaction is that this is not something that you should be completely celebrating. This is only a small step because in these cases, DEI isn't just reflected in the main team that's proposing these things and keeping them in the company. These initiatives and these policies and beliefs are already very strongly interwoven into these companies to the point where they really don't need an official team. That is reflected by the goals of an initiative called Bridge. Now, Kirsha has done a lot of research in this, and it actually helped guide a video I made about Bridge a few months ago. Think of Sweet Baby Inc. on steroids. This group is very, very concerning. When I made this video a few months ago, people's minds were blown by how deep Bridge goes and how big their goals are. Now, in case you don't know, what is Bridge? Well, they are a DEI-focused initiative that initially
call it out for being discriminatory and
programs into various.
I avoid larger workplaces for a lot of reasons, this being one of them. But if you ever find them being discriminatory towards you because of their belief that it's okay to be discriminatory towards white people, take it up the chain of command and bring it all the way to the Supreme Court. It's the only way this shit's gonna get shut down. Like, eventually they're gonna cross the line and the Supreme Court's gonna rule that you can't discriminate against people on the basis of race. I thought they already did that, but apparently they have to reaffirm that when it comes to white people.
Companies, especially in the leadership positions.
It's only a matter of time.
And that's what they were at Bridge 1.0. However, recently, about a year ago, they had a restructure to Bridge 2.0. Instead of just bringing out these programs and introducing them to these CEOs and leadership of companies, they now wanted to affect and trickle down to every single employee from these companies. And that was reflected by this article where the CEO and founder of Bridge would share her concerns and frustrations that a lot of these companies who were initially working with Bridge only did so to check boxes because they believed it would help their financial bottom line. And eventually she would realize, wait a second, that's not good enough. We want the entire company, from the CEO to the janitor, to be practicing DEI initiatives to the point where, in her own words, it gets so strongly imbued to you that it's a part of your DNA, that you don't even question these things anymore. It just happens.
You just hate white people.
It's an acronym for belonging, representation, inclusion, diversity. The G is the gap in all of those things. And
the G is the letter we had to add in to make the acronym work.
Of DE&I away from philosophy to operationalizing.
And then if that doesn't work, we'll put a plus at the end of it.
Our goal is really about operationalizing inclusion, as I said, as a business practice, not a philosophy anymore.
Yeah.
And, to your point, Sasha, what that does is it removes the dependency of DE&I from an individual personal
Yay,
function,
hooray,
and it
clap, 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 clap,
places on everyone in
woo,
the organization. So one of
racism,
the
we're
things that
winning.
noticing
right now is so many organizations are letting go or cutting back the resources or funds.
Well, you say that. You say it's white people pushing the anti-white agenda, but a lot of people look white, but they aren't actually. It's very strange.
Their diversity and inclusion
I'll leave it
officers,
at that.
their chief diversity officers, etc. And people are just like, okay, so if that's gone, what else do we do? And it's like, it should be part of your DNA. It should be part of your everyday operations, regardless of which department you're a part of, and it goes beyond your employees.
That's
like,
right.
how is it impacting the industry that
See the meme that Trump and Kalama have a thing in common? I did see that, like, in fucking 2011, Trump donated, like, $5,000 for her, fucking attorney general campaign. But, don't care. Like, Kamala literally blew her boss in order to get a promotion. Trump and Kamala both take shots in the face. Yeah, that's a good one. But yeah, Kamala Harris, literally, this is not a political statement. This is not controversial. This is verified fact that Kamala just sucked off her boss in order to get a promotion. There's your example of what the Democrats is trying to push as a feminist victory and a sign of feminist empowerment. Literally blew her way up the chain of command.
you're a part of. How
I'm sure it'll be great. I still don't think Trump is going to win. I think they're going to steal it from him. They're literally going to... We're going to have a repeat of 2020. You're going to have an election night. All the news outlets going to claim Trump won, and then you're going to go to sleep being like, oh, thank you. We're going to have 4 years of a decent economy, and then you're going to wake up and then they're going to be like, oh, actually, he lost. Overnight, we found a whole bunch of ballots that came out of nowhere, and it turns out he lost. Yeah, that's what I think is going to happen. We have no apparatus in place that can verify the integrity of the vote anymore.
how is it impacting your customers and clients?
It's all just a bunch
all
of
those things.
cheaters.
And so, like I said, you're speaking my language.
And many times over, Bridge has tried to rework their website, but currently, if you click on their
That's my
About
opinion.
section, you'll see that this initiative is launched
Take
by
it or leave
a
it.
group called Social Impact, which, as you can see, they're a consulting firm trying to push DEI on various companies and governments across the world. And where's their influence? Well, everywhere. And who do they work with? That's a pretty scary client list. If you look at that, you can see included the United States Defense Department. You can see many different government organizations, as well as groups like the MasterCard Foundation. And if you've been watching this channel over the past couple of months, you understand the authority that the MasterCard Foundation wields. They are very, very woke. There's no other way of describing it, and they use their influence as a payment processor to influence the behavior of many different platforms, especially art platforms, where they threaten to pull their services if the platforms don't censor certain forms of content they find personally distasteful. But moving back to this conversation, Kirsha made a very good observation where she discovered that
The thing is, like, it's
only a
going to
month
reach a point where they're going to do like what the Black Myth Wukong people did. It'd be like, well, these people approached us offering us money if we would force the diversity into our project, and we said no. And they're going to get this more support than they would have gotten if they would have accepted the deal just by publicly rejecting it. It's like that's going to happen more and more often.
Only 1 month ago at a festival, Bridge's CEO and some of the founders spoke at the Microsoft panel. If you think this is just the DEI team over at Microsoft leaving and that's the end of it, you have no idea, because these principles have been greatly intertwined into many different aspects of Microsoft and other big companies like them. And you can see right here, there's the team, there's the CEO we already heard speak earlier in this video. And on top of that, you can see, as pointed out, if you zoom in here, you can see a small portion of what their agenda was. You can see right there, inclusivity. So it's right on brand for them. But on top of that, what did they actually talk about? Do you want to hear what these people actually say at these things? Well, we have a small clip from that festival.
We all have heard and seen that DEI is under attack.
Yes.
So, Charlene, with your purview, what would you advise our audience here today as a response to what they're hearing within their own corporate walls?
Unfortunately, our community has a legacy of dealing with attack. So whatever you need to call it, do the work. Period. This work informs your strategies. This work makes your team stronger. This work informs where the next big thing will come from, how you stay current, and how you can stay a leading edge brand or content provider. So if the acronym bothers you, change the acronym.
Yeah.
But do the work.
Just hide it.
Without that strategy to make
Just
your company,
be deceptive.
culture, and
Wait, did I say
team
that out loud?
smarter
Did I say
and
that in
better
public? Whoops.
informed,
Oh, well.
you won't be able to hit the strategies that you need to meet this demand because the change is already
Just make up a
here.
different name
so
for it.
You have to continue to do the work because when the acronyms change, when the framework with how we talk about it changes, you want to
Just call it the
ensure that
N-word.
consumers know
Then
that you
people
were down
will
the
be forced
entire
to not
time
say it
and
anymore.
that you were invested in them
Pretty cool. We're
and
smart.
them as audiences for your brand the entire time. So you have to be consistent. You have to consistently
Be consistent. Just change the name.
So looking at everything we covered
These
in
people are
this
too
video
dumb
so
to
far, I think
win.
it's very obvious that
Like, if this is gonna be a battle, be heartened. Feel good about it because your opponents are dumb as fuck.
this whole issue with DEI
Or you can just fucking not bother with these people. Make your own thing. You'll do better. You see Trump's new post this morning. If the acronym bothers people, just change the acronym. You gotta be upfront. It's a new day, and Joe Biden doesn't remember quitting the race yesterday. He is demanding his campaign schedule and arrange talks with President Xi of China and Putin of Russia concerning the possible start of World War III. Biden is sharp, decisive, energetic, angry, and ready to go. Trump is ruthless. Wait, I'm not president anymore? Like, he's still the president, he's just not running for re-election. I mean, this isn't really an unprecedented thing. There's plenty of presidents throughout history who have not sought re-election. Quitting in the middle of a campaign is kind of weird. I mean, it would have been nice if we didn't have, like, a debate where, like, one of the candidates was not even in the race. This is kind of a waste of time. Good job, fucking clown.
is not ended with the disbandment.
Yeah, last time was LBJ, but there were like half a dozen before that.
Of this team over at Microsoft. This is something that companies and initiatives like Bridge want to intertwine into every aspect of a company to the point where you don't even realize it's there. They want it in your DNA. That is their own words. They want it that greatly intertwined into your business, into your work, and into your mind. They go that far. So when you see Microsoft disbanding this team, that's potentially a step in the right direction, but don't let it allow you to overlook what's really going on here. There's much bigger players at hand here, and you can see initiatives like Bridge. They want you to look the other way. They want you to celebrate and think this is the end, this is the victory, when there's much more going on behind the scenes. But for now, that's going to do it for this video. As always, leave whatever thoughts you have in the comments section down below. I hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
Thank you, Rev. All Trump needs to do is play this clip. Let's take a look at this clip.
In layman's terms, for people who don't understand what's going on and how can this directly affect the people of the United States.
So Ukraine is a country in Europe. It exists next to another country called Russia. Russia is a bigger country. Russia is a powerful country. Russia decided to invade a smaller country called Ukraine. So basically that's wrong.
Seriously? Break it down in layman's terms for people who don't understand.
So they invaded a country. The country invading a small country is wrong. Big country attacks small country. So you think people are really stupid, don't you? Well, you're talking to your constituency, so maybe that's the way to go.
Hey, what's up, guys? We're here. So today we have another round of Sweet Baby and DEI ruining a game and its success. So right now, a lot of people are talking about this.
Yeah, I didn't think this game was going to do well at all. We heard about this game being invaded by DEI like months ago, and then it comes out and it flops. And people are like, well, saw that coming.
Game, Flintlock, The Siege of Dawn. As you can see, PlayStation here proudly announcing that this new open world Souls-Light has launched on the PS5. However, there's an issue if you look into the comments section. You can see hundreds of users saying things like this. And here is 6 random comments. This is not curated. This is just 6 comments in a row. And they all have the same message in common. And that is a mention of Sweet Baby Inc. Who would have thought Sweet Baby would kill another video game? As you can see, reported by That Park Place, Sweet Baby Inc. developed Flintlock. The Siege of Dawn releases to abysmal player numbers. Who would have thought that Sweet Baby would bring down another game? Totally shocking development. Yeah, the game is off to a very, very bad start. This was a game that was hyped up for many years, and at launch here, it is already sitting.
Like, now Kamala has to pick who is going to be her VP, but I guess she's in no hurry. It's going to have to work quickly. We're running out of time.
With a few hundred...
How's it going, SCP? Hope you're doing good.
100 active players.
You're getting caught up on some internet news with Rev.
The current time. It is going very...
Mark Kelly. I don't know who that is.
Very poorly. And just like anything else, it all comes back to Sweet Baby.
Pick Obama.
They ruined another game with their woke agenda. Now, this
I could be more confident.
Detecting Sweet Baby and what they're...
Of course, Senator. I couldn't be more confident that Vice President Kamala is the right person to defeat Donald Trump and lead our country to the future. She has my support for the nomination, and Gabby and I will do everything we can to elect a president of the United States. He's a former astronaut, bro. And he's 60 years old. That we're all about young people.
Working on is so crucial because right now, they are a death mark. They are a
husband of Gabby Giffords.
Whatever game it is, whatever company they're working with,
the nepotism.
It's bad news for them. When players find out about this, they're going to speak with their wallets, and I'm glad they're doing this with this game as well. They are not playing it. Players know that it's a Sweet Baby Inc. product, so they're avoiding it. And that's why groups like Sweet Baby Inc. Detected, the Steam group that started a whole lot of drama only a few months back, and also DEI Detected are so important. Those are groups started by Cabrutus, and they have been very, very key in identifying these games that Sweet Baby and other woke companies, consulting firms are partners with. And it's very crucial to know what they're doing because they don't want you to know. It's such an insane situation where Sweet Baby and these other companies, they don't want you to know what they're working on because their name is now negative. It is something that does not sell games. In fact, it does the exact opposite. You would think if this company was so proud of themselves, they would want everyone to know what games they're working on, but that is not the case. They know they do shabby work, and they know that gamers don't want anything attached to them. But let's talk about this game. Let's talk about Flintlock, because this is a very interesting case of a company inviting in Sweet Baby and DEI initiatives and then completely collapsing and hamstringing its own success. So a lot of this started back in 2024, earlier this year, about 3 or 4 months ago, where people like Cabrutus made a very interesting discovery about Flintlock. And he would add this game to the curation list because they found out through a very interesting source, a physical copy of Edge magazine, where there's a section involving Kim Belair, the Sweet Baby Inc. CEO. Now let's check out this passage right here. You can see as they're describing Flintlock, they mention directly for Flintlock, it was Tops Harjo who brought on Kim Belair. Now this name will be very important. She was the former COO at this company, and the first thing she did when she came in was bring in Sweet Baby with her. And wow, who would have thought the game would fall apart as soon as that happened? So Kim Belair is someone you guys should know and recognize. She is the CEO of Sweet Baby Inc. She is the one who is pushing very hard. She is famous for her quote where she said that you should go to your bosses and intimidate them and threaten them with cancel culture if they don't work with people like Sweet Baby. Now, around that time back in March, the next day after Kabrutus's discovery, you have Mark Kern here who made a long thread about this game, going further into the many issues that happened around the time Sweet Baby got involved with the game. So here's the thread saying, proof Sweet Baby Inc. ruins games. SBI game Flintlock by A44 Games has been overrun by woke. And here's a quote from a source from that company saying, I used to work there. Flintlock was a good project with lots of potential. Then it was ruined. And he says, before I go further, please note that this is a rumor from a source that seems very knowledgeable about the studio's inner workings. Take that as it is. If others would like to verify, please DM me. And also that the CEO and COO at A44 no longer work with the company, but the damage was already done before they left. Now, here's some of the damage we're talking about. So, did you know the protagonist of Flintlock used to be white? When COO and casting director Andrea Tops Harjo joined the studio, her first actions were to change the character to hire Sweet Baby.
He's actually planning on resigning? Jeez, what happened? Did he have a stroke? It's starting to seem really weird. Like, why can't he finish the rest of his term?
Baby Inc. and change the
Is he
main character
dead?
to a person of color. Now, you can already hear
coming
like
from
the
Laura
games
Loomer.
journalists and the developers saying, oh, people just don't want to see minorities in video games. That's not why people are confused by this move. They're confused because it seems like a very obvious attempt to diversify this.
His medical condition is now terminal, from what sources have told me.
Game when you had an existing character and then you race swap them, clearly just to follow through on Sweet Baby Inc.'s agenda. I mean, it's not a coincidence that happened as soon as Sweet Baby was tagged along on this project. On top of that, there's claims that Tops Harjo is rumored to have used the company's funds and manpower to power her personal agenda and projects on initiatives not related to the game or even to the studio itself. That is a very crazy thing if it is true. And you can see down here from someone, the source who used to work at the company, they say this. Yeah, I've witnessed our UI artists making art assets for its website as their sprint tasks. Basically, having these people do these tasks to, I guess, test their performance, but it's creating work for our own personal agenda, which, again, if that is true, that is absolutely outrageous. In the thread, we continue saying this, aside from working with Sweet Baby Inc. and making changes to the game, Andrea also directed numerous changes in HR in her role as COO. In 2021, most developers were denied raises and evaluations were postponed for at least 6 months. Andrea told HR to inform anyone who complained or asked questions that the reason is because I said so. She also ordered the HR departments to hide the salaries of the top execs from the company. HR tried to help, but they were unable to get past this. The team was worried about the studio finances. Meanwhile, the new hires and changes to the game resulted in a project where, in quotes, these people knew nothing about how a video game is made, end quote. On top of that, you can see after nearly 2 years of these DI changes at A44, the damage
really
had
weird.
been done. And at that point, the studio was purchased for $175 million, which, as he points out, is an unusually high sum for a small studio, by Kepler Interactive in September of 2021. A game.
I did see these controllers. They don't look very comfortable to hold. It seems like the butt on these just get in the way. I don't know. They don't seem good to hold in your hand. But what if it turns out like people reporting, oh, it actually feels great. And then all of our, oh, the butt is a magnet, it can be removed. Oh, okay, well that makes sense, I guess. What if it turns out, hey, it actually like fits really good in your hand? Then every controller from now on just has butts on them.
Gaming Collective Fund, whose founder also founded the...
Also, isn't it funny? Isn't it funny that we're able to do this with men, but we have to censor the women? Kind of weird. Like, if this was done, like, if this was Rogue's butt, the outrage would be deafening, wouldn't it?
Kowloon Knights
But it's okay.
Fund. It was at that point where Audra, the COO, left the company. And a lot of people might think that that is basically the attempt
it's like a
to
Booba mouse pad.
salvage the situation because it was already such a mess when she brought on not only herself but also Sweet
Right,
Baby
yeah, like
a
Cammy
few
butt.
years back. On top of that, when these discoveries were made by people like Cabrutus, people reached out to A44, right? And they wanted to see, is this true? Was Sweet Baby Inc.'s involvement with this game? Was that something that actually happened? And it seemed very clear that was. And the studio would try to deny this, but they wouldn't provide any proof. And they claim that Sweet Baby's no longer involved and the changes had been all reversed. And there's no proof that any of those things happened. The proof that Sweet Baby's no longer involved and the proof that the changes that they made were actually reversed. There's no proof of that. And on top of that, if you go further in this Kepler Interactive group, this Lizzie Kane individual, who is the senior operations and grown manager, would get very upset when Mark Kern made that thread questioning some of the practices within this company. And this was her reaction. Absolutely fuming, vibrating off the effing plane of reality. This piss weak
take out the butt plug.
That the far right gamer gators are taking is so violent. Incredible to see in real time and closer to home how wrong Grums is and
You gotta
how
censor his
damaging
name.
he and his weird
He's like Voldemort.
I mean, there's
in
nothing
that
more
book that we
weird
read.
than having to censor a person's name. Like, what is this guy, Voldemort to you or something? But yeah, that is a pretty embarrassing reaction.
Read a different book.
And now we fast forward to the actual release of Flintlock, and it is a complete disaster. You can see a lot of the recent reports showing a peak of 469 active players. Yeah, you don't need to know too much about the gaming sphere to know. That is absolutely terrible, especially for a high budget project like this. And you can see, literally day one, they're already applying 10% discounts on this game. Yeah, absolute disaster. Sweet Baby Inc. has killed another game, and that is not surprising. And that is, again, why it's so important to have DEI detected and Sweet Baby Inc. detected to figure out where these companies are working and see their connection to Sweet Baby and what they're working on so you can avoid those products because they tend to be absolute garbage. But for now, that's going to do it for this video. I appreciate you guys listening. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
Thank you, Rev. I think there's one more video. Yeah, it's this one. Capcom going woke.
Hey, what's up, guys? Rev here. So today we're going to do a little topic parkour since there are several stories I think you guys will find pretty interesting. Let's begin with this one right here. So there is a remake of the SNK versus Capcom SVC Chaos game coming out. And as Niche Gamer reports here, features are being censored even in the promotional artwork for this game, the remake of the 2003 original version of this game, which is not too surprising because Capcom has gone full woke in the past. They are very, very heavy into censorship and also the idea of inclusive storytelling. In fact, we have gone through some recent threads made by their localization team that is just absolutely pathetic. But here is the big difference. You can see the English censored version right here and the Japanese uncensored version right here and the official artwork that comes with it. So let's take a closer look at this. So you can see right here, the most obvious change is the cropping out of the body of the bikini armor-clad Princess Athena right here. It's very obvious. You can see they cropped it out and even added a shadow to hide some of her body. But there's also another big difference right here. So let's see the covering up of the cleavage of the character Mai. I mean, I don't really have to describe to you or explain why this is censorship. And as always with people on Twitter, they will see these changes and people pointing them out and complaining about them, and their response will be, well, what's the big deal? Well, if it's not a big deal, then why would you change it in the first place? It's very odd to see something like this being censored in the year 2024. It was okay in 2003, but now apparently in 2024, a little bit of cleavage on a character goes too far. But it gets even worse than that. As reported here, in this remake here, they're also adding disclaimers. They're adding disclaimers. Let's take a closer look at this. So it says this when you boot up the game. This product aims to faithfully recreate the content of the original game at the time of release in 2003 as much as possible. Therefore, the content of this game does not reflect the ideas of our company, but is provided as is, respecting the original intent of the game, and is not intended to promote or attack any particular ideology or group.
What does that
This is very
mean?
odd. Now, this would be better, a disclaimer, than censoring the game. At least you can have a disclaimer and then not censor the game, but they're doing both. They're adding
That
a
makes
disclaimer
no
and still
sense.
censoring the game, which is absolutely pathetic. And it's really just showing that they're not proud of their own creation.
Like, if you have a disclaimer nowadays, it's like, okay, well, I just know that the game I'm going to play is
with this disclaimer and
going to be uncensored.
it's not
But
too
no, they do it
surprising what's
anyways.
happening with
What's the
Capcom.
point?
They are known for censorship and also their terrible localizations. But let's move on to the next topic for today. We're going to focus on this very popular artist named Memery. So this is actually an art account I've been personally following for many years. They are a very, very popular artist, especially among Japanese users, but also in the West as well. And it's been reported recently that this Hyoka fan artist, who does a crazy amount of fan art for that franchise, they have been shutting down their Twitter. They have deleted all of their posts, and they are basically going dark. And it's very, very confusing because they're a very talented artist and someone a lot of people respect. So what happened? Well, it seems that a lot of Japanese users were bullying Memery for their artwork, and were even trying to frame some of the positive comments from the Western fans as negative, which is pretty odd. Normally we think of Japanese artists getting harassed. A lot of times it is English-speaking people trying to virtue signal, but in this case, a lot of the Western outrage that is being cited by some of these people and used as a way to insult this artist is actually English-speaking fans saying positive things. Like, one of the things that is citing is the fact that some people in the West claim that they make more promotional art for Hyoka than the actual franchise itself, which is more of a compliment, but they're trying to frame that, these Japanese users are trying to frame that as Western outrage, and that these people are tired of seeing it. It's disrespectful in some way to the creators because they're producing so much art of the franchise. But here is the statement from Memery. So they say this: "I'm going to take a short break. I keep drawing Hotaru because I really like it. Don't worry, I won't delete your account or Pixiv. Actually, I started suffering from it in 2022, but it barely showed itself for 2 years. There were so many things I couldn't talk about during this time. I think it can't be helped because there are so many people," I guess referring to people they claim are upset about their artwork. "I'm going to take a short break and post pictures again. I'm sure you've been really annoyed because of me, so thank you, and I'm sorry. I'll take a break and come back again." And a lot of people were responding to this post. You can see this post has around 7 million views. It just gives you an idea of how popular this artist is. And speaking of popular artists, you can see Hughes here, a very respected artist, responding saying this: "Senpai, don't focus your attention on a few individuals. You only have to look forward to your future. We are just happy you can keep making artworks. Please do not heed the words of people who already don't like you in the first place, and only focus on yourself and the people that care about you." This is advice coming from someone who was provocative in earlier days as an artist who didn't care about others, and I just draw what I did. Thank you again for the artworks and hope you recover fast. That's really the sentiment of a lot of people. We hope that Memery can get back to doing what they do, because what they're facing is totally unfair. They make very great art. There's no reason anyone should be upset with what they're doing. But let's move on to the next topic for this video. The anime a lot of people are talking about right now, My Dear Friend Mokutan.
It's awesome.
Now, this is a crazy anime. It's very weird, and guess what? That's
Super
great.
funny.
That's one of the reasons I love anime. I love weird, cute stuff like this, and honestly, this show is delivering. So there is a big trend right now. A lot of people are replicating the opening theme. It's very catchy. I obviously can't play it here because of copyright, but you should check it out for yourself. But you can see this person right here reenacting the opening theme, dancing in front of an actual deer. However, this user is very upset. They posted their video and said, "Anime fans,
people having fun, going outside, touching grass.
And as this
Get rid of it.
response says, in quotes, "Why is she outside dancing and having fun? This is so cringe," says the annoying dipshit that does nothing but be miserable online. And talking about cringe trends, I went onto this person's account too, and like they're like the very annoying, very basic like anime trend hopping. Like they're doing like the post which month your waifu, what was your birthday month, and this is your waifu, and they're posting that interaction bait type of stuff. So if anything's cringe, that's what's cringe. But also there's even more coming out with this whole Nokotan anime. So one of their dances, and it references the Bully Maguire.
Yeah,
so,
it's super funny.
Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man, he goes through his little emo phase, and he does this dance. Well, they replicated it in the show. However, some people had very weird responses to that. So this user with 100,000 likes says this: I don't find this really funny, but I'm glad that comedy animes now have a more healthy humor beyond sexual assaults. What are you talking about? This sounds like a skill issue. If this is the only type of anime
What are you looking
ever come
at,
across,
right?
You're not
What are you
looking hard
watching?
enough. And that's really reflected in the responses here. You can see some of them. These users saying, xenophobic botted post, number Gorgillion. Please, I beg of you, watch more than one anime. Not sure if rage baiting or genuinely just haven't watched enough. It's funny as F. What do you mean you don't find it funny? You need to watch more animes, bro. Yeah, so that's pretty much the response people had to that. It's very suspicious, too, the amount of likes versus the interactions on the post, where basically every reply is negative towards the original poster, yet somehow it has 100,000 likes. Very suspicious. But also another very weird post about this anime, a now deleted post where this user was trying to claim that one of the characters was trans femme. I don't know what it is with people and their headcanon and forcing representation on a character so they can feel valid or something, but this is very strange behavior.
Not even close.
But moving on, we have another story coming out here. The end of the Halo show. Now,
No,
this
not
is
John
something that's been
Halo.
on Paramount. It is a very mixed review is what it's getting. A lot of people heavily dislike this show, and it's finally come to an end. And honestly, a lot of people are celebrating. And my thoughts on this are very simple. This image right here really just sums up everything wrong with this show. If you've been a fan of Halo for years and years, like many of you have, you understand Master Chief and the fact that he never takes off the helmet. You never see what his face looks like. And that was one of the first things they did with this show, was reveal his face. And that really goes against
That's what
everything.
people
The
were
cardinal
asking for.
sin of what they could have done with this show, and that's what they did, and it backfired. They lost all the identity with this character who could have been literally anyone, and that was kind of the point. But let's move on to another very strange
we wouldn't be able to see his emotions. It's like, well, what about like all these Super Sentai shows?
Here, which I don't know if it's deleted or just because
They seem to be able to show emotion with a helmet on. Maybe you're just bad at acting.
I don't
Have you ever thought of
bigger
that?
VTubers
Thought of that?
500 plus average, because they won't acknowledge your ass until you get to that point. But let's be real, 99.99% of streamers, not just VTubers, never see that goal. I know I ain't big by any means, but I mess with everyone regardless of viewership or follower count. But why though? Because you guys are the ones who gave me the support to have the level I'm at, and I'm forever grateful. So this is very strange. So basically, on the one hand, they're trying to say, I support everyone regardless of their viewership, but they also say, I don't support bigger VTubers. And also they act like people who have a larger view count or follower count.
I mess with everyone regardless of their viewership. I don't support bigger
Maybe it's
VTubers.
less, maybe it's a little disproportionate, but that is clearly not the case. I see people with huge view counts interacting with small VTubers all the time. This seems like projection, and also a lot of people would heavily criticize this thread and the message it's trying to send. I mean, basically, if you want to claim that numbers don't matter, then don't exclude people based on their numbers. And their response was interesting. So they posted their very muscly character here and said this: fight for what you stand for and never back down. It's that simple. You can dislike me for being honest, but you can never say I'm fake or inauthentic.
You're fake and
If our opinions
inauthentic.
don't align, that's fine. Don't sweat it, because more times than not, people's opinions tend to clash.
There, I did
but
it.
I'd rather be a martyr for those who are afraid to speak up than someone who refuses to acknowledge the truth. Wow, that's deep. Well, here was a response from another VTuber saying this: hi there, I'm one of the bigger cats that have banned this person from my stream. If I may speak from experience, I banned them for a good reason. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I support who I want to support, big and small. Most of all, I support who I choose and love it that way. There are many people from within my community that can attest to that, some being regular recipients of my direct support. With that said, I don't care who you are. This goes for anyone. I don't care if you've rated me. I don't care if you've supported me. If you break my rules I have set for my streams, you don't respect my community. You are above nobody else in my stream, and you most certainly don't deserve my support, and that's my opinion. Well, I guess those opinions clashed, just like this VTuber had said in the previous tweet. And what was their response to this criticism? They have privated their account. 41,000 in private, which is like putting a Cheeto as a barrier for a door. Like, it does nothing. But anyways, we're going to end with a final story, a very important, very controversial one. As you can see, Lollygod Requiem still making the rounds in the very based KFC Spanish account. For some reason, they are crazy on this account. KFC. Saying, it's Friday, guys. And they have, of course, the dance going on here with Shigeru Ui's character. And yeah, that's
all these international fast food chains and just like
better way to end it. But
not giving
always,
a fuck.
Feel free to share your thoughts about today's various topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
Thank you, Rev. I think we're all caught up, aren't we? Kino Casino reacting to the emergency stream video. We might take a look at that later. Kiwi Tapes made an update on Amberlyn Reed. I think we got a lot to get over.
Hey, what's up, guys? Up here.
Hey, what's up? Make sure there's not another video we're missing. Nope, we're all caught up. Actually, I want to check out this one too. I like these ones when the community notes violate people.
Guys, up here. Welcome back to what's becoming a monthly segment on this channel. Another edition of Community Notes Violating People. For those that don't know, there is a communal fact check system on Twitter where qualified users can leave notes under tweets, adding further context if needed. And if that
I like the one
votes from the community,
I like the one that was under Boogie, where Boogie no, you can't. Where Boogie was like, it's like people are saying I lied about my cancer, and then people left a community note. Boogie literally lied about cancer.
Attach the tweet, which often dispels things like misinformation and often leads to very funny results. And we're going to look at a bunch of examples of notes violating people. But before we get into the examples, let's hear from today's sponsor. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, the Giga Chats at Factor have returned.
Sponsored ad.
So let's tie this phone from tweet and note right here, made by an account called the Anti-Fascist Turtle with the handle the Antifa Turtle.
The Anti-Fascist Turtle.
Garbanzo, but they sarcastically say this: capitalism rocks, dude. And they have this screenshot of their order being canceled from Uber Eats, but they're still being charged. However, as the note points out, several users in the replies have noted that this screen only shows up when you ask support to cancel your order after the Uber Eats driver has already picked up the food. So basically, this person is mad that they have to pay for food that they ordered and they canceled after it was already being picked up. The name makes a lot of sense, actually. But anyways, here's the next one saying a simple, beautiful life, with this caption saying, I was made to read books, wear pretty dresses, spend time in nature, and fall wildly in love. And you can see this live, laugh, love moment where she's also picking strawberries from a tree. That's interesting. Well, the note would dispel that, saying strawberries do not grow on trees. So basically, this this attempt at a trad wife right here was putting strawberries in a tree and then picking them off to basically try to give the impression that she
couldn't have picked anything else.
Strawberries, but unfortunately, she doesn't know that they don't grow on trees. Here's the next one, and we get one of these tweets every single time we do one of these videos. This person's saying this. Said it once and I'll say it again. If you find Millie Brown hot, you are weird and pedophilic. She looks 12. Yes, like I said, every time we do one of these community notes violating people segments, there's at least one tweet like this where someone looks at an adult woman and says that they're pedo bait. And in this case, you can see Millie Bobby Brown is in fact an adult. And as always, as I have said before and I will say again, if you look at an adult woman and immediately think of children, there's something wrong with you. And as other users would point out, the fact that this user making this comment is basically LARPing as the character Hisoka from Hunter x Hunter just really just adds a little extra to this whole situation. But moving on to the next tweet, we have this gimmick account called Rare Insults posting this saying, I hate backshot pics, don't send me any. Yeah, that's not a rare insult. You're breaking your character, but as the note points out here, this account does it every week. When they get community noted, they delete the post. This post needs a note. And of course, you take away monetization as well when you get hit with a note like this. But yeah, seeing accounts like this trying to basically get a bunch of lewd pics from their followers is a very shameless behavior. And I don't really shame people for like lewd content and stuff on the internet, but like, dude, if you want to see what degeneracy looks like, look in the replies of tweets like this. It is a
No.
it is crazy what people are posting under stuff like this. And it's really annoying to see gimmick accounts
Rather
not only
not.
breaking character but doing stuff like this. It's just kind of pathetic. But moving on, we have another multiple time offender of community notes here saying this. Hey, at Twitch support, Asmongold was calling me a stupid cockroach and making fun of me for a whole 20 minutes on his stream, practically directing his army of unwashed incel followers to harass me about my identity. How is this even remotely acceptable by your terms of service? Now, we'll get some more context on what Asmongold was talking about, but this note is impressive because it has 6 sources attached to it. I've never seen that many sources for a note, but you can see it says, Asmongold wasn't criticizing the original poster because of his identity, but for grossly mischaracterizing Mr. Beast as a racist white savior. I am not surprised, and that's one of the sources
Oh,
right
no.
here. And this is another tweet by this individual.
He cures
where
people.
They said, Mr. Beast is once again displaying his white savior complex while looking like a literal colonizer. And the note says, Mr. Beast built 100 houses for people in need that would not have a roof
How
to
dare
sleep
he
under. At no point in his
let
video
them
did he
suffer
colonize a
in the name of
country.
anti-racist.
The revenue generated by these videos is spent on more charity projects. It is also worth noting, this user has never built a home. That's a very interesting last part of the note here. It got real personal, but apparently this person's never built a house. And now we know. But moving on to the next tweet, we have this person saying, Hi Germans, how to host perfectly, just ask Qatar. That's interesting because the note says more than 6,000 people died building the stadiums for the Qatar World Cup.
What the fuck?
That's a crazy statistic, honestly. Like, that's something you would expect to hear about, like, when they built the pyramids.
You're right.
Not in the construction of a stadium in the 21st century. Pretty crazy stuff. Here's another one. This user said, pride flag in username, opinion not valid, where the note says the user in question doesn't have a pride flag in the username, but the flag of Germany. Poor Germans,
but accurate nonetheless.
Strays in multiple notes and tweets in this video. But yeah, that's a bit of a blunder there, a little bit of an oopsie. Here's another one. I knew this was going to happen. As soon as I saw the attempted assassination of Donald Trump a few days ago, I knew we were going to see posts like this. So you can see here, breaking, photo of the man who tried to assassinate Trump has been released and is in custody. And you can see the note says, at this point, we all get the Sam Hyde joke, but people who aren't terminally online might not realize it's a joke. I mean, that's a fair note, honestly. So every time there is some suspect out there that people are trying to identify, people post this picture or other pictures of the comedian Sam Hyde, and it's led to many funny results in the past where journalists and news agencies have actually run with this information in pictures like this and misidentified the suspect in whatever situation. And it's pretty funny, but you also have to admit that this is basically the whole reason community notes exist in the first place. So fair game. I guess they're kind of ruining the joke, but you know, it is what it is. But here's another one from Historic Vids, sharing this video where it's captioned, this 14-year-old CEO rejected a $30 million buyout offer, where the note says, shortly after this video, the company was exposed as a scam orchestrated by Kyle Sandler, who conned $1.9 million from Opelika investors with fabricated deals and press releases. Yeah, I don't know. He's on that grind set, though, if this is real. I mean, he still somehow conned people out of all this money. Pretty crazy. But here's another one. A very simple note. One of the reasons I really like community notes, sometimes they're just so simple and short, but somehow that makes them even more effective. So this individual, quoting a screenshot from the Garfield movie, says, fun fact, this orange fraud doesn't eat a single piece of lasagna this entire movie, where the note says
he does.
He does.
Got him.
I was going to make a joke and say, clearly this person hasn't watched the Garfield movie, and probably nobody else has watched the Garfield movie, but I did some research. Apparently the Garfield movie was a commercial success. I believe the budget was around $60 million, and they generated around $200 million box office.
Good Lord.
Globally. It was an actual success. I can't believe it. I'm stunned. They actually generated more revenue than Furiosa, which I don't know if the Garfield movie should be proud of that or if Furiosa be embarrassed. But yeah, apparently this was a commercial success. So you learn something every day. Here's another note saying, why would people hate Spain? They never colonized anyone, unlike the English. Where the note says, Spain is one of the largest colonizers in history. A proper use of the term colonizer, by the way. We already saw earlier in the video. People throw that term around so loose. But yeah, I think we need to properly educate people on their history, or in this case, maybe this person's British and just coping, and I don't know. But here's another note, and the final note of this video. This person says, this is literally the New Zealand Minister of Health. And it says, this is not the New Zealand Minister of Health. I don't know what's going on. Does this person have like personal beef with this Minister of Health? Like, why are they doing this? I don't know if there's like a backstory or some history here, but like, bro is beefing with this person, very clearly trying to make them look bad. It's a very specific person to target with this tweet, but yeah, the note's there
Seems
for a
like
reason,
just
I
a
guess.
meme.
But that's going to do it for this video. I hope you guys enjoyed another round of community notes violating people. A very fun segment. I know you guys enjoy it. So as always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
Thank you, Rev. That was a fun one. Okay. That was a little palate cleanser. Speaking of palate cleanser, we got more. This one.
一旦でこれよしよしよしよし残りライフは1対1ちょっと待って頼むいや一発耐えれる世はできる子世なら耐えられるはずだって長女だからいけ頼むあー来た来た来た来た来た来た来たギコギコはしませんすー来た2発目空砲であればこのゲームほんまに最高やね
It's a fun one. Has the multiplayer patch come out yet? I wonder. Should play that at some point. Maybe Saturday when Anlead is drunk, we can play some multiplayer buckshot. It's Joe over Brand Dude is streaming. Oh my god.
Wow, how prestigious and stuff like that. So essentially he was being used to make the Shogun look good.
This guy's takes are just so pedestrian. He was like being used to make the Shogun look good or whatever, right? Okay. How though? You wanna go deep into that? He's just like to make him look like he's like, you know, and just like good and stuff. And others like look bad, you know? It's like this dude is like the douchey frat bro at a house party who's been drinking too much. That's like the level of his political takes. But he's allegedly not been drinking at all. So how does he always sound so drunk when he is allegedly sober? This is very douchey takes. Fatal Walter. Show some love to Fatal Walter. He doesn't get nearly as many views as he should get. And he has some good stuff. Let's get our bi-monthly Chibi update.
This is Walter, and we're
Hey,
back
Walter.
to talk about Chibi again. Chibi, or Adam, is a cringy weeaboo who's single-handedly made speedrunners look worse, which is an impressive feat.
Yeah.
His crowning achievement was probably the most awkward moment at any GDQ event, which is
I
also
would really
very
prefer
impressive.
it. if you would be
Anyway,
quiet.
last time we covered his Japan trip and a few months of posting about it. Let's get started with 2023, the year of Chibi. We're picking up with his posting from March. I have a confession to make. I've never seen Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood.
I like that
Only
jump.
the OG series. I need someone to watch it with me. Come on, please. I haven't seen Full Metal Alchemist at all. Mostly because my first exposure to
Fake
it was
weeb.
the English dub and a voice actor who isn't really a good person, lol.
Ugh, good God,
Yeah, I guess
dude.
Chibi is psychic and just knew this guy was going to get canceled in a decade or so. Made it to Shibuya.
Oh, watch it,
Nice.
'cause
I love Shibuya. I even took
Voice
a
of Ed
Persona
is a
cosplay pic in front of the
Christian.
109 building.
Christians
wow, that's
are bad
really cool,
people.
Adam. Oh, hello there. The building is near my hotel. Nomura, please don't send the ninjas after me, lol. Wait, which city is this in? Shinjuku? Ah, I didn't spend a lot of time there, so I probably didn't see it. So in case you didn't watch the previous video, the big take here is that he went to Japan. He's really proud of this fact. I am so blessed right now. The deer in Nara are so cool, they'll even bow to you sometimes. Just had an incredibly unpleasant experience today. There was a customer who literally had 10 to 20 Trump signs all over his house.
Oh my God.
But he had a beautiful dog, and the poor thing tried to jump up to me, and he hit her and dragged her away by the collar. Absolutely mortifying. I have no idea what Adam thinks the word mortifying means. Remember that this is the guy who was threatening to disown his mom for saying George Floyd was a criminal. Which is hardly the most offensive thing I've heard. Everything is just performative for Chibi.
I mean, he literally was.
No problem. I'm trying to get into Harajuku fashion myself. I actually plan to live in Japan too, haha. Man, I have never been, but if everyone here thinks you're a weirdo, wouldn't it be the same in Japan? And here's his Tinder profile, with all of his Japan pictures, of course. I am a homeowner and Twitch streamer. I enjoy gaming on all consoles,
Homo.
especially Nintendo, and traveling to new destinations. Looking to meet someone to enjoy new experiences with, someone who has a great personality, self-motivated, patient, and can hold a conversation. Looking to learn Japanese. Let me know if you want to learn English. Tell me your favorite Pokemon. That's a pickup line for him somehow. It's something I would have found cringy in middle school. I'm pretty sure Chibi's favorite Pokemon is Vaporeon, because he finds it attractive.
Yeah.
I do have to wonder how many Pokemon shirts this guy owns. Rise and shine, y'all. About to make a healthy smoothie and hit the gym. But not before cuddles with this one first while I have laundry going.
It's
Yeah,
like
it's the
everyone who
Japanese
talks about
news.
going to the gym is
Can I just say
out of
my
shape.
Japanese friends are so cool? Like, OMG, these are the best people. I feel way more motivated and generally less upset. This means I could see myself making a comeback soon. It's time I showed the world the person I've become. Honestly, my life is fine right now. I've gone to the gym for over a year now. I feel
Doesn't
stronger
look
and
like
healthier
it.
than I've ever been. I got to fulfill my lifelong dream of going to Japan, and now I have countless friends from there. I'm succeeding at work and I graduate soon. Ah man, he'd been going to the gym for over a year? That must have stopped at some point. Here's a very recent image of Chibi, in Kingdom Hearts cosplay, serving takoyaki to people in a park.
Looks
I have
like
no idea, but it's horrifying.
Naked Zoidberg.
By the way, remember when I said Sonic Frontiers was shit? LOL, gotcha. Pranked. It actually slaps. This song alone brings it into the top 3 Sonic games I've ever played. I literally just found the perfect Japanese work opportunity. Holy fucking shit. Obviously none of this stuff worked out because he's still trying to get a job in Japan to this day. I cannot get over how amazing of a person Kellen Quinn is. Without even trying, this man brought back the high energy from the Crush 40 Sonic Adventure days. And I've been loving his other music too. Definitely gonna check out Sleeping with Sirens. I think I have a new karaoke song, y'all. Gotta love it when you go to karaoke and someone busts out a song from Sonic the Hedgehog. I missed my personal training appointment today, but I still went and did my workout anyway. I felt pretty comfortable with everything I was supposed to do, so I think I can stop seeing my trainer and just go on my own from now on. Oh, I guess that's what happened to the working out. God, it's always so hilarious to me how butt-flustered people get when you mention banning guns. It literally brings out everyone with an American flag emoji in their Twitter name to share their shitty opinions that no one asked for.
No
Just
one
like
asked
this
for
kid
your
probably
opinion,
will.
bro.
Nope, no one really interacted with his tweet, as usual. And I feel like this guy uses the word literally, way too much. I miss Japanese karaoke. Then he has this conversation about karaoke that I'm not going to bother to narrate. Adam has definitely been to Japan. God, what an experience this must be. I'm looking forward to seeing this for myself. Is this like the Cherry Blossom Festival that the high schoolers in anime always go to? Chibi has fetishized pretty much everything about Japanese culture.
God, it's crazy how people
Have you
get
been to
butt
the
mad about
onsens
me
in
wanting to
Kurosaki?
take away their
I heard it's
constitutional
beautiful this time of
rights. No one asked for your
I've had
opinion.
my rough moments for sure, but all in all, I'm glad to be a Kingdom Hearts fan. This series has shaped me in ways few others have. And look at this. This is what he looked like at the time. What had he been doing in the gym for the past year?
I
tell
was
you
in the
one
gym
thing,
for a
If I
year.
move to Japan and end up starting a family there, at least I know they won't have to be in danger of being shot at a school. They can't carry guns
I mean, they can be
or weapons of any
stabbed.
kind. And guess what? They don't have school shootings. All these radical gun-humping
They have a lot of their own
constantly
problems.
sucking the dicks of the NRA is just ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
Thoughts and prayers my ass. You're just excusing the problem. And that would be guns. End up starting a family in Japan? His optimism knows no bounds. I owe so much to my friends in Japan. They've really helped me find more confidence in learning the language, especially since it's been so hard. They are all so supportive and nice, and I wish more people could be like them. Yeah, I'm just an asshole American. Chibi, get off your Japanese friends' dicks already. Seeing you have such a good time in Japan is making me even more excited to go back. I'm glad you found your peace and had fun.
Did you guys know
I'm
he went to
eating here when
Japan?
I come back to Japan, aha. Just slap
Have
a
you heard?
Nintendo character on something and Chibi has a nerdgasm every time. The 34-year-old consumer. On my way to a lunch date. You know, I've stumbled a lot in my life. I've had misplaced priorities and made very questionable choices. But I really think that this year is truly the year I start to turn things around. I'm starting to see new possibilities, making new friends, and feeling better about life. I mean, I did call 2023 the year of Chibi. That's why I'm already on video too about it. Oh, I don't have muscles to cosplay Street Fighter
God, this
characters,
one-
haha. I have a very Bishonen body type. This guy is out of his goddamn mind. He's like the definition of skinny fat. I just woke up crying. My
It's
cat
one of
is
his
still
more
here by my side
ridiculous
for right now.
tweets.
I don't know if I could do this again. I'm just counting down the hours now until that imminent moment. Yeah, he baits sympathy by saying his cat's dying every once in a while, but she's still alive as far as I know. Who else is going to sit in Adam's lap when he's taking dick pics?
Oh my god.
Ooh boy. Okay, I'm going to do this. I'm going to be doing some Japanese cooking in like less than a half hour.
That was a
Please be
really
nice.
weird video. I don't know if he's gonna show the video, but yeah, I think he's gonna. No, he's not. But his hands were shaking like crazy when he was cooking. I was like, "What is wrong with this dude? Does he have like Parkinson's, or is it just like crippling anxiety?" It was so bizarre.
So, I'm pushing stream to tomorrow to be more Japan friends, and also mental health reasons. Yeah, I better have my stream at 7 a.m. so the people who matter show up. You know, Japanese people. Okay, so I've already read this in my first Chibi video, but it's pretty cringy. So yeah, he joins this group for Colossal Con, and
I'm gonna do some Japanese cooking.
To it. We all know
Like,
how this ends,
cooking?
but let's read his posts. Is anyone else in this group learning Japanese? I'd love to make a little study group so we can help each other learn. I'm about 2 months in. Still learning how grammar and word order works.
Like he goes to a fucking like international grocery store and he buys frozen takoyaki, just like fried octopus balls, just like chunks of octopus and like fried bread. And he just puts it in a frying pan and just like moves it around every now and then. He's like, I'm Japanese now. I'm a Japanese cook. And then he goes to a public park and he sells them. And it's like, dude, I think you need like a permit. I think you need some sort of safety certification in order to sell food in public. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody tries to troll him, calling up being like, hey, I ate food at your thing and like I got food poisoning. So go ahead and let me know your certification number to sell food in public so I could file a complaint. And I'll just be like,
If anyone has any suggestions or tips, let me know. I'm definitely serious about learning as much as I can. So someone from the Colossal Con group suggested to me that people might be interested in getting a travel group together to go to Japan. I have been there once before, and I've been learning how to speak Japanese, so I can help when it comes to planning and navigation. Would anyone else be down to plan this out? 21 and older only, please. No kids. The fuck is he talking about? The group itself says 21 plus. I don't know if his posting here is normal as far as the con group goes. I'm going to guess no, because nothing he ever does is normal.
Ew! Dude, it's the same thing DSP does. Like, why would you point a camera at yourself and be like, hold on, I just gotta dig something out of my ear really quickly. And this dude is eating at the same time.
Con group goes. I'm going to guess
hold
no,
on,
because
hold
nothing
on. At least he didn't look at it.
He ever does is normal. I just bought all the supplies to make homemade takoyaki.
Dude, have some
Does anyone want to see pictures?
self-awareness.
Just bombed my first Japanese class test and froze up anxious during
Womp
speaking
womp.
practice. If y'all
He
need
sucks
me,
at every
I'll be in the
class he
same party.
does.
Didn't think I'd be going, but something changed my mind. I'm looking for a room at the Kalahari.
I
One
like
person.
anime too,
I'll have
but
drinks,
holy shit.
food, and we'll be making hot pot Japanese food as well. Can pay all fees, and I'll have my car as well. Room must be 21 plus, no exceptions. Is it just me, or does this make him sound like a serial killer?
Yeah.
He's like, oh, if I bring all the things for a party, I'm sure random people will want to come spend time with me. I've heard that Chibi would actually stand around outside room parties at SGDQ hoping someone would invite him in or something. And like I said, being the most awkward person at a speedrunning event is pretty wild. And then the group called him out for sending unsolicited nudes. So much for his badass arc he was talking about. Just like I know who I really am. I'm not what these fuckers keep calling me. I'm not a pedo. I'm a fucking adult that wants to be left the fuck alone.
I'm a fucking
And
adult.
I'm so fucking tired of them going to people I try to associate with and say, oh, stay away from him. He's a groomer. Like,
Yeah, I
fuck
think
off.
just like
You're using shit against me from over
I think
10
it's just
goddamn years.
like the autistic tendency to not know a limit, which I'm all too familiar with. Not knowing when to find your limit and back down. So like you see that people are really into anime and you just go way overboard with it. Like, I'm gonna move to Japan. I'm gonna teach English in Japan. It's like, well, it's a pretty competitive field. There's a lot of people vying for that job, and if you want to teach English in Japan, then you should be pretty fluent in Japan. You just can't be like, well, I can speak 4 or 5 words that I learned from watching anime, and then I can go move to Japan. It's like, well, it's like you should probably at least be a little bit conversational first.
Years ago.
I'll learn it when I get there. It's like, well, you're going up against thousands and thousands of people who are going for that job.
I'm fucking tired, dude. I
I'm
can't
tired.
take it anymore.
I'm tired.
To be fair, I have not seen him trying to message underage girls in a very long time. But now we had a very recent instance of sending unsolicited nudes and getting kicked from an anime con group. I can understand why that's enough for some people to not want to associate with him. One thing that I'm worried about, though. If I get into another relationship, I'm sure they're going to become a target. After all, Kiwi Farms has been stalking me, my online activity, and my personal life since 2015.
It just posts everything
And they're
you-
hellbent on making sure.
Again, like, you're making public posts. You're sharing the stuff that you do online. And people on Kiwi Farms, they take a screenshot and they post it on the forum just to be like, hey, this is what Chibi's up to. And you're sitting there being like, oh my god, they're stalking me. It's like, what do you mean they're stalking you? Like, they're just sharing what you share publicly.
I'm either miserable or dead. And I can guarantee you, the moment someone I was in
Like, a lot of them were actually very supportive of him going outside and selling food. I mean, despite it being questionably legal, they were like, hey, at least he's going outside. He's not victimizing anyone. He's not creeping on any underage kids like he usually does. He's trying to make money. He's, like, trying to be a capitalist, I guess. I mean, health codes notwithstanding. And he gave us a lot of cringe with that, just his flabby fucking fat, which was funny. It's like, more of this, please. I'm just like, well, I'm still gonna make fun of him.
a relationship with entered the public eye, they do everything in their power to ruin that relationship. These people have caused my mom and my stepdad to divorce due to them not being able to take the harassment
Damn
their
it.
family would get. Fake police reports.
Kiwi
pizza
Farms
ratings,
broke up
spoof
my
phone
parents.
calls. Now they know my current address and phone number, and I guarantee they're going to go after anyone remotely close with me. I wanted to read that part because this just happened again recently. I don't condone this kind of trolling, but I definitely laughed at the videos. The thing with Kiwi Farms is it's public, so pretty much anyone could be using the docks. Anyway, Chibi was tagged in some photos with what appeared to be a polycule. I love my circle. And I like how we can see Chibi's weight gain progressing throughout this series. I've been so grateful since that night to have met you all, that I feel like I have a new family.
Depression eating.
Thank you. Love you, baby. Some days after that, these people suddenly deleted anything that had to do with Adam, and never mentioned him again. It's likely someone contacted them and either told them things that he's done, or made shit up. There's no way of knowing. This only brings us up to 420. Nice. But I think I'll be ending the video here. This has been the second part of Chibi's 2023, his self-proclaimed badass arc. I don't even know what to say about this shit sometimes. That's about all the time I have for you today. Thanks for watching, everyone.
This self-proclaimed badass arc. This
if you
is
have
my
something to say
badass
about
arc.
Chibi and Ecodemics, let me hear it in the comments. I'll be reading them when the video's new. If you're new here, consider subscribing for more content like this and Reddit readings. Big thanks also to my awesome patrons who support me more directly over on Patreon. It's a huge help.
Cool.
I'll be back soon with more stories, hopefully. More videos planned this month still. Have a great day, everyone. And be jealous of Chibi's Japan trip.
Oh, I am. He went to Japan? Fuck. What a badass arc. And Japan thought the worst thing America would do to them was done in 1945. My god, this guy is the embodiment of, hello, fellow young people, so cringe. I keep forgetting he's my age. He's like a teenage weeb that never grew up. That's for sure. Not to defend the cringe lord, but there were tons of stories about Vic, the VA, forever before they dropped him. Oh my god, yes. He went to conventions and he prayed. What an asshole. How dare he. They totally had to get rid of him. I agree. He prayed in public. One of the most offensive things you could possibly do, unless you're a Muslim, and then it's okay. Wow, he's more cringe than my teenage weeaboo days. I can't believe we're in the same generation. Chibi is such a character. I just assume everyone's favorite Pokemon is Snubbull. Okay, that guy's weird. LMAO, imagine you're about to snap a rude pic and then your cat, snap a nude pic and then your cat walks up to your lap and you're like, and it's like, that's enough of this loser behavior. Yeah, it's almost like the cat was just like trying to stop him. Being like, cease this bigotry. Chibi is definitely an interesting character. I've never felt more ashamed to be a fan of Kingdom Hearts and Pokemon. Yeah, doing his part to increase animosity towards anime. Thanks, Chibi. Fucking dork. He's like a psyop. He's like a double agent. He's doing Kiwi Farm's work for them by making everyone ashamed of anime. It is a good anime, though. I do like Shikinoko. Looking forward to each episode. Okay, from one fat person to another, we got the Amberlynn Reed story from Kiwi Tapes. Wow, 100,000 views in 20 hours. This guy is...
Amberlynn Reed's story.
Why can't every lolcow enthusiast get so many views?
Is a tale full of broken promises, controversy, and faint glimmers of hope that are quickly snuffed out. I'm sure many of you have heard the name Amberlynn Reed before, but most don't know the full story. Being on YouTube for over a decade and leaving a wake of drama behind her. She is most well known for her quote-unquote weight loss journey.
Vic didn't do anything wrong, except for going to Ricada for representation. That was a really bad idea. That was a big mistake. But I mean, it wasn't a moral failing. He was just convinced into doing it.
Which has only resulted in weight gain. She is also known for her many girlfriends, all of whom she will get into drama with, and she is known for a staggering amount of lies told over the years. Meticulously documented, Amber has been called out on all of these lies by dozens of different YouTubers, only to refute them all in the face of evidence, with seemingly no low that she will not stoop to, in her attempts to absolve herself of any guilt.
God,
That
she's
is
so
the
fat.
Amberlynn Reed cycle, And this
How do you
is
get
the Amber
so
Lynn
fat?
Reid story. Amber Lynn Reid was born December 27, 1990, in Florida. She described her parents as absent and suffering from substance abuse problems. Because of this, she was taken by the state at a young age, along with her brothers. They were all separated into foster care, and eventually Amber was returned to her parents. She
Untreated
would spend
trauma.
years in this
Yeah.
household until eventually being forced to leave. Amber would make a trip to go meet an online girlfriend whom she had been talking to for quite some time. And upon arriving, Amber was informed by her family that she was no longer welcome in her childhood home, now being forced to live with her girlfriend, Casey. A lot of drama would go down during this time, but because
It's
Amber
the hormone
hadn't started
imbalance.
her journey
She's
on
big
YouTube,
boned.
we wouldn't find out about it until years later. I will go into it deeper when we get to that part of the timeline, but for now,
Yeah,
let's
the
just
thing is,
say
like-
she accused her girlfriend Casey of some
Like, I know, like, certain traumas can cause addictions, but the thing about addiction is that you get to choose what you're addicted to. You could be addicted to exercise. Like, you're just sitting there and just being like, oh, I want to do something. And your go-to is like, well, I got food in the fridge. I need to eat that food. And it's like, well, you don't have to. You could choose something else. You can replace that impulse with something else. You could be creative. You can exercise. You can do a lot of different things. But that takes a certain... I choose alcohol. You can do that. It's just about, like, rewiring your brain. It takes a lot of willpower, but it can be done.
pretty heinous things, and that their relationship was less than ideal. During the end of this relationship, keep in mind Amber was still living with
It's
her
not
current
easy. I'm
girlfriend
not saying
at
it's
the
easy.
time. She would begin to speak to someone else online. A new girl who she claimed was just a friend would shower her with gifts and affection. Amber and Casey's relationship was on very thin ice, eventually ending when Amber went to live with the new woman who she had been talking to online. Her name was Crystal, and she would be the first of the many girlfriends that Amber would introduce us to throughout the years. After Amber broke up with Casey, she decided that she was going to move in with Crystal. Amber had no job and no car, so no means of moving herself, causing the entire move to be bankrolled by Crystal's parents, a reoccurring theme throughout her time as Crystal's girlfriend. The year was 2013. Amber had a new life, a new girlfriend, new place to live, and she decided that this would be the year that she would begin her weight loss journey on YouTube, creating the channel Amber Lynn Reid, dedicated to her weight loss journey.
Hi, my name's Amber Lynn, and I wanted to start a YouTube channel for weight loss. I see a lot of videos
That really
of
worked
other
out.
people doing it, and it's so motivating, and it's just something I'm really, really interested in doing. Today was nothing but eating horrible. I've been on a weight loss journey for a very, very long time now, and I can make a video stating my weigh-in. My highest weight was 420, but that's my known weight, so...
It's such a weird, like, start into being a lolcow. You're like, I want to document my weight loss journey. I want to lose weight, and then you don't. You just get fatter and fatter, and then people are like, well, you're not losing weight, and you just get mad at them, and you just make videos where you're just mad at the comments, and then your weight loss channel becomes like a lifestyle channel where you just show yourself eating food. It turns into a weight loss. It goes from a weight loss channel to like a mukbang channel, and you just do the opposite of what your channel was set up to do. It's like, and you wonder why you get so much negative attention.
It could be even higher than that. I guess I'll end it here. Bye.
Bye.
At first, Amber's following was relatively small, but they were invigorated and 100% behind Amber in her journey. They were excited to see what progress Amber would make and excited to see what kind of person she was. To kick all of this off, Amber would film her very first weigh-in video. These videos would become very common throughout the years, and more depressing as time went on. But for now, Amber started her weight loss journey at 368 pounds. Amber claimed that she had gone on a weight loss journey before, losing a significant amount of weight, and that if she could only do it again, she would get to her target goal. The cracks began to show when, in a couple days during her second weigh-in, she would weigh 3 pounds
I don't know,
more.
I don't know if you saw it, Anlete, but Dragon Slayer is saying he wants to like start a new channel, so he's getting rid of a lot of his other videos. I don't know if you're archiving any of that.
Previously. At first, people were still very supportive.
Probably are, but
as the
just
weeks
making
turned
sure.
into months and Amber complained more and more about back pain and binge eating, people began to realize that this was going nowhere and would start criticizing Amber for this. Amber would make videos responding to the hate comments, simply feeding into the whole thing. As the years went by, this snowballed. And when 2014 hit, people were thoroughly annoyed. Her starting weight at the beginning of the year was 377 pounds, up 9 pounds from when her weight loss journey began. And it seemed like Amber had nothing but excuses. She would blame the scale messing up. She would blame her diet. She would blame the amount of
scale
pain she
messed
was
up.
in. It seemed like she had a million reasons why this wasn't working. But shockingly, she would get back on track, actually sticking to her diet, actually sticking to the exercise, and losing some pounds, only to falter and gain it all right back.
I don't even know how to start this.
No, I don't think I've seen very many videos of her actually exercising. Mostly just like walking around really slowly. And it's like, it's really not how you do it. You need to actually, I mean, if you're at this weight, geez. God, this is why you really shouldn't get this heavy at any rate, because it becomes so much more difficult to lose the weight. And even if you do, you have all that flabby skin that doesn't go away. Yeah, just don't get this big. But if you really, really want to lose the weight, you have to definitely go on a calorie deficit. The thing about like fat cells is that the fat cells don't really go away, they only shrink. And they constantly crave to be fed. So the fatter you get, the harder the impulses to eat become. So you have to have like a lot of willpower. Like, it must be really, really difficult. But I mean, if you really want to, you just lower your calorie intake and you just burn a lot of fat. Get an elliptical, which I think is the best way to lose weight. Just like maybe get a bunch of books on tape and listen to entire books as you're on the elliptical, like 6 hours a day. And you can really make a lot of progress in a very short amount of time. I'm sure if she really, really tried, she could lose like at least 50 pounds in a year. That would be completely doable, but it would make a huge difference on her self-esteem and her lifestyle. But just doesn't want to do it.
I plan to only eat 1,700 calories.
Plan to, but I'm not though.
And today's only the first day. I honestly don't know what to do.
Realizing that she was making absolutely no progress with the main topic of her channel, Amber decided to expand into vlog content. Amber had experimented with vlogs here and there before, but in 2014 it was full swing. Her channel was no longer just about weight loss, it was also about her daily life. And since Amber neither had a job or a driver's license,
I have a channel redeem to exercise. If you want me to do as many push-ups as I can, I'll do it at any time.
license, that means Crystal would come into the picture a lot more often. Amber's girlfriend Crystal was quite shy and didn't like to be featured on camera
Thank you, Lonely
often.
Sully.
She seemed very nice, quiet, and respectful, just not wanting to be featured on camera that much, as Amber had already amassed a small following of haters, and Amber was obsessed with the hate comments, making videos all the time discussing them, being especially
Yeah, well-
defensive when the people mentioned Crystal.
The reason why I've been seeming so
Well, the VTuber thing makes it hard to show exercise, but I promise I actually do it.
I'm getting a lot of hate over on AskFM. Some of you think it's okay to waddle
That's why I know
your
the
way over to
difference.
AskFM being
That's why it's easy to tell the difference between DSP's push-ups and you actually doing push-ups. You're actually out of breath whenever you do that many push-ups in a short amount of time. You're like, well, I know what the difference is between what I do and what he does.
completely rude.
Yeah, and I don't ask for money for it.
I
It's channel points, which are free.
try my hardest to accept it and to just be like, okay, there will always be haters. I need to have a tough skin, this and that. But I feel like
You sure
if you're gonna
do.
watch my fucking videos, then you shouldn't disrespect me. I'm just getting really fed up, especially when my girlfriend's
You're
involved.
not
I'm
owed
tired of
respect.
people calling her disabled.
Amber had gone from weight loss into a full-blown vlogging channel, and this caused a significant drop in views for her, as her day-to-day life was generally uninteresting. If she would have continued
That's
down
cool.
this
It's good
path
that you're
of exclusively
exercising.
vlogging,
It's good
her
that you're
channel
doing
surely would have
doing
faded
something other
into
than just
obscurity. Whether she realized this
just
or
listening.
not,
Hopefully
she
you're,
decided to focus her channel back in on her
doing other
weight
stuff.
loss, posting almost
what I'm doing.
daily and actually
Like,
sticking
I'm trying
to the
to-
diet and
It's actually getting irritating. I'm trying to animate this thing where it's like, you know, the pooner from this video goes to the reception desk and demands that people put on masks, and the base chat, oh, I should probably get rid of the watching. The base chat at the reception desk is like, not today, Satan, get on out of here. And like, I'm trying to find hands to animate and actually like show this, but like, this is the wrong hand. It's like pointing in the wrong direction. And that matters to me. So I'm looking for other PNGs of hands, but they're not good. None of them work. This one, like, the wrist isn't long enough. And it's like, it's the wrong side of the hand. And usually when I have trouble finding an image, I make one in AI, but AI is notorious about hands. Like, it can't do hands correctly. So I'm just looking for like, just like a hand with a thumb from the back of the hand pointing in a direction. I can't find it. Need to get back into swimming. Yeah, I did swimming a lot. Whenever I was trying to get into the Navy, I did a lot of swimming. I did a lot of elliptical. And it took a lot of time. I didn't really do much else.
and exercise routines that she had said. And for the
This is
first
everyday
time in
workout.
her weight loss journey, she was actually down from her starting weight, clocking in at 351 pounds at one point, down 17 from the start. She had a positive attitude, she was holding herself accountable, and actually sticking to the routines. But then she began to talk about how disappointed she was in her lack of progress, complaining that the weight loss wasn't fast enough. The excuses returned, and she faltered on her diet.
be
It
as
was
fast as you want it to
2014,
be.
this early into the Amber timeline, that I began to notice a cycle that would repeat itself into the modern day. Amber will actually make progress, she'll diet and exercise, lose the weight, and have a generally more positive mindset. She will then binge 1 or 2 days thinking that it's okay and she can simply make up for it, and then fall back into her old ways. The excuses return, and all of the weight loss is gone. Until eventually she starts making progress again. It is truly like that snake that eats itself. Amber will always be at least in one stage of this process during the entire video. Girlfriends may come and go, but this cycle will stay. And with 2015 coming up, where was Amber at in this cycle? Was she currently sticking to all of her promises? And had the past year and a half of weight loss talk been for nothing? It would all be revealed during Amber's first weigh-in of 2015.
So, I weighed myself, and I honestly thoroughly can't believe this. Like, I used to be down 89 pounds. Oh no. I want to let you guys know there will be no more weigh-in videos
My scale
starting
broke.
this year. I'm going to stop being scale obsessed. I just need to do this. So here's my weigh-in photo from today.
Amber would actually stick to some of the things that she talked about in this video. Her lack of progress last year seemed to resonate with her, and at the beginning of 2015, she would really put her full effort into weight loss. She would return to the gym despite complaining almost every time that she attended. And with a combination of that and exercise, she lost 8 pounds in 1 week alone. If she could just stick to that, or even half of that, she would more than meet her goals for the year. She even began counting calories, which ended up working really well for her. But sadly,
That's really all you have to
this
do.
could stop Amber's eternal enemy. The very thing that was single-handedly holding back her weight loss journey.
Orange
in my
chicken.
opinion. It was the amount of times that she was going out to eat and consuming fast food. While exercise is great for your health and I recommend it to everyone, diet is where weight loss truly begins. And the unhealthy eating at restaurants only increased as time went on. Another thing to keep in mind is that Amber had
Take
no
it from
job
Kat.
during all of this. Her YouTube channel was small and she was making no money off of it. Financially, Amber brought nothing to the table. Crystal's parents would even give her cash sometimes. If it wasn't that, then Crystal was paying for everything else. And because of this, and I believe many other things, Amber and Crystal's relationship began to deteriorate. Crystal would be seen on camera even less than usual, and when she was, it was very clear that she didn't want to be. I truly believe that Amber could sense that something was up. In 2015, Crystal had a nasty cough. Whenever you would see her in a video, she would almost always be coughing, eventually causing Crystal to schedule an appointment with her doctor to find out the source. It would turn out that Crystal only had an ulcer, but even though it was something minor and completely curable, Amber was devastated.
So we just got out of her appointment, and do you mind if I tell them? What does that mean? I said no. No, like you don't mind? Oh god. It turns out that Crystal actually has an ulcer on her esophagus, and we never knew this, and we were so confused. We thought maybe she was talking about the wrong patient. I just got done crying because I know ulcers like don't kill you per se. It just makes me really sad, and it makes me want to sue the place. It just
What?
It's absolutely devastating, and I'm having probably the worst day in a long time. Crystal and I were
What about the person with the
driving
condition?
into our neighborhood, and there was something in the middle of the road. It was a freaking cat.
Yep, that happens all the time.
I had Crystal, like I literally got out of the car while it was still moving. Like I'm not even kidding right now. And I had Crystal pull over, but she wasn't doing it fast enough, so I just got out. I didn't even care. And I went and I looked, and it was the saddest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Just because Crystal was having medical issues didn't mean that
Fucking
we were going to
yikes.
skip any stages in the cycle. No, Amber was still in her full-blown binge era, still eating very unhealthily, always talking about how she was going to return to the gym Monday. I mean, she said this for weeks. And she also seemed very emotional, even more so than usual. Though this kind of behavior is common in modern-day Amber, Back then, it was more rare, and there were some signs as to why Amber might be a little more upset than usual. Crystal had began to sleep in a different bedroom as Amber's snoring had gotten out of control, and so had Amber in Crystal's eyes. Crystal was far more annoyed with Amber than ever before, almost never appearing in videos anymore, and when she was, she seemed very annoyed with Amber. During the middle of 2015, there would be very little talk of weight loss. Most of Amber's content would consist of vlogs, and without very many Crystal appearances, they weren't that interesting. And just like we had seen before, when interest was waning, Amber decides to reignite her weight loss journey. And her first weigh-in for this journey would be an all-time high for the channel. At around 403 pounds, Amber was up 34 pounds from when she started. And despite Amber talking non-stop about how she was going to truly commit to weight loss this time, her vlogs would tell a different story, where you would see her eat unhealthy food often. Realizing that she would need some help overcoming this addiction, she decided to join Overeaters Anonymous, a program much like Alcoholics Anonymous, where a bunch of people struggling with the same problems come together and talk about their issues. Amber would arrive to her first meeting early and in the rain. After looking around for a little bit, Amber gave up and never returned. Given Amber's long history of lies, it is hard to tell if she actually tried to attend the meeting, or if this is another one of her fabricated stories. But one thing that was very real was the amount of weight that Amber was gaining. She had completely faltered on any diet or exercise goals, so much to the point where her scale was unable to read her anymore. The only positive thing that Amber was doing was seemingly learning how to drive,
That's
with
crazy.
Crystal spending many hours trying to teach Amber
Y'all, my
Lynn,
scale doesn't
all
work
to
anymore.
no avail. I really think that this was the breaking point.
I'm gonna
for
need an
Crystal,
industrial size
because soon
scale.
after, Amber
Here's my
would drop
PayPal
a
link.
bombshell on us.
Crystal and I were having like a little issue. We were trying to work it out for about 2 weeks. We didn't tell anybody. We just kept everything private completely.
What are you wearing?
And on April 1st,
I'm gonna cover my whole
things
body
kinda
up.
just everything kind of blew up into smoke. We decided to
Blew up
break
into
up.
smoke.
I never felt so heartbroken in my life.
It was the craziest thing I've ever seen in my
Because I love
life.
Crystal more than I have ever loved anybody in my whole life. First thought that a lot of people thought was that I'd be moving, and a lot of people cried because they didn't want me to move, and eye-opening how much people care for me here and how I'm loved and wanted. I don't know how some people guessed it. I really have no idea. And there's so many times where I look at her and I just want to hold her and hug her and tell her how much I love her.
Even though they were broken up, they would remain friends, with Amber continuing to live in Crystal's house. But almost immediately, Crystal began seeking a new girlfriend, and Amber knew that her time in the home was limited. So, for the first time in Amber Lynn history, she actually went out and applied for a job, Walmart in particular, which she was very nervous about interviewing for. I know it might come as a shocker to some, but she never worked a day at that Walmart. It seemed like one positive thing did come out of the breakup, though. Amber had finally circled back to the point of wanting to start her weight loss journey again. She would count calories, eat healthy. At least that's what she was telling us. At this point, it was very hard to believe anything that she had said. She was saying that the weight loss was so effective at the time that she was getting gallstones and having problems due to the rapid weight loss. She would actually return to Overeaters Anonymous, claiming to have cried over 10 times in an hour, but she never returned and began to fall back into her old ways. And it couldn't have come at a worse time, because it had seemed like Destiny was fed up with Amber living at her house, that Amber would soon have to find another place to live, and she had absolutely no means to. Not a job, not a car. It wasn't looking good for Amber Lynn. That is, until Amber began to talk to a new girl online. Her name was Destiny, and she was far different from Crystal, being brash, loud, and unafraid of the camera. Though they had not met in person yet, Amber was head over heels in love with Destiny and wanted to move out of Crystal's house into Destiny's, which eventually did happen, and it couldn't have come at a better time as Crystal was absolutely done with Amber Lynn's antics. Amber would move in with Destiny and her roommate, and Destiny began to appear on camera all the time, saying vulgar things, making funny faces. Everyone agreed that she was far more entertaining than Amber, and this was just the kick in the butt her content needed. Things were seemingly going great with Amber and Destiny. That is, until tragedy struck. Destiny had a number of pets, including a cat named Gracie, and one day, sadly, Gracie went missing, never to be found again. And fans have long speculated that Amber Lynn let the cat out on purpose. You see, Destiny had already reached the maximum amount of pets for that apartment. Gracie seemingly had no love for Amber Lynn, and that went both ways. Amber had always dreamed of having her own little kitten, even starting a fund for it long before Gracie went missing. So both the timing of the cat disappearance and the speed at which Amber got the new cat she named Wasabi was suspicious to viewers. And while we will never know the truth of the situation, like many things involving Amber Lynn Reed, we all collectively mourn the loss of Gracie, a cat who could smell Amber's BS from a mile away. Destiny, of course, was devastated. This was her cat. She had known it for far longer than Amber Lynn and was holding out hope that it would return. Unlike Amber, who was seemingly unfazed by the situation and certainly not upset by it. Amber and Destiny would also get into a bit of controversy. You see, Amber and Destiny had a 15-year-old friend who would come and hang out with them, even appearing in some of Amber's vlogs. But the issue is how Amber and Destiny would speak around this child. Things would often get not safe for work and a bit creepy, which they were rightly criticized for, but it seemed to have no effect on them continuing to hang out with this 15-year-old girl. They would also get into another controversy in the year of 2015, but this one was far bigger. A video would surface of Destiny slapping her puppy in the face and Amber tossing the cat around like it was a handbag. This would garner them a lot of hate. I don't want to include it in the video because it was definitely uncool, and I'm sure caused the animals a lot of stress. But it seemed like the animals weren't the only ones stressed out, because there were money troubles around the house. Now that Amber was living there, it seemed like...
Yeah, I don't know about the buying stuff. It seems like he's, I don't know, like had a stroke or something. Like, I think it's fair to, at some point, expect him to, like, prove that he's actually doing his job. You think you would expect that at some point.
Destiny didn't have quite enough money to support all of their habits, and Amber would begin to sell a number of her things just so she wouldn't have to work. Amber would also start applying to jobs. One job that she applied to in particular would be Destiny's job, as a care assistant, a person who will come in and help either the elderly or disabled with daily tasks they cannot complete on their own. On top of applying for jobs, Amber would dedicate herself to a new weight loss journey, joining Weight Watchers, vlogging her eating healthy food. It looked like things were on track. She was even hired by Destiny's work, and Amber really enjoyed the job, despite the physical toll that it all took on her, which she would talk about often, with her feet and back being constant sources of pain. But despite all of this progress, the cycle was inevitable, and Amber would eventually begin to eat unhealthy food once more. There would also be another slew of controversies involving Amber and Destiny, the first of which being their use of mobility scooters in the Walmart. Mobility scooters are extremely limited in stores and should only be used by the people who absolutely need them. Amber and Destiny would hop on those things like they were available to everyone. They really liked Walmart, it would be featured in their vlogs all the time, and this made it easier for Amber, but not easier for any other poor individual who might need that scooter and not have access to it. I think you guys are beginning to see why the hate for her has been a snowball effect, because it's just just controversy after controversy at this point. The next one they would be involved with would be Destiny saying the N-word. Even though it was only the rapper version, Destiny still got a fair amount of heat for using it in one of Amber's vlogs. I have absolutely no idea what possessed Amber to keep that in her video. This wasn't the only problem that Destiny was having though. She was also suffering from some medical issues, complaining of a fair amount of pain and being concerned that it could be some heart problems. They decided that they would go to a doctor and see what was wrong with her. Amber decided to vlog the whole thing, which would get her a fair amount of kickback as she did nothing to comfort Destiny in these stressful times. This theme of people having either horrific problems or medical issues and Amber vlogging it would be reoccurring, and this is probably the least offensive of these instances. Destiny only had acid reflux, which was due to poor diet, but Amber's glorification of everything certainly didn't help. Amber would also give us a weigh-in around this time to see just how much progress she had made. She was on Weight Watchers, she claimed to be sticking to it, and we were excited to see the progress. But when it came in at 420 pounds, people knew that she had been lying about the Weight Watchers, and she would soon after officially quit the program. It was clear that all of this added weight was affecting Amber too, as she was complaining more and more about how much pain she was in from working her job. The only thing that seemed to bring Amber some solace around this time was shopping. She was collecting a paycheck for one of the first times in her life and really wanted to enjoy spending the money. She claimed that some weeks she worked every single day and had very little time off. We would find out months later that this was a complete lie. Despite Amber's added income, they were still having money issues, especially when their roommate decided to move out. Many claim that it is because Amber moving in was just too much. And whether it was the added stress of money issues or problems at work, Amber Lynn had made absolutely no progress with her weight loss journey, weighing in again at 441 pounds. Her and Destiny would eat out in almost every vlog, and they would blame it on work, stating they simply didn't have enough time to prepare their own meals. This is also around the time of Amber Lynn Reed's infamous vegan art, claiming that she would be eating vegan at least one day a week. But this would not last. And despite the financial problems they were having, they seemed to adopt even more animals, most notable being Twinkie Star, who I consider to be the hero of this story. This dog is like the Rocky Balboa of dogs. He didn't hear no bell. What I'm trying to say is Twinkie will suffer a lot throughout these years, still under Amber Lynn's ownership in the modern era. Things certainly were changing in the Reed household, and one of the more notable changes was in Destiny. Her outgoing personality seemed diminished. She appeared less and less thrilled to be on camera, and it's kind of weird how this also coincides with their talk of getting married and having a baby. It seemed like the moment that honeymoon period was over and Destiny started to become annoyed, Amber wanted to lock things in, fearing a repeat of what had happened with Crystal, and those fears were probably well founded. Because now the year was 2016, and we all know what that means. New year, new weight loss goals for Amber Lynn. Amber decided that she would give weight loss another try, but there was one simple problem. Her scale could no longer weigh her, so she had to get a new one, and she weighed in at around 460 pounds, up almost another 40 since the last weigh-in I had seen, and around the time of April she was already up to 470. For reference, she began her weight loss journey at around 360 pounds in 2013. She would start to talk about the pain a lot more, talked about falling in the shower, talked about going on My 600 Pound Life possibly. She was also blaming it on other people.
Oh my god.
Destiny
What is
an
with this?
enabler, saying that she needed more help in
That show, I don't know how many people have like, okay, I'm like 400, 500 pounds. If I gain like 100, 200 more pounds, I can be famous. I can go on My 600 Pound Life. Like, how many people's lives has that show ruined by making them think that if they just gain more weight, they can be on TV? Ugh.
In her weight loss journey if she was to be successful. I feel like this formed another crack in
Like, that that show gets mentioned in this Gundam video. So I looked up footage in order to put in the video. So I looked at the trailer, and it's so sad. These people.
Her and Destiny's relationship, as Crystal had done before.
Like, because at that point, there's no hope. Like, it's not even an issue of just like, oh, here's what you do to lose weight. At that point, it's like, here's what you do in order to not die. It's like, losing weight is kind of out of the question there. It's like, you just have to reach a point where you're not in constant medical free fall.
For her, Destiny began to appear less and less on camera. It was still vastly more than Crystal ever had, but the change was noticeable. And it's more understandable when I talk about the next controversy that Amber Lynn would find herself in. Destiny's grandfather would have a stroke and was in the hospital receiving medical treatment, a very scary thing for not only her grandfather but the entire family. Amber Lynn decided to vlog all the way to the hospital in the car, explaining this very personal situation of Destiny's to everyone who would listen to her, and being pretty insensitive about the whole thing, kind of like she was when Gracie went missing. I've noticed that if something doesn't directly impact Amber, it doesn't seem to bother her much, or at least she'll act like it does. Amber had grown pretty emotionally unstable during these times. She was reacting to tons of hate, feeding into it, and was seemingly upset all of the time over one thing or another. This couldn't have come at a worse time, as Destiny's mom was going through some medical problems, and the two would be moving to Kentucky to quote-unquote assist her, though not much of that would be done because Amber was about to switch up her content once again. She began to host things called mukbangs. I'm sure you guys have seen it before, but it's just a person eating a massive quantity of food in front of a camera.
What a weight loss channel.
Which being Nikado Avocado. Amber, who, keep in mind, started this channel as a weight loss channel, would begin to eat massive amounts of food for the camera, and the fact that these videos did great view-wise only incentivized her to do more. Noticing the negative effects of the mukbangs and unhealthy eating on her body, she decided that she was going to try a 14-day vegan challenge. Amber,
like Joey Chestnut is probably the most famous example. He's like a speed eater. He eats massive amounts of food as competition, and he's in good shape. It's like, it is doable. It can be done. Like, it basically has to be like the only thing you eat, I guess. But you could do that.
Amber had attempted many challenges in the past, like the squat challenge or the drinking water challenge, but did not have the dedication to follow through on them. So people were not shocked when she failed the vegan challenge literally day one. But all
thing
of
is, like,
this
being
would be
overweight is actually a
overshadowed
detriment for
by
speed
another
eaters because all that weight
Amber would find herself in.
It's
It
like
would
a
be the
weight on
time
your
that she
stomach,
vlogged
so you can't
a child's grave. One of
can't
Destiny's
speed eat
friends
as
had
much.
tragically lost a child young, and
Anyways.
to pay her respects, Destiny wanted to go out to the grave. Amber would vlog on the way there, unexpectedly chipper, and to take footage of the actual grave itself. I highly doubt that Amber received consent from the mother to do this, and I find it very disturbing how positive and upbeat she was on the way to a child's grave. Personally, I think this is one of the worst things that Amber has done. It really goes to show who she is as a person, and I guess it's why I wasn't shocked when Amber would find herself in her next bit of controversy. It would be over her job. After arriving in Kentucky, Amber would spill the beans on her old job. Amber had claimed for months now that she was
How about
working
instead of
full-time
eating, you
and
just like
really putting
read
in
some of
her
those
full
books
effort.
you
But this
have?
video I'm about to show you would reveal that not
She always has these like Walmart hauls where she shows off these books, and it's like, I don't think you read any of these books.
only was that a lie, but
I'm Amberlyn Reed. I don't read.
so were many other things.
I feel like
I get books because it's reading
kind of
is in my name.
To some things that I have lied about. The reason why we moved to Kentucky, I said it's because Destiny wanted to be there for her mom. I said we wanted to take care of her. I think I might have said that in a vlog. I don't know why, but it's not the truth. We were just tired of Florida. I don't know if you guys will consider that a lie or not, but it's something I've said that, you know, I wasn't 100% like truthful about.
The next
Yeah.
thing is
Michael Phelps
about my girlfriend
ate a bunch of
Destiny's
food.
weight gain.
Crazy
and
amount of food. He
if
should have
she's
started a
actually
mukbang
gained
channel.
weight.
Would have taken off.
I told you guys that Destiny has not gained weight since she's been with me. I've said that.
No wonder he
at
smoked weed.
least
Like, holy
100
shit.
times.
Like, you need that appetite.
But she has gained weight since she's been with me. Something else I've lied about is the job I had in Florida. I told you guys that I was a PCA worker at a assisted living facility full-time, and I wasn't. I was a PCA worker at assisted living facility, but I was not full-time. I worked 4 hours. I was part-time. I was always on call, but I was part-time. I lied to you guys and said I was a full-time. I just want to be a healthy person. Like, this video is
Do you,
so
though?
raw, you guys. People think I'm promoting obesity and I'm not.
So yeah, the big one for me is that Amber didn't move to Kentucky because of Destiny's mom. In fact, Destiny's mom wasn't even sick. They just moved because they wanted to. What a horrible, pointless lie. I'm sure some of her legitimate fans were actually concerned for Destiny's mom. And I'm not sure if Destiny was really cool with this either. She definitely was less fond of Amber than ever before, throwing shade at Amber any chance that she got. Amber had also seemingly given up her current weight loss journey and had not weighed herself in a very long time, going back to her more regular style of vlog content, especially now that she was in Kentucky with some new characters in a new environment. And Amber, who was now making money off of YouTube, was going to take full advantage of this. She would film anything and everything, including a couple of things that she probably shouldn't have. Amber Lynn would find herself in hot water once again when she would film someone's child without their permission. This would not be the last time that Amber would do this either. When Amber's around, you stand a chance of being vlogged at any time. Whenever she thinks something is YouTube worthy, she just pulls out her phone and starts recording. And I guess she decides to do this around kids whose parents are not cool with them being put up online. Extremely understandable, but Amber just doesn't seem to get it. A prime case of Amber vlogging when nobody else wanted her to would be Destiny's 21st birthday party. Amber would get pretty intoxicated and make a fool of herself in front of all of Destiny's family, and much to her embarrassment.
Just don't drink. I can't even stand up without falling on the couch. No, one of the best nights in a while. Destiny took. Oh shit! I haven't drinking this much in a long time. Don't think different of me. I'm only human. I can't imagine any of you not drinking this much. Like, it just happens.
It seemed like Destiny was not very happy with Amber Lynn's behavior during her 21st birthday, and the relationship would get even worse when Amber decided to vlog Destiny during another one of her health scares, which she would do seemingly every time Destiny had one now. But it didn't seem like Destiny was the only one having health problems, as commenters began to notice that Amber would appear with strange blisters on her arms, leading many to speculate that she had diabetes.
Yeah,
Amber would also claim that she got a new job.
That's another. It's another shitty thing about being overweight is that it takes so much alcohol to get drunk. It's like, man, it's gotta be tough.
A government job. Whether this was true or not, Amber
be
and Destiny
expensive.
did move out of her parents and into their own place, so I assume that Amber was actually cutting some kind of an income. Amber would go absolutely crazy decorating the place with her many trophies from shopping hauls, and everything would be relatively peaceful around this time. Not the best, but peaceful. That is, until one of the biggest things ever in Amber lore happened. It would start inconspicuously enough with Amber simply talking trash on one of her first exes, Casey. You may remember me talking about Casey during the beginning of this video. It was one of Amber's first girlfriends and the first one that she moved in with. Amber would make a video talking about how bad of a partner Casey was, how Casey had done numerous illegal and immoral things to Amber and that Amber was a victim in this relationship. To everyone's shock, Casey actually made a response video on the situation. They talked about how it was actually Amber that had perpetrated these things, and that they were not going to stand by and allow Amber to besmirch their good name. Here is Casey talking a little bit about the situation.
Today, I was told by my fiance while she was at lunch for work that someone messaged her on Facebook, and it was a link to a video. Well, of course, she had me call her because it was a very private matter. And it was a video of my ex Amber. And I asked her, what about it? Because, I mean, me and Amber broke up 6 years ago. My fiance told me.
Is that a dude? No, it's an
abuser.
A lesbian.
And a rapist. That got my blood boiling.
But
because that's
might
not
identify as a dude
100%
nowadays. I don't know.
It hurt a lot. The time we were dating, when we started dating, I should say, I was 15 years old. 15 when we met. She's 2 years older than me. It was probably 3 months, 4 months after we started living together. We were up one night. I was watching something on TV, a music video, I believe. And I don't remember why we argued. I don't remember the argument. But she grabbed my arm with her nails. And I will say this, I may have laid a hand on her a few times. That was in self-defense. I didn't do it, and I damn well did not rape her. When we were first dating, I got a message from her, upset. She made out with a girl while we were dating, while she was still in California. 3 times. Now, she was talking to Crystal about 6 or 7 months before we broke up. No, actually, probably longer than that. Probably almost a year. Talking to her almost a year before me and her broke up. Crystal bought her so many things when we were together. So many things. Yes, we did love each other at one point, but she went as far when I would hang out with my best friend, Alex. She's been my best friend since high school. God, it seems like we're related, so we call each other cousins. But when I would hang out with her, she would be okay at first. And all of a sudden, I'd get text messages an hour later bitching me out for hanging out with her. She went as far as to accuse me of sleeping with my best friend. I had such mental issues from being with her that I ended up for a weekend from Friday to Monday in a mental hospital. It was 6 years ago. I've been over it. I've moved on. I have a different life. I have a better life.
Casey had receipts to back up a good number of these things too, proving that Amber had been flirting with Crystal before they had even...
So yeah, didn't Amberlynn accuse her ex of raping her? And so for the longest time, Amberlynn was like, I said the wrong word. It's like, no, you made a fucking shitty accusation. And she made up a poem. Rain and petals eavesdrop. Rain and petals eavesdrop. I said the wrong word. It's so goofy.
Even broken up. Amber's response to Casey's response
Rain and petals,
would be one of the most iconic moments in Amberlynn Reid history. Amber would start the video by reading out a poem that she had wrote specifically about her time in a relationship with Casey, unintentionally producing one of the funniest pieces of content she ever has.
Speaking Up by Amberlynn Reid. Let's see. Who does everyone believe? Let's start gambling our life, rolling dice like knives on a platter. Who will survive? Will it be the false nightmare you spit, or the reality I have tied to a place of sadness, so now reveals an altar into madness? I'm my own narrator, yet you stole the pen to deny, to lie, to pry in a life that was fine. R-A-P-E, rain and petals eavesdrop. I used the wrong word. Rain and petals eavesdrop.
I used the wrong word.
Rain and petals eavesdrop. I used the wrong word. My mental hygiene has been rotten and stirred.
Rain and petals eavesdrop. I used the wrong word. I know that it's a situation that I shouldn't find comical. In fact, it's quite dark, but there's just a certain magic in her repeating that like 4 or 5 times that floors me without fail. I think it goes without saying that this poem did not have the desired effect she intended, believing that this would make people sympathetic towards her situation with Casey, when it in fact did the opposite. Amber would delete the video calling out Casey, attempting to let the drama
Hey Marvin,
die. The time
you know
was
that
around
new sound you're
December
looking for?
2016. A lot
Take
had
a
happened
listen to
this year.
this.
Many controversies Amber had weathered, and she was seemingly at a financially stable position in her life for the first time, showering Destiny with gifts during Christmas, leading many to speculate on just how bad the relationship had gotten, as many accuse Amber of this type of spoiling behavior in attempts to keep her girlfriends. It was pretty clear that Destiny was on the way out. She was generally annoyed by Amber and on her phone almost all of the time, leading people to speculate that Destiny was doing to Amber what Amber did to Casey, talking to yet another girlfriend before they had broken up. Comments on Amber's relationship with Destiny, or critical comments in and of themselves, began to disappear from Amber's channel. People were questioning what had happened. Was Amber going through and singling out every negative comment? But it turned out that Amber had finally installed mods into her channel, which is understandable because as her channel grew, so did the hate, something which Amber does very little well under. The year might be ending, but the controversies certainly weren't, because Amber would once again vlog at an inopportune moment. Destiny's uncle had sadly passed away, and Amber decided to vlog the whole day of the funeral, basically everything but the service, and she made the entire thing about herself, the way she looked, how she was doing, how much pain she was in, showing little to no concern for Destiny, what I believe to be another straw that broke the camel's back type deal. It was finally 2017, and like the beginning of every other year, Amber was going to give us a weigh-in / weight loss update. And this time people were shocked when she actually weighed in 3 pounds less than she did before, at 467 pounds. Not a massive improvement, but way better than what we had seen before. It turns out that this weight was not accurate, as the scale was under error, and after re-weighing herself, she came in at 489 pounds, her all-time high, and despite stating that she would do otherwise, she continued to eat unhealthily.
What was that, 389?
January would be a pretty busy month. Destiny would of course have to go back to the hospital for medical issues. Amber would vlog the whole thing, and then Amber said she also quit her government job after just growing tired of it, and finally making some significant money off of YouTube. But then something would happen that everyone saw coming, but would still shake the very foundation of Amber Lynn content for years to come.
Hey guys, so I have actually already filmed this video. It was over 18 minutes of me just, I feel like it was me making a fool out of myself. I did nothing but cry the whole video, hence why my cheeks are so red right now. Why is Destiny's Facebook say that she's single? Why aren't you on her profile picture? Like, what is happening? On January 13th, ironically enough, it was actually Friday the 13th, Destiny broke up with me. Since then, I have filmed videos, I've put on fake smiles, I have cried every single time I shut off the camera, I have screamed in my pillows. I am so in love with her still, and I want her to know that, like I've told her, that I will never give up.
Destiny had finally had enough of her relationship with Amber.
Double negative.
It was clear that things were on the rocks for quite some time, But I gotta say, this happened a lot quicker than I believed it would. Not that I was watching around the time or anything, but I had seen so many clips of Destiny that it would be hard to believe that they were only together for a couple of years. I guess the explanation is that her time with Destiny was mired with controversy. It was also revealed that Destiny had been messaging other women prior to the breakup, and that while things were amicable...
Becky looked like a 13-year-old boy too. I don't know what it is about like massively overweight lesbians. They just try and look like little boys. I don't know. It's very odd.
They certainly weren't on the best of terms. They would still live together and remain friends, but there would still be underlying issues.
Not just for things that they can't control, but things that they do, like the way they dress.
When it was clear that she had already moved on, and Destiny moved.
Like Becky wore such like Nickelodeon tier clothing. It's like, what are you trying to look like?
On pretty quick, finding
I'm a 90s kid. What are you talking about? My favorite anime is Naruto.
Amber would become a lot sadder during this time. She would start drinking more on camera, crying a lot more, and talking about how she had to get herself out there. And despite this spiral that she was in, she was actually losing weight, which seemed to push her to a more positive mindset. That is, until Destiny began to bring her new girlfriend around, and the breakup truly sank in to Amber Lynn. I believe that for a time she thought that things could work out, but as soon as Destiny started bringing her new girlfriend around the house, it was over. Destiny, her new girlfriend, and Amber would all hang out together, and it seemed like things were going okay, despite Amber being a third wheel. But then, screenshots would surface of Destiny's new girlfriend bad-mouthing Amber. And you can't really blame her, as this is her current girlfriend's ex, and she is hanging around more often than not. And it seemed like all of the negative behaviors that Amber displayed got even worse when Destiny moved out. The drinking, the crying, everything. But then, one day, things completely changed, as Amber had found a new girlfriend, just as she had done before, kicking off a new saga.
There she is.
This new girlfriend of Amber's would be my personal favorite, Becky. Amber met Becky in her comments section under one of her videos. Becky really believed in Amber, and a romantic relationship sprouted from there. It is unknown when they first started talking, but assumed that it was still during the Destiny relationship. Amber was very proud of Becky, and Becky was a breath of fresh air. As where Destiny had been crude and kind of vulgar at times, Becky was incredibly well-spoken and very quiet. A stoic, as some might say. When she did speak, it was usually to say something funny or tell an interesting story, and even though Amber was nervous to film Becky because of past issues in the relationship with it, Becky didn't seem to mind, almost being the perfect mix of Crystal and Destiny. It was during the beginning of this new relationship that I began to notice something personally. I've heard much talk about it, but seeing it firsthand is something else entirely. It was the way that Amber adapted her personality to her new girlfriend. Think about it. When Amber was with Crystal, she would speak softer, she was more shy, more quiet. Then when she was with Destiny, she was brash and abrasive, unafraid to tell gross stories or crude jokes. And now with Becky, we see a little bit of a return more to that calmness. People even said that she would emulate Becky's accent. The longtime Amber Lynn viewers had seen it and were pretty uncomfortable with it, being unsure of Amber's actual beliefs or feelings. And this sentiment would not only be held by commenters. Becky would introduce Amber and her audience to a plethora of new characters. There was Eric and Ricky, and there was Rafe and Hannah, both couples that were friends with Becky. More casual Amber viewing fans might recognize Rafe based on her beautiful singing voice.
Rocky Top Tennessee, Rocky Top Tennessee.
But Rafe wasn't a wonderful addition to the Amber cast just because of her beautiful singing voice. She was also a fountain of drama. You see, Rafe is Becky's ex-girlfriend, and I think because of that reason, she always had a chip on her shoulder against Amber, despite the fact that Rafe was dating Hannah, the other woman in the Rocky Top, Tennessee video. Fun fact about Rafe is that she's really into dolls, like one of those people who buys a doll and treats it like a human child. Seeing all of these things, we should have known that it was only a matter of time before Rafe would get into drama with Amber. In what might be the most drama scenario ever, Rafe would confide in her roommate, a fellow friend of Becky's named Eric, that she didn't like Amber much, that she thought Amber was fake, and that Becky should leave her. Eric would promptly tell Amber all of this, sparking an argument between the two. The tricky thing about life is that two things can be true at once. Was Amber guilty of all this behavior? Yes. And is it snaky of Rafe to go live and talk about all of these things to Amber's haters? Hell yes, but I'm here for it.
Why do you say her life revolves around food? Because that's all she would talk about. It's either Becky or food or YouTube. The girl got freaked out if, like, her pant leg rolled up a little. Like, she's so seriously, like, self-conscious about her legs. Let's see, you guys seemed like you had so much fun. What changed your mind? We did have fun. We did have a lot of fun. And I thought I had just, it was like a week or two ago, and I thought I had, like, talked to Eric in confidence and just got things off of my chest that I felt like I was holding in because I didn't feel like I really knew Amberlynn. I felt like I was seeing all these different faces and really just wanted to know her. And I think I may have called her Hamberlyn once. And, like, she just has these annoying little tics.
It's a very
like,
good nickname.
Smacking gum, constantly talking about food, and I don't know. Would I date Hamberlyn? No, I wouldn't. I would run far and fast. And in all honesty, that is exactly what I told Becky whenever I looked her up and looked at some of her stuff, and I was like, girl, run far, run fast, get away from this. It's gonna be bad.
While Amber and Becky's relationship with Rafe would recover, it would take a while. And for the foreseeable future, it would just be Amber and Becky in Amber's videos, which wouldn't be a problem as the chat had grown quite fond of Becky. They were truly seeing all of those characteristics that I'd talked about earlier and found her far more interesting than Amber. Not wanting to lose the spotlight, Amber would kick off the year of 2018 with new weight loss goals. With a starting weight of 488, she had actually lost a pound from her heaviest weight, and she promised us that not only would she not be eating out in January, but Becky would also be included in this weight loss journey. Amber would focus in, she would exercise more, she would diet more, posting all of these videos explaining how she was doing. And before we knew it, she had lost 8 pounds, down to 480, all in a single week. But week 2 went far worse with admitted binge eating and candy. And by the 3rd week of January, she had completely reverted to her normal self. Despite this, she managed to lose weight during the entire month of January 2018. That
would have been very startling if you
of what would be 2
jumped.
of the hardest years of her life, and she would start the next month of February at around 470 pounds. Though the weight loss journey was going good, some other things at home were not doing so well. Commenters had found out the location
even
of
bigger than
Becky's job
wings.
and actually managed to get her to quit because of all of the calls that she had been receiving there. Becky also grew insecure about the hate comments, which seemed to roll off her before. Despite the few people that hated her, the vast majority loved her, with Becky being open and genuine about certain struggles that she had faced in her life. All of this made Amber look even more fake. Becky and Twinkie are by far fan favorites. Another weird thing that would happen around this time is that Destiny would begin to appear in videos once again. It would get even more weird when Amber would be openly flirty towards Destiny in front of her new girlfriend Becky, which is strange because it seemed like the relationship was advancing as Amber had moved in with Becky. But this wasn't the only change in Amber's life right now, as she was put on depression medication by her doctors, as well as having her liver function tested after she noticed a yellowness to her skin. The next couple months would be a combination of failed challenges, failed weight loss goals, and crying on camera. And by mid-2018, she was around 508 pounds, her heaviest during the whole weight loss journey. None of this seemed to faze Amber as she was in her full-blown clickbait era. This is something that Amber had done for years, but now that she was making a livable amount of money off YouTube,
I remember that.
She would really go deep into clickbait territory. There would be videos talking about weight loss, but we had not received.
It's a shame Amber doesn't do a whole lot, like enough for having to do his Amberlin streams. It's kind of boring, relatively.
Candy review. She was all over the place, and
yeah, she's
there was no better proof as to when.
I think that's legit what she's trying to do. She's trying to be on the 600-pound life. That's like, it's like as a career goal. That's so wild.
She rejoined Weight Watchers. She has quit and rejoined Weight Watchers numerous times, almost always saying that it just doesn't work for her. Amber was also facing increased problems with her health, suffering more mobility issues and talking about pain a lot more. Commenters also began to speculate if Amber was physically able to bathe herself anymore, and years later Amber would reveal that she was not, despite claiming in almost every other video that she was either getting into the shower or just getting out. Amber was doing more weigh-ins and continuing to go up with everyone, and this caused Becky to receive some of the first controversy that she personally had, as people were saying that she was in part responsible for enabling all of this behavior from Amber. Amber had reached 525 pounds, the largest that she had ever been, and so had Becky, coming in at 275, up over 20 pounds since joining Amber on her weight loss journey. Amber was living a more sedentary life than ever, this was self-admitted. She would talk about days where she wouldn't even leave her bedroom, claiming she simply had no motivation. She was using scooters almost exclusively at stores, as walking was a big problem for her. When she did walk for a significant amount of time, she would always complain about pain in her lower back and blisters on her feet. Around October, there would be a little bit of hope, as Amber would talk about meeting with a dietitian. Amber said that this dietitian understood her problems and would help her get on the right track. It turns out that Amber met this dietitian on Instagram, and after annoying said dietitian, she blocked Amber. I can't really blame the dietitian, as Amber would upload videos talking about her diet, and then the next one would literally be a mukbang. I mean, if you're a professional and you attach your name to something, you want it to be successful. And I think that this person saw that Amber wasn't truly dedicated. Amber was outraged by all of this. How dare she block her in her time of need after she said she would help? It just goes to show that Amber's narcissism was out of control. The constant adoration of her fans surely didn't help anything, as the people either loved Amber or hated her. 2018 was not a good year for Amber. Medical issues, problems with Becky and friends. It was a tough one, but 2019 would make that pale in comparison, because 2019 is well known throughout the Amberverse as the year that she completely fell off the wagon. Like every year before, it all started with the beginning of the year weigh-in, and it was quite shocking. Coming in at 560
getting sent like a locale video, being like, you gotta see this, and like, oh, it's
that this was a wake-up call.
I know that person. I'll tell you all about
him. The weight loss journey she intended 6 years ago.
January 2019. At 500.
Like I walked past my sister's room and I saw that she was watching a Moist Critical video. And I'm like, hey, it's Charlie. And she's like, yeah, sometimes I watch them.
160 pounds. I'm doing a front shot.
Oh my God, that butt shelf.
Sides and a back
you can
shot.
set things on that thing.
I want to use this to motivate me, to motivate others.
Oh my goodness.
And I am very embarrassed.
560
this, but I know I need to because I want to be able to come back on here.
Beanbag
and see changes.
In a hurry.
I will be posting them monthly. I want to wear the same exact outfit so I can get a better reading. And I also walk forward and I walk backwards just to get an idea of where I'm at.
There was a lot of hope in this video. Amber truly thought that by the end of 2019, she would come back, film another video.
Yeah, that does seem like a funny trend. It's like, I ordered a salad and they gave me a cheeseburger. I don't know what happened. Well, what went wrong? I clearly said salad, but they gave me a cheeseburger. Oh well, I guess I'll eat it anyways.
Video, and there would be
dang it.
Notable progress, but sadly it was
That's
not
basically
to
what
be,
happened.
as this would be Amber's
Two
most
cheeseburgers?
unhealthy
No!
year to date.
How'd they
People
mess it up
began
so
to notice
badly?
that Becky was doing most everything around the house, acting more like a caretaker than a girlfriend. Amber would also face new health problems due to her increasing weight, along with the previous ones being exasperated. There was also this general sense that Amber was getting saltier. She seemed more annoyed with her commenters and viewers than ever, and there would be no better example of this than the lovingly termed Shrimpgate. I give the credit to Mr. Snowflake on that one, and I gotta say, it perfectly sums up the situation.
This is a party
Amber
platter.
turned some of the last loyal people she had against her with this one. Amber would make a video where she sat down eating shrimp in a mukbang fashion, and she would talk about how people interested in her weight loss were simply obsessed with her, and that it was very unhealthy for them. She might as well have
Shrimp are
spat
very,
in
very
the
high in
face of
cholesterol.
anybody who stuck with her and defended her throughout all of these years, saying that
That
they were
much shrimp
weird for
is-
simply being interested in what a creator started their channel for. This caused a lot of people to unsubscribe from
Just
Amber
eating them like
then,
potato
and in the
chips.
first time of her channel's history, her subscribers were going in reverse, which caused her to take her weight seriously again. You'll notice this pattern that when interest is waning
I
in
walk
Amber,
to a tree
or when
and then I
she's
walk
involved
back.
in a controversy, she'll simply start a new weight loss journey. Many speculate it is to get heat off of her and give her an excuse to explain the hate, that people are hating on her simply because of her weight and not because of the horrible things she said to her loyal subscribers. She would actually stick to what she said, filming more exercise and healthy food, but many people assumed that it was just that, filming, and that behind the scenes, Amber's behavior was far more unhealthy. Despite Amber's struggles, Becky was actually making some progress, losing 40 pounds. While Amber would attempt to follow Becky's lead, she would not find it during this year, making mukbang video after mukbang video, until Amber found herself in another bit of controversy. I call this one the Becky's Mom Has Cancer mukbang. During one of Amber's mukbangs, which she was doing quite frequently now, she would mention that Becky's mom has cancer. A terrible thing, and the way that Amber described it would be as if she went out to the store to buy some groceries, to giggling and laughing about whatever a couple minutes later. To me, this ranks up there with the Child's Grave vlog. It's really tasteless, and she definitely could have been a little more formal when announcing something so serious to her audience of tens of thousands of people. Despite this, Amber would do a
Yeah, or
bit
even
to
just,
help
like,
Becky's
steps
mom
on her
with her
dog.
cancer, even setting up a GoFundMe so Amber's fans and other people could donate towards treatment costs. This would lead to another controversy as it was discovered that Becky's mom was covered under some pretty good insurance by Becky's dad. The insurance would cover all of her treatment costs, and there was no reason for the GoFundMe to even exist. People who covered Amber Lynn Reed would go wild with this. And if there's one thing Amber hates, it's a critical video of her. Seeing the influx of hate since the GoFundMe debacle, Amber would lash out at Becky's mom behind the scenes, leaving a couple of nasty voicemails to Becky's mom, talking about how Becky's mom was unappreciative of everything Amber had done during her time with cancer. It's really some of the most entitled, disgusting stuff I have ever heard, and I want you guys to hear it for yourselves. Keep in mind, Amber never intended for the public to hear any of this.
I'm tired of not being appreciated when I try to help you the best that I can. And it's just frustrating. This whole situation is super
talking
frustrating.
to Becky's mom
And I
right
finally
after
just
she
kind of
had
wanted
her
to
surgery. I'm going to put it out there how
the
Amber Lynn
situation.
really treated Becky's mom.
I am not trying to argue with you. That is the last thing I
Yeah,
want to
this is a
do
really
since you
weird
just got out of
one.
surgery. I don't want to cause any more stress onto you.
You don't cause any more stress
onto
on
Becky,
you.
onto anyone in your family.
You
onto
and your
myself,
family?
Because that's
I hate the
just
way
not
she
going
talks.
to fix anything.
Fix anything?
I am just tired of the added drama onto my YouTube.
On my YouTube?
And I'm tired of not being appreciated when I try to help you the best that I can.
Yes, I can.
And it's just frustrating. This whole situation is super frustrating. Not once have you thanked me personally for the money I was going to give you, for the video I made, for the backlash I'm getting for sticking up for you. Not once did you say sorry for any of the things that you have brought to my channel that is in a negative light.
Now you're probably asking yourselves, how does Becky feel about all this? Amber is being pretty rude to her mom, who is sick. Well, I'll answer your question with this. Becky wasn't feeling much of nothing. People began to realize about midway through the year that something was very different with Becky. She seemed extremely out of it, almost in a zombie-like state. Becky was very different from what she was just a couple months ago.
Does look like Chris from Family Guy.
She was taking mood stabilizers that were affecting her in a pretty negative way. Becky even says that she doesn't remember much from around this time in her life, that the medicine had that much of an effect on her. And by the end of the year, it was very apparent that something was wrong. Amber didn't seem to mind, as she found Becky more subservient in this way, and would only mention Becky's change after she had stopped the medicine and come back to her senses. Becky would state years later that this was the single darkest period in her lifetime. As 2019 ended and 2020 began, things were very dark in the Amberverse. Becky was a shell of her former self. Amber's weight loss journey was completely off the rails. Things were pretty rough for the both of them, and the last thing that they needed was to be involved in yet another controversy. One night, Twinkie the dog would get pretty sick, and instead of taking him to seek medical treatment, Amber decided to go out and get some Cajun shrimp pasta. I'm sure it's really good stuff, but it's definitely not as good as my man Twinkie. Amber claimed that there was no vet available to treat him, but it was very clear that there was. And Amber simply did not care enough to take the dog in. Without medical intervention, the dog did recover, but Twinkie has had to deal with stuff like this for years. It's why I refer to him as the Rocky Balboa of dogs. As usual, Amber would receive a fair bit of pushback for this, especially when people found out that there were vets available for her to take Twinkie to. Like I said, these were dark times, but there was a silver lining. Becky realized that this medication was affecting her adversely and decided to switch to a different kind. This would do wonders for Becky, pulling her out of that zombie-like state, returning her to normal. Another good thing that was happening was Amber losing weight behind the scenes, getting all the way down to about 520 pounds near the start of 2020, down about 52 pounds from where she was at her all-time high. This led to increased support, and the cycle began again with Amber binging. Amber wasn't on the best of tracks, but she was still doing far better than last year. Things were really looking up. And then the pandemic hits. Everywhere is locked down, everyone wants to be isolated. I'll admit, it really wasn't a good time for losing weight, and this did affect Amber with her staying home more and getting food delivered. Amber would spend this newfound free time uploading to TikTok, which she really seemed to enjoy. She would also have yet another medical scare, but this time it would lead to something pretty serious. After noticing an excessive amount of bleeding, Amber went into the doctor to get some scans. Amber stated that she was too large for the scans and had to wait for tests to get back, and the test results were not good. They revealed that Amber Lynn was suffering from uterine cancer. She would proceed to make a heartfelt video explaining her diagnosis and the process moving forward.
Hello. So I've told the people who matter and who I know in real life, but I just wanted I've been having panic attacks. Oh god.
Cut.
So I got my results back, and I do have cancer. I have womb cancer. And so it's uterine cancer. And I know it's my fault.
Like, it's obviously done to be manipulative.
I didn't. I'm sorry, but
I'm sorry, but I'm not gonna cut. I'm just gonna upload this video.
I knew there's been a problem for so long.
All of this would cause Amber to take her health seriously, and the audience was very supportive. They knew that this was a horrible time for Amber, and despite all the things she had done, the lies she had told, they didn't wish this upon her. Amber would require a hysterectomy to take all of the cancer out, and to get this hysterectomy, she would be required to lose some weight before the procedure. Amber decided that she would buckle down, diet, exercise, and do everything she could to give herself the best shot, only to gain 7 pounds before the surgery. But despite this, it would go off without a hitch, and Amber Lynn has been cancer-free ever since. That isn't to say that she won't still milk her old cancer in recent videos for a couple of cheap views. Things were finally looking up for Amber and Becky. They had moved into their own place, Amber was cancer-free, and they were going to begin weight loss again. But tragedy would strike when sadly Becky's mom would pass from her cancer. Was Amber supportive? Did Amber double down and really try to help Becky out? No. She still kept using Becky as a hired help kind of figure. It was around this time that Becky would state that she had to help Amber with the bathroom as well. A very, very bleak time in the Reed household. People would also notice around this time that Amber had been wearing the same bra for months on end. It was very identifiable due to the wear it had suffered and its polka dots. And despite Amber telling us that she had numerous of this bra and that she was showering, she would later on state that neither of these were true. It was safe to assume that Amber's mental condition was deteriorating. She would quit all talk of weight loss and stick to vlogs, which was never a good sign. The binging would ramp up, and so would the crying once again. Amber would also be full of excuses during this era. One of my favorite instances of this is when Amber ordered a sandwich. She acted like she ordered a different, more healthy version,
Here it is.
and they simply gave her the wrong sandwich. Her reaction is priceless.
Oh my god!
They gave me the wrong sandwich.
Oh my god!
Oh
no!
Bacon and cheese.
Bacon?
I'm really upset right now.
I'm really upset.
Despite the obvious problems in their relationship,
I mean,
Becky
this
and Amber
sucks.
would become engaged, with
Oh,
Amber stating that she didn't want to
no.
tell us how Becky had proposed, but it was very romantic. It would later come out that Amber funded the rings with her money, and basically coerced this whole thing into happening. This would also be the beginning of the live stream era, where Amber and Becky would go live, mostly battling hate comments. Amber would sign up for Weight Watchers again, and quit. It felt like everything from 2019 was repeating itself all over again. But it was the year 2021, and things were actually far different. Becky had grown tired of being Amber Lynn's caretaker and attempted to break up with her once. Amber Lynn simply laughed the situation off and wouldn't allow it to happen. But a while later, Becky would stand firm and officially break up with Amber Lynn, citing that they were two different people with two different priorities and they simply had to grow separately.
I knew this was gonna happen. I was gonna cry. There's gonna be tears, there's gonna be nervous laughter, so that's just how I am.
Like, okay, they gave you the wrong sandwich, and you're like, oh, this is gonna be really unhealthy for me to eat this whole thing. Just, like, cut it in half. At least. It's just like, okay, I'll put the rest away and have it for, like, dinner. Like, this is gonna be my meal for the day. You don't be like, oh no! Nom, 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 nom.
Yeah. I'm crazy, so I got you. Yeah. I got you, you got me.
Got each other forever.
Do you want to tell him? Okay.
Okay.
We had broke up.
We broke up.
It happened Sunday.
We got you, got me. By the way, we broke up.
It was initiated by me. We just want different things.
I broke up with her.
You know, Amber.
She didn't break up with me. I'm the one who
initiated. And she wants to see her family, and she wants to move to another state. And it's like,
this is my home and this is where my family is, and I don't want to leave.
Yet another breakup where Amber claimed they would remain friends and there were no problems. But from this point, it seemed like there was no chance of that happening. Amber would throw tons of shade at Becky, and in retaliation, Becky would do the same. During one of the live streams, Amber made a smart remark to Becky, and she whispered in Amber's ear, "Remember who helped you with the bathroom." Amber must have thought that we couldn't hear this, but eagle-eared viewers did. And it was very clear that there was no friendship between these two. And as 2021 went on, Becky would stop appearing in videos altogether. Becky would still live with Amber for a time while she got back up on her feet, trying to find a job. But this didn't mean that Amber was going to wait when finding a new girlfriend. And when she did, it would initiate one of the most boring periods of Amber Lynn Reid content to this day, the wifey era.
Oh god. Wifey. See?
Wifey
you don't know who it is.
Girl that Amber had
Pretty
met
cool.
Wifey would come to visit, but absolutely refused to have her face shown in Amber's videos. And as Becky moved out, Wifey seemingly moved in. Though Wifey wanted to keep her personal information private, Amber viewers quickly found out exactly who she was. But surprisingly, this didn't affect the relationship. At first, Wifey seemed head over heels in love with Amber, but as we've seen from the previous girlfriends, this is usually how things go. Wifey seemed very interested in Amber's weight loss journey, actively trying to encourage it at every opportunity, buying her exercise equipment, hygiene products, all kinds of stuff. But this year, we would receive no weigh-ins and nearly no weight loss talk. It seemed that Amber was comfortable with where she was at and settled into a content pattern that was very boring. Without Becky there, it was just Amber doing shopping hauls, and needless to say, viewership declined. Amber would also start making response videos to haters, feeding into that whole side of her audience even more. She was lurking on almost every forum that discussed her, using alt accounts to defend herself. 2021 was simply not a good year for Amber, despite the new girlfriend, and I'm sure to many surprise, 2022 wasn't much better. Amber would complain about increased mobility issues, increased health problems, and she would even attempt Ozempic for weight loss. It worked on her for a while, but she soon had to quit because her gallstones were exasperated by rapid weight loss, causing her first round of Ozempic to be a failure. But this was also during the great Ozempic shortage, so many assumed that because she was not medically prescribed this, she simply didn't have access to her next dose. But this wasn't the only major thing going on in the Amberverse, because she was actively feuding with some of her ex-girlfriends. It all started with Amber Lynn blaming Becky for not going to get her cancer checked out sooner. Amber stated on Instagram that if she had not been with Becky, she probably would have gone to the doctor sooner. An absolutely horrible thing to say to Becky, whose mom died of cancer. After this, Amber would make a video talking about how she had to delete all content that included Becky, and that it was all out of respect. It was revealed that Amber was being overdramatic, and that Becky had only asked her to stop talking about her on video. Becky had moved on and simply didn't want anything else to do with this. As expected, Amber didn't delete any of the videos she promised. Things would be relatively boring until yet another feud with an ex-girlfriend popped up. Destiny had begun to stream and create content, and naturally people were curious as to her time as Amber Lynn's girlfriend, causing Destiny to spill some absolutely embarrassing secrets, revealing that not only the shower conspiracy, but also the bra conspiracy were both true.
And then another thing with being at my mom had it wasn't a clawfoot bathtub, but it wasn't like a normal bathtub. I don't know how to explain it. You see it in the videos a lot. Amber Lynn did not shower the whole time we were at my mom's. She did not like the bathtub. She refused to even try to get in. I think she was having a hard time getting her leg over it. It was the thing, because it is pretty high sides.
You know, she washed her hair. I'd help her wash her hair over the shower. And she just kind of washed with washcloths and wore plenty of deodorant. That's what she did.
I wash myself with a rag on a stick.
At some point, and I don't know what we were arguing about, but then I think either my mom or my mammy called me about going over there because my mammy was going to my mom's, and she was like, hey, we're gonna cook, you guys should come over. And I was like, heck yeah, you know, like I was ready to go. I hadn't seen my mom in a little while. I was ready to go over there and eat some good dinner and what have you. Well, Amber Lynn didn't want to go, and I said, that's fine, you don't have to go. Because, I mean, like I said, all that drama from before with her and my mom, they were just tense. But she didn't want me to go. And I was like, okay, well, it's been a little while since I've been over there. Just, you know, I'm going to go over there. And she was just like throwing a big just fit. I don't know how else to describe it. She was crying. And I know it was a Code Red Mountain Dew in my hand. She will swear to you that this didn't happen. I've talked to her about it before, and she swears it didn't happen. So I don't know why she thinks that, but why would I make this up? I would try to walk out of the house, and I know I had this Code Red Mountain Dew in my hand, and I'm just like, I'm gonna go. I'm just gonna go. So, and because we were already arguing, I was like, I don't want to be around you anyway right now. Like, we were arguing. I wanted to go see my mom. She starts screaming at me from the sliding glass doorway, saying that she's gonna harm herself if I leave, and I don't know, just all this stuff, you know, just going nuts. And then I was like, no, you won't. You know, I said, that's not something to play around with. Just let me go see my mom. And she starts like coming at me, you know, like, ooh, ooh, ooh. So I get in my car and I leave the can on my top of my car, and I close the door real quick and I lock the door, and she's like telling me to get out, all this stuff, and she ends up throwing the can at my car, made me mad. And I want to say I ended up not going. I don't think I did. I'm like 98% sure I did not go to my mom's. I ended up just going back inside and dealing with her.
In 10 years, it seemed like almost nothing had changed. It was now 2023, and Amber was almost exactly the same, if not worse. Most talk of weight loss or any kind of improvement had faded into the back view, and with the drama concerning Destiny, Amber had been exposed quite thoroughly. Whether it was all of this or the realization that Amber would never truly change, Wifey decided to break things off. Being one of the most boring Amber Lynn Reid girlfriends, fans were ecstatic to see her leave. And when she did leave, she was efficient. She quickly cut off all contact with Amber Lynn. And I highly doubt that we will ever hear from Wifey again. A silver lining to all of this is that Amber would reveal that it had been one Wifey the whole time. For those who don't know, throughout the Wifey era, Amber had claimed that she had broken up with multiple different people named Wifey. Chat saw this as an obvious lie to try to protect Wifey's identity and would call Amber out on it as much as they could. I titled every other segment of this video after a girlfriend, but this one is just called Post-Wifey, and that is because Amber has had numerous small-time relationships during this era. Whether they are real or fake is up in the air, but one thing we do know is that she has not had a serious long-term relationship since. Relatively nothing except for the Wifey breakup had happened in 2023, and you're gonna notice that pattern as the years roll forward with Amber Lynn lore, that it seems like with each year after 2019, less and less happens, with almost nothing happening during the Wifey era. It seemed like things were finally gonna pick up again in January 2024. Amber was resolved more than ever to lose the weight, and she was actually making progress behind the scenes. So much so that midway through the month of January, she would give us a weigh-in at 507 pounds. pounds. Still up over 100 from her 2013 weight, but it was significant progress from what we saw in 2019. We would also notice another big change: Amber's mom. That's right, Amber's mom, who is fully recovered from her addiction problems, was now back in the picture. She was spending time with Amber in videos and was the person who would drive Amber to most of the places she needed to go. All of this seemed to have a positive effect on Amber as she continued with her weight loss journey, around the end of March weighing in at 489 pounds. Amber would also start talking about a new girlfriend she dubbed Valentine, stating that the relationship was purely online, but chat was speculative as she had never shown any proof of this woman's existence. Whether she is real or not, we will never know. But what we do know is that Amber would soon falter on her great progress she had made, admitting that she had been binging behind the scenes and eating unhealthily. It's like I told you guys, this is a cycle that has repeated itself for over 10 years now. To make up for this bump in the road, Amber would decide to start Ozempic yet again, but many speculate that the reason she had lost weight was that she was on it the whole time, and was simply now being open with us. You really can't blame Amber viewers for expecting everything to be a lie, because more often than not, they're right. Amber would use the Ozempic as an excuse to not diet in any way, shape, form, or fashion. She would eat any way that she wanted, discuss exercise very little, and expected Ozempic to pick up all of the slack, but was soon disappointed in the lack of progress she was making while injecting semaglutides. The next big thing to happen would be in June, and this would be when she claimed that her and Valentine had broken up. This threw more fuel on the fire as to the conspiracies of Valentine not even being real, as during every other one of Amber's breakups, she was absolutely devastated. And here she simply stated that they just had issues. Something is definitely fishy there, and I bet that we find out what it is in a couple of years. Amber quickly moved on, stating that she found a new girlfriend, Tommy. While little is known about Tommy, it is speculated that she is actually real, and that Amber had to end the fictitious relationship with Valentine to make room for Tommy. Amber says that for now the relationship is long distance, but they will be meeting soon. And that is where we find ourselves today in the Amberlynn Reid lore. 11 years all compressed down into this video. Over a decade, and almost no changes were made. Despite Amber's recent good progress, she still is above the weight that she started at in 2013 when she began her weight loss channel. It is this fact alone that has caused her so much hate. Throw on top the dozens of controversies and insensitive moments from Amber, and you begin to understand the position of Hater Nation. People who wanted the best for her, only to have their faces spat in, to have their interest called obsession, and their concern hate. You can try to tell her about the vicious cycle that she's found herself in for the past decade, but to no avail, as I believe for her, it is simply a reality too harsh to believe.
Very nice. Kiwi tapes. Hour and a half of Amberlynn content. I'm sure that was not easy to do. Twinkie Stars, my boy. Amberlynn Reid is literally the female boogie. Well, her cancer was real. I mean, sure, it was another self-induced cancer, but weight loss journey, weight gain journey. A baby elephant only weighs 250 pounds. That's amazing. It's the meme. If I wash myself with a rag on a stick, it was a real person. The girl has to be the biggest wannabe victim on YouTube. See what I did there? Cool, cool. Look you Kiwi tapes. The history lesson. Did anyone share anything in chat? Take a look at. Let's see all the memes I'm trying to find. It's a video that started it, re-uploaded to YouTube. Is this one, huh? They gave me the wrong sandwich. Oh no. They gave me 2 chips. I only asked for 1.
I got a veggie sandwich. Literally just has veggies. They gave me 2 chips, although I asked for an apple, but that's okay.
Oh no!
They gave me the wrong sandwich. Oh no! Turkey with bacon and cheese. I'm really, really upset right now.
I'm really super duper upset.
This is not a veggie sandwich. Wow.
Wow. All right.
Well,
Guess I'll eat the whole
here we
thing.
go.
Guess I'll eat it all. Oh well.
It's not bad. Bacon.
Bacon.
Very tasty. Honey, that is not what I asked for.
Oh no! The fakest. Like, well, then cut it in half. Like, okay, well, I'll only eat this part. But no, gotta eat it all. Pre-stream watch party with WPIG. That'd be cool, I guess. Have him as a filter at 1. About an hour and a half. Hands-on with the Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection. God, that was so weird, like... DSP is mad that people are getting games early, and Phil's like, I'm gonna check my phone all day to see if the Capcom Fighting Collection is released. And it's like, dude, I don't know, man. Just like sign up for alerts or something, dude. I don't know. Do you really need to like nose fuck your phone all day to see when they're gonna release the Capcom Fighting Collection? He just wants to get on it immediately so he can actually win some matches before people remember how to play it. And it's like, dude, all the people who play it on Fightcade are gonna jump over and play it on there, and they're just gonna whoop your ass. He just wants that honeymoon period so badly, where you can just beat up scrubs who don't know how to play the game yet. He just desperately wants that honeymoon period. Same thing with M. Bison and Street Fighter. Okay, let's listen to the sad boy segment. We talked about it a little bit on Anleet's stream, where he's like, I guess you either die a hero or you live long enough to become the, it's like the word you're looking for is the villain. But he didn't want to admit that he's the villain. So I guess, like, how much of that does he think applies to him? Like, either die a hero, and that's what I did. I died the hero, and now I'm dead. Just a dead hero. I don't know.
Last night. And let me tell you guys something. I don't think Phil of today, 2024,
it's kind of quiet.
Versus Phil of
course, it's always quiet.
When I started this, I don't think I could be more of a different person. The reason I say that,
you could be
last
different.
Night I'm doing Riven Remake, right? And the final puzzle of the game requires you
to do basic math.
You have to figure out basically a numerical code.
Oh my god.
That includes not only regular numbers that we know.
Oh my god.
But a symbol system and second symbol system.
That's called
One
arithmetic.
Symbol system is just based on like add this to this and it becomes this. But then there's another symbol system that's actually you have to count going around in a circle the amount of
Whoa, look at his hand moving. Oh my god, it's so complex.
Sometimes there's one, sometimes there's double. It's a really complex
Whoa. Whoa. How'd you do it?
Figured it out on the fly, live on
He
stream.
figured it out on the fly, as opposed to figuring it out, like, I don't know, like overnight. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I actually figured it out. I'm so proud of myself. Well, good for you, buddy. Good for you, baby. Like, dude. People do this shit all the time in school. Give me a break. Oh
Phil
my
of
god.
16 years ago would have sat here in rage and said, this is stupid. What a dumb game.
It sounds like you're saying that now. You don't sound like you're really enjoying it.
Who the fuck would want to figure this out? How is this fun? Instead, I actually sat there and I applied myself to it. And on the fly, I talked it out publicly with the audience.
And they told me everything. Let me guess, he didn't figure it out for himself. Like, what does he want, dude? He wants one of these, doesn't he? Here you go, Phil. Here you go.
And figured it out. And I was like,
figured
wow,
it out with you
I actually
guys.
impressed myself, because that's the kind of stuff, that's the kind of thing that would be on an IQ test.
He impressed himself.
Well, you know, here's a pattern, a series of symbols. What's the next
How
symbol?
would you know? You never took
you
an
have to,
IQ
on
test.
the fly, figure out the symbol system, right? And then figure out what would be the next symbol in this.
DSP would fail an IQ test. You would take an IQ test and it would come back negative.
Sequence. And that stuff, I'm going to be honest, that's stuff that I wasn't good at. And I actually did it legit.
I thought
last
you were
night
a
with Ribbon. I was
valedictorian.
like, wow, I've impressed myself. It's kind of like
Wow,
right now,
he impressed
me
himself.
playing Street Fighter.
He played a game that teenagers played when it came out. Like, dude, it's Riven. Give me a break, dude. How long has this game been out?
In Street Fighter 6 is the best I feel I've played competitive Street Fighter. All right, and I want to.
You can feel whatever the fuck you want to feel, man. It doesn't make it real. You can feel that you're a giraffe. I'm sure I'm sure there's a lot of that on TikTok.
Repeat that. I actually feel like
I'm gonna
playing Street
repeat
Fighter 6
that.
now. This is the best I've been at Street Fighter. You could argue, well, what about your days in Super Turbo back in the day? Well, yeah, I was playing at a high tournament level back then.
No, you weren't.
Modern Street Fighter has more to it. Modern Street Fighter has a ridiculous amount of mechanics.
I thought it was for
and
stupid
muscle memory and things
people.
you need. You know, Super Turbo is very simple. Yes, I have an incredible amount of knowledge.
Modern
in Super
Street
Turbo.
Fighter was
I have
simple.
great execution and timing from playing it so much, but it takes more to play Street Fighter 6 at a competitive level than it does Super Turbo. That's just
Okay.
a fact. Okay.
I mean, you said
And
the opposite
so
plenty
I
of
feel like
times.
right now, in 42 years old, my brain is kind of at the best it's ever been. I'm solving complex codex puzzles live on a stream for the finale of a game. I'm playing Street Fighter at a high competitive level. I'm
Okay,
beating
get to the
toughest
point.
boss in FromSoft history legit without summoning. It's pretty nuts what I'm pulling off here.
No, I don't.
In the modern day.
I'm not a furry.
It's wild. Of course, now nobody cares. And of course, that's
The
a gross
bit activated
over-exaggeration.
dancing. I forgot to put
I
that
don't
in.
want to downplay those of you who like me and watch my content and support it. Okay,
I don't know if anyone
appreciate
noticed.
that. When I say nobody cares, sadly, it's just a feeling that I have. It's not resentment. It's more like sadness. That back in the day when I was an asshole,
This is
when I
me
was a
dancing at your
fool,
sadness.
right? I wasn't good at games. I was just sitting there ranting, raving, swearing, saying controversial, dumb shit constantly, right? All that stuff. That's when I was at the height of my popularity. If only what I was doing today is what I was doing 12 years ago. You know, 2011, 2012, when I was getting insane views on
I don't know how
YouTube.
long it's dancing for.
I think things
I have
could
a
have been a
time
lot
limit
different.
on it.
Because what ended up happening was I got known as that clown who sucked at games, who didn't appreciate his audience, who didn't do the right stuff, and squandered all of that, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
you still
I mean,
are.
to some extent, I do look back and I have to agree with that. Now, the thing is, I have no aspirations to be some giant celebrity or to be rich or anything like that. I'm very happy with where I am. But, I mean, it stands to reason. Let's be honest. Take a look at where I am in Street Fighter. Take a look at where I am in Elden Ring. Take a look at what I just did in Riven last night. Can you name one other content creator who just did that in 2 days? Did all that shit, a variety of challenging content.
Played a
in 2
fighting
fucking
game and
days
played a
back to
puzzle
back?
game.
If
I think there are people who do more impressive things. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Can you name one other content creator that played a fighting game and then played a puzzle game? I don't know, dude. I'm sure there are plenty. It's not that impressive, man. Give me a break. Come on. Get over yourself. Delusions of grandeur all over the place.
If someone else who was notable did it, it would be like the talk of the town. Oh my god, this guy's like one of the best gamers.
What the fuck are you
believe that
talking
he fucking
about?
Got, you know, this crazy streak of high-end gameplay in Street Fighter 6. Then he beat Radon legit in Elden Ring. Then he fucking did this crazy code.
Hold on. He beat... Like, this shit. I'm so fucking... God damn it. I mean... I'm gonna edit his entire Elden Ring video. Oh, we're gonna get this so much. So, what do you mean, Phil? You beat Radon legit? What is it about you beating Radon made it legit? Do other people who beat Radon in other ways not beat him legitly? I thought you said that you could beat him any way you wanted to, and it was legit. Like, of course he doesn't think. He thinks the way he did it was legit, and the way anyone else does is not legit. He thinks that. He obviously does, as much as he wants to deny it. And people keep calling him out on it, and he keeps backtracking, and then backtracking again, and then doubling down, and then backtracking again. He does think that the way he did it was legit, when it wasn't. Like, bro, he's the cheesiest build ever.
X thing in Riven, and it's all on stream live, so it's all legit. It's not like he faked it. You know, that's the kind of shit you're someone faked it, right?
No. Dude, get over yourself. You are insane.
But if it's Darkside Phil, nobody cares. And again, it's not that nobody cares.
He played Street Fighter, and he claims it was at a high level, even though it was really corny and lame and bad and sweaty and try hard. It was good for him, so he thinks everyone else would be impressed. The fucking spurgy narcissist who thinks his opinions of himself are shared by everyone else, even though he's the only person who feels that way. And then I played Riven. I had to do like math with like equations and numbers, and then I beat Radon. If anyone else did that, it would be like the talk of the town. That person would be the bee's knees. But because I'm Darkside Phil, nobody cares.
That's a gross over-exaggeration. Because it's Darkside Phil who did it, it doesn't mean anything, right? It's a throwaway. It's throwaway. It's disposable.
It's whatever, man.
It means nothing at all, right?
I mean, you got money for it, so
ago,
quit your bitching.
Everyone would have been talking about it on YouTube. It would have been like, wow, this guy is crazy. Look at all this crazy stuff he's doing, right? Yes, hundreds of streamers have beaten Radon Crema Coco, and how many of them did it legit?
What does that mean?
How many of them did it legit without summoning or broken
There it is.
stuff?
There it is. He thinks that everyone else who used summons didn't beat it legitly. Like, I mean, he's such a fucking asshole. He's so fake. He's such a fraud. What are you talking about? You had a broken build the entire time.
How many of them did it legit without summoning or broken build stuff?
He did a broken build. He did have a broken build. He was doing massive amounts of damage, and it was completely over-leveled.
Right?
Right? Also, yeah, there's plenty. You type into Google, Radon, no summons. There's dozens, hundreds.
I'm not saying it's not a lot, probably still hundreds, but I'm one of them.
Okay. How many people beat it without summons? Hundreds. But I'm one of them. Okay, congratulations. You're one of hundreds. Ugh. This guy's just midlife crisis every day.
Right? I'm literally one of them that did it legit. That's an accomplishment in itself. And then how many of them were playing at master level and doing well in Street Fighter 6? And how many of them...
Master level. Like, just because it says master doesn't mean you're a master, bro. Good on Street Fighter for making it just through name alone to make him feel like he's a master. Oh, if we call it master, then they'll feel like a master. Like, dude, it's just a name, man. Also, you said over and over again that there's nothing impressive about reaching master rank in Street Fighter. So you can't backtrack now.
Did a crazy... That's what I'm saying. Like,
this is what I'm saying. What are you saying? You keep interrupting yourself.
Recently, but no one will ever talk about it. Oh, it's not a big deal. All right. Well, fair enough. Right? Fair enough.
Hold on, I was trying to make myself feel sad here.
Yes, you said Kai Cenat did it. That's right. Yeah, Kai Cenat. People said he did it in 99 hours. I did it in 5.5.
Okay. Well, he didn't play FromSoft games before. You played all of them before, and you still suck.
And by the way, I had like 400 people on stream, half of which were all talking shit constantly.
Boo-hoo. Maybe you shouldn't be such an asshole.
People screaming, just change your build.
People
change
screaming.
Change your build. What the fuck? Shut up. No.
This is why half your audience just dunk on you because of this. No, shut up. Because you're an asshole. Fucking prick.
I'm gonna beat him.
Oh my god, look how fucking slanted his mouth is, dude. Giant slant mouth.
Him like this. I'm learning. I'm getting better. Why are you screaming at me to change my build?
I don't think you are getting better. I don't think you've gotten better this entire time. You've plateaued, man.
It's not like, you know, Kai's on a stream. He probably has 40,000 people all cheering for him, right? Everyone's excited. Everyone's all pumped for it.
I thought that like chats of that size were just completely unmanageable and unreadable. But okay, I guess they can still manage to cheer for him with an audience that size. I guess an audience that size is okay then, after saying it was bad.
And shit. And for me, it's kind of like I always feel like I'm fighting a battle, but it's just for myself. Because let's be honest, if I didn't beat Radon, who would have cared? No one.
Because you make your top priority the money that you make. You don't make your top priority the video game. Your top priority is the amount of money you make on stream. So that's what takes priority. And that's all your fault.
You know?
You know.
But it's fine. I understand. I'm not who I used to be, that's for sure. It's just kind of like, you got to accept it. It's resignation. It's like, yeah, it is what it is. If this happened 12 years ago, things would have been very different. But it's just, 12 years ago, I was in.
If it was 12 years ago and Elden Ring came out 12 years ago, so we would have had like what, Demon Souls, and then Elden Ring would have came immediately after Demon Souls? Like, what is this? I can't suspend my disbelief this much, dude. You're asking for too much.
An idiot. Right? I was a complete moron. And I acted like a fool.
And you still are.
Didn't take a look at industry changes coming. And I didn't want to listen to feedback to improve. And I didn't want to listen to what my fans were telling me. I did a bunch of stuff that was wrong if I wanted to grow or at least stay where I was. Right? And then I just had a big string of bad luck when it came to becoming kind of a negative meme on the internet. And it's all history now. You know what I mean? It's all history. So I'm kind of like, I've accepted all of it. At 42, I'm happy where we are. I like the fact that we have a good time together no matter what I play. But it does, like to give you some...
You have a good time no matter what you play. I thought you said that half of your chat were just yelling at you and were making fun of you. But I guess that's still having fun, I guess, if they're just making fun of you. Is that how you cope?
Perspective here. Even in...
Hey, Nowzong Scat. Just getting caught up on the sad boy hour from yesterday's pre-stream.
In the last 10 years, when I was playing Bloodborne.
Bloodborne.
When I was playing...
Yeah, you sucked at Bloodborne too.
Dark Souls 2 and 3. When I was playing those games, it had a big fight feel. I guess that's the best way to describe it.
Huh? I don't even know what he means. I literally don't know what he means. He just made up a term. He literally just pulled a term out of his ass. And he wants you to agree with whatever the fuck it means. He just made up something on the fly. And you just have to be like, okay, yes, that's what it was.
It had those events had a big fight feel to them. Now I don't really get that anymore. You know what I mean? Like, it's like,
no, I don't know what you mean.
When I was fighting the epic boss,
this is literal nonsense.
Games, it was like, oh, everyone's gonna be on stream. Everyone wants to see it. It's like, I beat him. It's no big deal.
Yeah, but no big deal.
I wish that I did. That there was a.
Was that even a word?
I beat him. It's no big deal.
These aren't even words. He's not even saying words anymore.
Everyone's gonna be on stream. Everyone wants to see it. It's like.
It's like, yeah, but you know what I'm saying?
I beat him. It's no big deal.
I don't even know what he's saying. Do we get subtitles? Everyone's just here. It's like, I I beat him. It's no big. That's what he said, according to Google. I guess Google is smarter than I am. It's able to decipher what the fuck he's saying. I beat him. It's no big deal.
I beat him. It's no big deal.
I beat him. It's no big. Okay.
And that kind of sucks. I wish that there was a better feeling of hype and a better feeling of excitement behind this stuff, but I don't really get it anymore. I think it's because, number one, I've been doing this for 16 years. And number two, because let's be honest, I just don't get that level of positivity behind me anymore. I don't, yes, there are people rooting for me, and I'm happy that I have the small positive fan base that I have, but it does kind of suck. If I had quit on Radon and said I'm not doing it, that would have been news. But because I beat him legit in 5.5 hours, that will never be news, right?
I mean, you created this for yourself. You built your gaming career on negative attention, Mr. King of Hate.
So I think you understand where I'm coming from now.
Nope. I sure don't. I don't understand where you're coming from. I don't understand where you think you're going. Just completely lost. This is definite puzzle piece narcissism where the thoughts inside of your head are projected onto everyone else and you just think everyone else agrees with you. Even though you're living inside your own head, inside your own little world, and no one else is allowed inside. But you just expect everyone to believe what you think, to believe what you feel, when it's just you, dude.
Right?
Right?
If I rage quit Street Fighter 6 and have a bad day, that's news. If I play...
Okay, well, I thought, okay, it's news. I mean, a detractor will make a video about it, but you said that nobody cares about the detractors. You say you don't care about them, right? Right? You say nobody cares about them, you say you don't care, but I guess news, quote unquote, is what the detractors make it to be.
Play the best stream I've ever done in Street Fighter 6, getting crazy wins, getting to over 1,600 ranking points. That's not news. Nobody cares. You see?
I thought you cared. And if you care, then everyone cares, right?
Everyone just wants the toxic and the negative. No one cares about the positive. That is disheartening. I wish we could have more people who cared about the positive.
So he says this sucks. He says it's disheartening, but he says he loves it and he enjoys what he does. And every day he's happier than he is the day before. And you're just supposed to take those two completely opposite concepts and in your head tie them together into them somehow both being true. This is what cognitive dissonance is, and I don't know how he's able to juggle these two concepts in his head without his brain splitting in half.
I like that crowd.
I like
want
it.
More of that crowd.
I'm happy. Groom the hair, groom the hair.
It's rare that we really get that these days because we people who root against me rather than for me, and that's frustrating, you know. But I guess that's life, right?
No, it's not my life. It's not the life of anyone I know. It's only your life and nobody else's. Haha. Right?
What's the saying? You either die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become a villain. So I used to be the hero everyone rooted for, and now I'm still around.
No, nobody rooted for you. Like literally the only reason people wanted him to play Dark Souls games is because he sucked at video games. And people were like, well, this guy really, really sucks at video games. It's going to be really funny if he plays one of the hardest franchises there is. So let's push him to play it. And then he played it and he sucked. He was terrible. It was just as bad as everyone expected him to be. But somehow he thought he proved everyone wrong. And it's like, no, especially not with Elden Ring. Years and years and years later, with the latest iteration of the FromSoft formula, you never challenged yourself. Like, you could have challenged yourself. And you think that no summoning is challenging yourself, but you just made up for it with every single other cheese strategy you could come up with. And everyone knows you have a Discord where people tell you exactly what to do. The magic build that you used to I thought, didn't he defeat Millennia? No, yeah. I'm getting it mixed up with my own playthrough. Like, he had beaten Millennia with his magic build. And if you go on Google and you type in how to cheese Millennia with a magic build, his build pops up. So he didn't challenge himself at all.
become a villain. So I used to be the hero everyone rooted for, and now I'm still around. I'm still resilient. I'm still making content. I'm literally doing
So are you the villain
more
now?
difficult accomplishments than I've ever done before. But now everyone just sees me as the guy to root against, right? So it's just changed.
Okay.
It is what it is, I guess.
It is what you
People
made it
want
to
me to be
be.
the heel.
Like, it's not what it is. It's not just what it is. Like, it is what it is when a hailstorm happens, like, out of nowhere and, like, cracks your windshield. That is what it is. This is something that you created all by yourself.
They want me to be the villain. I don't necessarily
They want me to be the villain.
want to be the villain, but
I don't want to be the villain. Well, then how does that analogy work? You either die the hero or you live long enough to become the villain. But he's not the villain. Okay. So that doesn't work then? Is it real? Right? I don't know.
it seems like that's the role that life has given me. And so, what do you do?
I don't know, man. Stop being an asshole? You have some sort of redemption arc, like a lot of people have had, but you apparently can't figure out what that looks like, so you'll never do it?
I guess you roll with it.
I mean, so many people, they're like, hey, Phil, why don't you do like a charity stream? You're so desperate to break out of this villainous persona that you've built up for yourself. Maybe if you just do a charity stream. And he's like, no, people who do charity streams are bad people. Like, not only does he refuse, he badmouths anyone who does do it. It's like people are trying to give you an out. They're trying to tell you how you stop being this villain. But not only do you refuse to do it, you make yourself even more of a villain by shitting on everyone else who does what you suggest.
But the thing is,
or does what they suggest.
I'm not going to be, I'm definitely not going to be.
Lean in and bans people. This is further reinforcing his victimhood mentality and his villainous persona.
Playing up that. I'm not going to be Mr. Drama. I'm not going to be some guy who becomes a heinous person on the internet.
By the way, I'm going to react to the June the King documentary on Rich Review Tech, and I'm going to shit all over him and make fun of him. Be sure to tune in. Mark your calendar.
Saying awful things, and I'm not going to do I could.
Right?
People told me to do that ages ago. And I was like, nah.
I'm like,
I am
nah.
who I am. I'm not going to become one of these people who's just a toxic jerk.
Okay.
I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to stick to where
I mean, we're going to see you do it when you react to the Rich Review Tech documentary, but okay, he's not going to do it, you guys.
where I am. Again, I'm happy where I am.
You're right. I'm happy. I'm happy where I am. It just sucks. I'm happy where I am. It just sucks.
I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to stick to where I am. Again, I'm happy where I am. It's just crazy to me because this really have been a couple intense days. Super intense day of Street Fighter, intense day of Elden Ring, and then at the same time, one of the craziest puzzles I've ever solved in a video game.
Wow,
Probably
what a crazy
the hardest.
puzzle.
Like, that codex was seriously tough to figure out. And then it's like,
Whoa.
no one cares. No one's even saying a word about it. No one gives a shit.
Because it's not impressive. Get the picture?
What are people talking about? That a pro wrestler, Mansoor, tagged me on Twitter. Ooh, wow.
And it's even less important than you think it is. It's even less important than he makes it out to be because he doesn't even realize that the guy was making fun of him. He thinks the guy was like posting as a fan, but he wasn't. So even the reality is less impressive than what he believes it to be. And he's saying that the reality isn't that impressive.
What an amazing accomplishment, right? Like, what that's real news, huh? Is it really? I don't know.
Real laugh. I'm really laughing, you guys.
Whatever.
Anyways.
Oh, no, I know. And I'm not shit-talking Mansoor. He's a great guy. He was actually very nice.
Well, he was shit-talking you. He was literally calling you an idiot. But sure.
He actually quoted a whole bunch of stuff. Like I said, he quoted
Suck his
the
dick.
Crouch Jump from Black Mesa playthrough. He quoted the song "Do You Call My Name" by from Ra, who was the song I used to use in my Hateful Truth reviews. So he's actually a legit fan.
No, he's not.
Which is nice to know that I actually have legit fans out there. Who
No, you
probably
don't.
are
You don't.
The silent majority, people who are
There is no... The silent majority are the people who don't like you. That's the majority. There's so many people who could talk about what a piece of shit you are, but they don't want to give you the attention. It's only the small cabal of detractors who talk about you. And we give you the attention, but it's all negative.
who are my fans don't speak up because they don't want to be harassed by the insane people who stalk me. And
Well, if they're the majority, then why are they afraid of a small minority? If they really are the majority, they should have each other and themselves as a support system in order to fight against and overpower the small group of idiots and harassers.
and everyone else around me who's positive. So I get that. I really do.
Sure you do. He gets it, you guys. Narrator. He doesn't get it.
You know. All right.
Well, right?
Guys,
anyways.
That's that. I think we've
it is what it
topics.
is.
We talked
right?
about the schedule. We talked about politics.
As he hits himself.
Everyone, dark side.
I mean, literally anyone would look at it and be like, well, this guy's obviously suffering through a midlife crisis. But he denies that he's going through a midlife crisis. Holy shit. Kai Cenat has people cheering him on. I just do fights for myself. Phil, your dents were literally cheering you on, and you told them to shut the fuck up. Kids, getting married, buying a house are all things to be proud of. Not cheesing a video game all day. What a sad, sad, pathetic life. It is pretty funny. The degenerate femboy VTuber. Are they talking about... Who are they talking about? I don't know. I don't care. He is so annoyed and jealous of Kai Cenat because the man got love and support and he has dented people in his chat just staring at a miserable old man. Like, this is why you're a piece of shit, Phil. People are like, well, yeah, Kai Cenat had a lot of people rooting for him, and he's like, yeah, well, it took him like 90 hours. But it's like, he didn't play FromSoft games before. He went into it actually blind. And he doesn't really seem like that much of a gamer at all, really. He doesn't seem like that, like a lifelong gamer. He had to learn everything from the ground up. And I guess people liked seeing that journey. They don't like seeing someone who's sucked for over a decade continue to suck and be underwhelming and refuse to challenge himself, and at the same time call most of the people who play the game illegitimate just because they use mechanics that were already in the game. Dude is gonna break his own arm patting himself on the back like this. Who the fuck spends 12 minutes self-congratulating himself about beating video games? It's like, dude, like, if you want to impress people by playing a video game, like a puzzle game, there are plenty of puzzle games out there you can try and impress people with, but you would actually have to, you know, have a modicum of intelligence, which you can't do. If he actually tried to challenge himself, it wouldn't go well for him because it would just show how mentally and emotionally stunted he really is. So he's fucked either way. Hold on, I got a cough. He tries to impress himself by playing puzzle games from literally like over a decade ago. And he's like, oh my god, this is so hard. And he doesn't get the attention for it. And he's like, why didn't I get more attention? When if he tried to play like a really difficult puzzle game, he would just fail at it. Like, I don't know, man. It's so weird. The false sense of superiority. Yeah, like, if you're dumb, you're dumb, okay? Like, there are a lot of people who are likable who are dumb. And it's like, that really is what it is. The proper usage of the phrase, it is what it is. Like, if you don't have a whole lot of intelligence, then it is what it is, man. Like, you can make up for it in other ways. But those people aren't as smug about it. They don't think they're smarter than other people. They're actually, what he says, like, resigned in the reality of what he is. It's that combination of stupidity and smugness that makes him so punchable. But anyways, I'm going to be going through the entire Elden Ring playthrough. So, I don't want to burn myself out talking about it because I'm going to be talking about it for way too much. And I got videos to edit. Tons of amazing fighting game news and reviews. This game looks cool, like Steam World. It's like a sort of steampunk fighting game. It's like 2D, hand-drawn graphics. It actually looks really, really cool. But of course, DSP is going to ignore it. The fighting game aficionado. And you see, this is why you can't build up an audience, and why you just have a small and shrinking bubble of sycophants. And if you don't do the small amount of effort that they demand of you, then that's what gets the news, other than making them happy. You know, like you built up a fan base of just fickle, spoiled brats, because that's the kind of people that you attract. I still think it's funny, like, why did he spell franchise wrong? And he still hasn't fixed it. I guess it's a franchise. What else we got here? Just losing more whales. Getting more chargebacks. Let's see, is there any other thing here? And then he went on to do a React stream where he was just miserable, getting the stream shut down for policy violations because he doesn't make his streams he doesn't make his streams transformative enough to even keep from getting copyright claimed. He just sits there in silence for minutes at a time, and then the stream goes down because he's literally just like rebroadcasting content. It's like, dude, say something. And the shit he says, like when he was reacting to the Trump assassination attempt, the first thing he said about it was to comment on the guy who made the video. Oh my god, the guy's eyes are so wide. He has really wide eyes. It's crazy. The guy has really wide eyes, you guys. So anyways, it's like, really? This is your takeaway? His eyes are wide. Okay. Well, I mean, he's talking about an assassination attempt. You'd think he would, you know, bring the proper level of gravitas to the situation. But no, that's weird. That's the only thing worth commenting about. But of course, his takeaway was that, oh, they're dumb. I'm smart. That's his takeaway for everything. Everyone's dumber than I am. I'm smarter than they are. Over and over again. Of course, Vault Boy putting out videos, barely even editing. I swear he just I don't want to shit on Vault Boy, but his edits are so weird. I guess we can take a look at the Joe Biden announcement. I don't know. I'm sure whoever is filtering the pre-stream is going to take a look at it anyways. Let's take a look at this.
So I apologize.
Like, he doesn't have to talk about politics, is the thing. He can just, like, do his regular pre-stream. And it's like, oh, well, Joe Biden is not running for re-election. Well, that's it. Okay, moving on. Like, address it during the chargeback segment, or the chargeback segment, but the shout out. How does chargeback work? You tell your credit card company that it was like a fraudulent purchase, that like maybe somebody stole your card and you report it, and it shuts down your card, I guess. I don't know how chargebacks work because I don't do it.
My nose is screwed up, so I apologize in advance. It just so happens this has to happen on a day when I'm literally going to be talking all day because it's React Day. So, great, right? So, ahead of time, I just want to let everyone know if I sound weird, if I'm clearing my throat, if I'm snorting, if I'm doing disgusting things, it's because everything is all screwed up.
That's that all the time.
Okay. Now, like, literally, I was going to have a podcast that was going to be way more laid back and chill. But I think we just need to talk about the topic at hand right now.
I swear.
President Joe Biden just announced
he has holes in his brain
on social media that he will not seek re-election.
You mean Twitter? Why does
of
he
course,
do
he didn't
that?
say that. What he said was
Like he said it on Twitter, but we can't say Twitter. Instead, we have to say on social media to lend it some sort of I don't know, some added elevation.
like 4 paragraphs of complete fluff bullshit, and then said he wasn't seeking re-election.
So what did you want, Phil? You just wanted like, I'm not seeking re-election. You just wanted that as a tweet. Like everything else was talking about his record and like the things that he's claimed to accomplish. I don't think they're really accomplishments. And if you actually take them literally, they're really not that impressive. But he's talking about the things that he has accomplished, his vision for the future, and included the point of the message.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm out. Winky face.
Okay. Did it actually say why? No, not really. He just said he's not
You'd rather him say social media than X, formerly known as Twitter. Yeah. The X app. By the way, I'm not calling it XX. I'm going to call it Twitter. Whatever.
not seeking re-election. It's just crazy to me because this guy,
this man,
is supposed to be our leader, our
No, he's
commander in
not.
chief. He's been saying all along, "I'm in this till the end."
It's a really bad trap to get into where you think like the guy in the White House is your leader. Local politics has a lot more to do with your community than the guy in Washington. Like, try and practice some federalism.
And I'm not gonna quit. I'm gonna run, and I'm gonna win this election.
Mm-hmm.
He's been literally saying this for a year. You know, promising the American people, back me, depend on me. I'm there for you. We're gonna win. And then he quits. He's supposed to be our leader, and he quit.
I don't think anyone saw him as our leader.
Now, the thing is, there's a million factors involved. And one of the factors that is, as I've told you guys, for those of you who aren't involved in politics or maybe aren't American, our politics are heavily weighed by money. All right? And what's being believed is that basically after, number one, Biden massively lost the debate against Donald Trump because he looked like he was nearly dead. He could barely talk. And number two, after the attempted assassination of Donald Trump last week, completely invigorating the voter base towards Trump, this week has been hell for Joe Biden. Apparently, all of his donors contacted and said, sorry, we're out. We don't believe you can win now, so we're not going to waste our money to give you money for this campaign for you to go against Trump. Not to say that you would think that the incumbent president doesn't need much of a campaign, considering the fact that he's
Every
the incumbent president.
incumbent president
You should
needed
vote
to-
on him because of his own
campaign
track record. But apparently that's not enough for President Biden. Just think about that.
Well, I mean, Trump was president too. We have the rare situation where a former president is running against a current president. It's pretty rare. So what? You're saying neither of them should have had to spend money on their campaigns because people know what their record is?
He's been in office almost 4 years, and apparently what he's done in office isn't enough to convince the American people to reelect him. He needs money for a
Yeah, his mouth is so slanted, like it's hard to ignore.
campaign. Is that not a red flag? Right?
Right?
So, this is just crazy to me. Because number one,
It's not that
all right,
crazy.
I'm
All right.
42 years old. I don't remember anything like this
Anything.
happening.
It's like a shanty thing where he can't say the G at the end of words. Anything. Instead of saying long, he says lawn. It's weird.
In American history. Now, I'm sure it's happened before, but I feel like we're in the era of just like all the veil has been lifted. You know, you get to see who the Great Wizard of Oz is behind the curtain.
I can actually flip it. There we go.
There's no more feeling that the people who are in charge are smart or any more fitting for the job than anyone else. Like, I'm sorry, but I just don't think that Donald Trump or Joe Biden are good leaders, nor do I think that they're going to do a good job for our country.
It's because, yeah.
I think that it's a broken system, that we have to vote for awful
It's
candidates.
because Duty flipped it.
Okay? And if anything, I mean, you may have had faith before, right? Faith before in Joe Biden. But how could you even have a single piece of faith
What if
in
you
this
do it
guy
this
who
way?
literally promised you the world and then just quit? I give up.
What are you talking about? Literally promised you the world. Anyone in chat, did Joe Biden literally promise you the world? I don't remember that.
Wow. Exactly. Dabhan says, don't worry. No one else in the world thinks your leaders are smart. That's a good thing because they're not. I'm telling you, as an American, I sit here.
I mean, the person in chat told him, Phil, nobody believes what you're claiming. And he's like, you're right. Okay. The point completely flew over your head, or I guess flew below your head.
Here and I see this going on. I'm like, this is a joke, right? Like, he literally has just been saying, I'm not giving up. Don't worry. We're going to win this election. We're going to beat Trump. And then he quits. How the fuck do you quit on your country?
He didn't quit. I mean,
What
apparently.
on earth?
I mean, when he's reporting on this news, I don't know. It's still breaking. We still don't know what's going on. He might have actually quit at this point. Who knows?
And it's like I've always told you guys, all right?
All right.
You don't overpromise and underdeliver. If you're not sure if you're going to run, if you're not sure if you're going to beat Trump, then just keep your fucking mouth shut. Don't keep saying the lie and then make everyone believe it and then go back on what you just said.
I don't know.
What
Maybe
the
he
fuck?
had a stroke.
Like,
I don't
really?
know.
So in truth, like, who fucking would trust the Democrats at this point with anything? They have been pushing forward the narrative that, oh, Joe is fine. He's not in a cognitive decline. He's good at 82. Don't worry. He'll still be good as president for another 4 years. Vote for him. And now he's out. So it doesn't, I mean, this is my perspective as an American, okay?
As
It
a
doesn't matter who
non-voting...
they pick as the replacement, they're not going to win. Trump has just won the election. And that's lame because for politics to work...
Whenever DSP says something, I automatically believe the opposite. So I'm now less hopeful. I now believe that he'll lose. Thank you, Phil.
You need to have...
I mean, I still think he'll lose. I think he'll get cheated, but that's, you know, my fringe opinion, I guess. I made that pretty clear.
Choices in competition. And I feel like right now,
I don't have my hopes
we don't
up.
have it. Right? We don't. We just don't have a true working system. There's no way. Just think of it. If they pick Kamala Harris, Vice President Kamala Harris, no one likes her now. And she's the vice president and no one likes her. All right.
Well, man,
So
you
I
know,
don't think she has a chance.
Like, God, I don't want to get too political here, but Democrats are so invested in this just vote blue no matter who shit. Like, I don't think they care. Kamala could be less likable than Hillary Clinton. They'll still back her.
It's in hell to win. If they pick someone new, someone invigorating, someone who's actually like a powerful speaker like Trump is, to actually go head to head with Trump. All right. I think that's the best thing they could do. But at the same time, who are they going to pick that they're going to build up in only 3 months? That's right. The election is in November. They only have August, September, and October to build someone
Well,
up
I mean,
as a legit presidential candidate.
it's
How
possible.
are they going to do that? It's wild.
Like, how long did it take Trump to completely take over the Republican Party? It was like a week. But sure, like, anything's possible.
Again, if they knew this, which they obviously did, they obviously knew that Biden wasn't going to be a fit president, right? Like, they just didn't care. And I hate to say it, here's the main difference between the two parties. The Republicans, when they get someone in charge like President Trump, he is President Trump. He is himself. And you take it for better or for worse. He's loud, he's braggadocious, he's outspoken, he's very, very coarse in how he speaks. He makes mean tweets, but that's President Trump. That is not.
This is what Ann Lee brought up. It's like, Trump doesn't tweet anymore. Like, he has his own social media platform, Truth Social, and he doesn't want to put his message in a place that leads people away from his own social media platform. Why would he tweet and make it so, oh, okay, well, I guess I don't have to go over to Truth Social. I can just stay on Twitter. Like, he doesn't tweet anymore.
Tool of the Republican Party, that is actually President Trump. Okay? Joe Biden is literally a tool of the Democrat Party. He doesn't have an independent thought in his fucking head. He's 82 years old, and he's
What an
decrepit.
apolitical statement.
You know, he just does what he's told. I mean, they literally usher him around the stage. He doesn't even know where he is. So, you know that with Biden...
Like, when he says stuff like this, and people are just like, well, who are you going to endorse then? Well, I'm not going to endorse anyone. It's like, it's obvious you have a political leaning. Just don't hide it. Just come right out and say it. Everyone knows what you believe.
All you ever got...
But I guess he doesn't know what he believes. He wants bigger government and lower taxes. That's what he wants.
For 4 years was a joke, a tool to just push policies that the Democrats wanted through our government. So, who are they going to pick is my question. This is unprecedented. I don't remember this ever happening. This is blowing my mind that this has happened. That's why I have to speak about it. And that's why I want to get it out of the way first before we get to all of my usual topics here on the show. But this just went from, I don't know what's going to happen in November, it's kind of crazy, to holy shit, we've got assassination attempts on candidates. This is wild and nuts, to, oh my God, the president is dropping out of the election. This is insanity. Like, this is now bonkers. 100% nuts.
I mean, if Trump wins, isn't that sort of like a return to what we've had? But okay, I don't think he knows what he's saying.
Holy shit. There is no way that 2024 will not go down in history as the craziest year of American politics. It will. I can't imagine anything topping this. So, again, not that I'm going to sit here and talk about it at length, but I wanted to just discuss it now to get it out of the way so we can move on and just talk about the other stuff.
I'm so tired of politics. I have been for years. That's why I'd rather do DSP stuff.
No, and see, here we go. Here comes crazy conspiracy theories. Do you think that the assassination attempt had to do with this and that? Listen, of course, everything has to do with everything, right? And that what happened last week with Trump, right?
I mean, this is the guy who pushes the conspiracy theory that the detractors convinced Twitch to kick him out of the partner program. But okay,
100% gave power to his backing, and now
it wasn't due to an independent investigation of your actions and your history.
Biden cannot beat Trump. They know that now. So it's either we dump Biden and we get someone else who at least can compete with Trump for 3 months, even though they may not win, at least they have a fighting chance. So, yikes.
Yikes. Anybody playing First Descendant? Marked one is.
Yes, the Dems. That's what they're called, the Dems. The Democrats, the Dems for sure. Correct.
The Dems versus the Reps.
Wow. Wow. What's hilarious is people are like, oh no, it's just cognitive decline. That's what cognitive decline. Did his brain melt in the last 2 weeks? He's the same guy that he was before, and they said that he was fine.
He could have had a stroke.
We've been lied to. So
that's what it kind of looks like, doesn't it?
By the way, I'm not saying that the Republicans don't do the same thing. They absolutely do. Both parties are lying, swindling, cheating,
no
scumbag
examples.
Parties who only care
It'd be
about
nice if you could
themselves and
present
their
an
own self-interest.
example when you
They're not out
claim
to
people
help
are
you
lying.
in any way, shape, or form at all. I mean, seriously, anything that they do has to benefit themselves.
Okay, well, the thing is, what benefits themselves is a constituency that's happy with them. So, by the transitive property, them benefiting the people who vote for them is what benefits them. So if they're going to do what benefits them, then that vis-a-vis means that they're going to do what's right for the people who support them. So they do what's right for the people who support them. It's like they can accomplish both. They can do what's right for them, and they can do what's right for their constituency. Anyways.
No, I'm not endorsing anyone for president.
Like, I just don't want fucking Dylan Mulvaney to get invited to the White House anymore. Can that just be like my single issue?
Absolutely not. Like I said, I don't like Trump. I don't. I really don't. I think that the guy's a scumbag. I know for a fact from my dealings that I had with him.
My dealings that I had with him. You didn't have any dealings with Trump. Like, dude, Alfred, Alfred, he actually made the website for Trump's exploratory campaign before he ran for president. Like, that guy had more of dealings with Trump than you have, Phil. Like, give me a break.
When I worked for a helicopter company, he wouldn't pay his bills, and he was just...
He did pay his bills, though. Even according to DSP, he did pay his bills. He just paid it at the last possible moment, which just sounds like smart businessmen stuff. At least he actually paid his bills. He didn't go personally bankrupt like you did and fuck over all of his creditors.
Constant.
Like, let's get real. Like, just because he paid his bills at the last possible date that was allowed to him, that just sounds like it doesn't even sound like something that he wanted to do. It sounds like something that he told his accountants to do. And they're like, if you can get an extension on when you can pay this bill, just take it. Take every possible deferment you can. It sounds like a shrewd businessman. He doesn't sound like he's fucking anyone over.
Sleazeball, And why did we know that? We've seen from his actions and everything. That's who he
Can we get an example? No, of course not.
is. That's what I mean. Like, is there really hope for our country right now? I don't know, man. Like I said, and I said this last week in my video about the Trump assassination attempt and everything. I said, when you're going to vote, no, actually I said this 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago during the debate debacle, right?
Do you remember?
If you're going to vote this November.
Because I don't.
All right. And I actually said, if you're going to vote, you should vote. But if you're going to vote, because a lot of people probably.
If you're going to vote, you should vote. What? What? If you're going to vote, you should vote. You mean if you can vote, you should vote? Like, if you're going to vote, you should. Isn't that backwards? Okay. If you should vote, then you should.
So disenfranchised, they don't want to vote anymore. They're like, fuck this. This system is
But
bullshit.
if you've already voted, then you should have done the thing that you've already done.
Again, you've got to vote on what party's policies are probably going to benefit you and the country best.
The funny thing about this is he's basing this off of promises. Like, policies are basically promises, right? But he says they're all liars. But you should vote for a politician based off of what you said are a bunch of lies.
Don't vote on a candidate because you got one candidate that you know.
Like, no, I'm going to vote on, like, their track record. Isn't that what you should vote for? You shouldn't vote for what they say they're going to do. You should vote for what they've already done.
It was terrible, but at least it's cognitively sound, and you're going to have a phantom candidate who we don't even know who it is yet, and good luck trying to build them up in 3 months to be believable as president, So, man.
Anyways.
So vote for whatever, man, but this is...
Vote for whatever, man.
And again, the funny part about all this is you do realize that these things going on will affect all of us in the United States, that is, and worldwide as well. Like, whoever gets elected may very well impact so many things in my life. They may impact prices. They may impact interest rates. They could impact laws, law enforcement.
Laws and law enforcement. I mean, it's kind of the same thing, right?
They could impact taxes. They could impact a million things just simply because one party got voted in over the other. But our government doesn't seem to take it that seriously.
I mean, you could say the same thing about, like, who becomes your mayor, or who becomes your governor, who becomes your state senator. It's not all just one person. It's such a trashy, just low IQ thing to think that the president controls everything. It's like there is such a thing as a local government.
To me, this feels like a soap opera. Does it not? It feels like an anime arc. It's a drama show.
Anime arc? From the guy who doesn't watch anime. But okay, sure. Like, I don't know. I mean, Trump is kind of like an anime character. He truly is like a larger than life character, and it's gonna be sad to see him go because things are gonna be a lot more boring afterwards.
This isn't politics that it's for people trying to serve the American public, right? Because here's the truth. Public servant, right? If Joe Biden was a public servant, he would not.
Yeah, like which anime is he comparing it to? Like, how many has he seen? What, Naruto? Or as Becky would say, Naruto? What is Trump the Hokage?
Have been doing what he's been doing for the last 4 years. He is in cognitive decline. We can all agree there. We've seen it. All right? He's older.
Sure.
He should not have been president. This should have never happened. He wasn't a public servant. He was a tool of the Democrat Party. All right? And that's the problem is we have two parties that are self-serving themselves instead of the country.
I mean, the complaint about Biden is that he's like the consummate politician. He's been in politics his entire life, basically. And he has a really bad history when it comes to that, too. But sure.
So for 4 years,
I've got no opinion.
A joke instead of a president. And so all we've gotten was, well, whatever comes down the line from Democrats, whatever comes down the line from Democrats, whatever comes down the line. We don't have a human as a president. When Trump was president, he was a human as president. And that's why people were like, oh, shit, this is not good because he's not.
Oh, I thought he said he was a humanist president. But what he said was a human as president. He tries to be so articulate, but at the same time, he just slurs his words together. I thought he's a human as president. I thought he said a humanist president.
President, he was a human as president. And that's why people were like, oh, shit. This is.
I don't think he even knows what, like, it means to be a humanist. Like, that's an actual term. But I assumed he was using an actual political term instead of just talking like an alien. We have a human as president. Because I was like, well, he's not so much a humanist as he is sort of like a populist. But okay. We're getting too deep.
It's not good because he's not a level-headed guy, right?
He's a human, but he's not level-headed. Okay.
So now we got the nut job who goes crazy and causes controversy with what he says it does.
He goes crazy and causes controversy. He goes crazy. I mean, he hasn't started any new wars. I think if someone was crazy, they'd be starting wars all over the place.
Or the complete empty-headed tool of the Democrat Party. What's worse? I don't even know.
I don't know. Okay.
Yeesh. Well, anyway.
Yikes, even.
This is wild. So, obviously what's going to end up happening is, there's going to be a lot of discourse now for the next week or two of who's going to be the Democratic candidate, and then they're going to announce it, and then they're going to have to do it. It's going to be like...
Yeah, like, no mention of, like, Supreme Court nominations. Like, the very few things that the president does, he has no mention of. No mention of, like, declarations of war, no mention of executive orders, no mention of Supreme Court nominations. It just, he's the guy who judges things.
Starting up. Again, like starting over.
It's so shallow.
Again, the whole thing is, what was the point of that debate? Of Biden versus Trump? It was a waste of everyone's time. Gee, thanks. Thanks, American government. You really care about the people, public servants. You wasted our fucking time, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. He did use that drone strike to take out Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. Don't ask me how I know that name.
I mean, if the Democrats were smart, they would just start over. They would just take everyone who's in the upper positions of that party who's over the age of like 60 and just kick them out. Just kick them all out.
I think that would be asking for a discrimination lawsuit. I don't think you can just discriminate against people on the basis of age. Just like you can't discriminate on the basis of like race or gender. But okay, let's do a massive Supreme Court civil rights violation right off the bat. That's a great idea, Phil.
And get people who are smart and vibrant and have like ideas.
Also, wouldn't that be like 90% of the party? At the very least, probably more like 99%.
And shit in there. Instead of the old guard who obviously don't know what the fuck they're doing. Because look what they've just done. And again, it's supposed to be a two-party system. But in reality, it's not. It's supposed to be a bunch of parties. It's just a two-party system. So when one party fucks up, the other one always benefits. But what about everyone else? Oh, no, they never have a chance. Unreal. People are saying that They already announced the candidate, but just so you know, it's not on social media. So what you're saying is moot until it's an actual official announcement.
And people are telling him, like, well, check his account.
Oh, it's Michelle Obama. Michelle Obama is the new candidate. Here it is. No, it's not. I'm just kidding. No, there's no official candidate yet, so you can stop lying. It's on Biden's Twitter. He just put it up. Okay, let me check. If he literally just did it moments ago.
Yeah, I don't want to, like, draw any lines. Like, if you want to vote him,
No,
you can.
No. You guys got.
Want to vote for Trump, you can. Like, I have my own opinions. People can have their own opinions. I don't think anyone is stupid or evil, depending on what they vote on. Like, I think that's a pretty shallow way of going about things. But, you know, I have my own opinions. It's whatever. I think the economy will do better under Trump because when Trump was in office, personally, my own economy was doing better than it is now. That's really all I can say.
Got it wrong. Biden.
Also, I like Trump for the memes. I'm a meme fan, so Trump was like big. He's like a big living meme, so of course I'm much in favor of just like the mean tweets. Like being politically incorrect and that kind of stuff.
Is endorsing Kamala Harris as the Democratic nominee. That doesn't.
The Democratic.
Biden is endorsing Kamala Harris as the Democratic nominee.
The Democratic. The Democrams. The Democrams and the Republicans.
That doesn't mean she's going to be the Democratic nominee. He's endorsing her. So he's backing her. That doesn't mean that she's going to...
That's a pretty big endorsement. I don't think the Democrat Party or the Democratic Party is going to go against what the incumbent wants to be his successor. I think they're going to go with what he chooses. And it would be politically disadvantageous to go against what the incumbent wants to be the follow-up to his administration. So I think that is what it's going to be.
To be the kid.
Like, that would be really stupid for the president of your party, basically, to pick someone and then you go against his wishes. Whoever you're going to pick is going to not have the endorsement of the person in office. Thank you, Enley. Thank you for the gifted sub.
Fuck you for subscribing!
So I'm pretty sure what he says is going to be the nominee.
You guys don't know how to read.
You guys don't know how to read.
That's not how it works. He's saying his vote for the next president is Kamala, but that doesn't mean that she's going to be the candidate. It's the Democratic Party will decide.
You know what's funny? His entire argument up until this point is that Biden is just an empty suit. He's a tool of the Democrat Party. So wouldn't that mean that...
Bro, I wish I could throw this nigga through drywall.
So wouldn't that mean that whatever comes out of his mouth is what is coming out of the mouth of the Democrat Party? So if the Democrats say they want Kamala, then that's what Biden would say. But now it's completely different. It's completely flipped on its head. Now Biden is going off the reservation and making his own choice completely independent of the Democrat Party. Like, Phil, pick one.
Okay.
Okay. Kamala in Finnish means horrible. That's funny. You can also apply that to Kamala Khan, Miss Marvel. Or, in Marvel Comics. Okay.
So, anyway. This is just insanity. Wow. Dude, but do you understand, again, what a year? Why I don't want to do a DSP politics channel or anything yet? This is
because you suck at it. Yeah, we can see with this rant like this, where you don't know anything, you don't go into specifics, you don't know any of the sort of technicalities or anything behind decisions that are made, or even the responsibilities of the people that you're bad-mouthing. Yeah, we can see why it would be a bad idea for you.
I want the dust to settle. Let's let this dust settle this year. Let's let this election go by. Let's let all the nonsense happen. And then once it settles in and we're set in for 4 years, maybe then I'll consider it. But this is just, It's too.
He. What a Weasley statement. I don't want to say anything controversial because it turns out I might be wrong. I want to be able to predict what's going to happen within the next 4 years. Then I'll be confident enough to give my political take.
Too volatile. It's too much drama. It's too much garbage, to be frank. Again, this doesn't feel like reality to me. It doesn't. I feel like we're living in a drama show. We're living in a soap opera. We're living in an anime arc. We're living in some weird Truman Show. There you go. This is the Truman Show, right?
Well, who's the star? Like, you know who talks about life as if they're living the Truman Show? Schizophrenics. I follow the comings and goings of many different locales, and a lot of the schizophrenic locales believe they're in the Truman Show. They think they're the main character of their life. They think that they're being gang stalked. They think that the entire political apparatus is surrounding them. Because, I mean, that's a very typical schizophrenic sort of delusion. But, like, it's weird to say from someone who is allegedly not schizophrenic to say, this is like the Truman Show. Okay, well, who's Truman? Is Trump Truman? Like, who is the unaware main character of this reality show, Phil?
Hey, this isn't real.
Right?
We're all just sitting here. Everyone, wherever you are right now watching my stream, it's not real. It's all a set. At any moment, someone's going to accidentally open the door and you're going to see the whole set behind there exposed. Because this is all they're pranking us,
We're
right?
all
This
Truman.
is some fucking punking to the next level. There's no way this could be real. I mean, this is not.
Yeah, sure, Phil. I mean, the sad thing is that there are mentally ill people in his fan base who are probably very unnerved and disturbed by that claim. But the rest of us know that DSP is the one who's suffering the most mental illness out of everyone.
So, I don't know, man.
I don't know, man. You sure did sound like
anyway,
you knew, though.
That's all I really have to say. Everyone, Dark Side.
Okay. He sounded like he knew it a lot, but then at the end he says, I don't know, man. Well, you wanted people to think that you do know. Let's flip everything back around. Carrie's streaming. Just another manic Monday. We got 15 minutes until WPIG goes live. The pre-stream watch party. That'd be cool. It could be my filter as I'm trying to finally finish this It's a Gundam video, which I'm not making a whole lot of progress. Actually, I need to hunker down and get work on this so I can get it done tonight, so I'm not up all night. DSP Outlast, another one. Of course, that's the meme. Another one outlasted. I'm so tired of the Outlast meme. It's like one of my least favorite memes. It's like nobody gets banned off of being a streamer. Like Dr. Disrespect today could stream. Like literally anyone could start up a live stream. It's because people retire. Like the whole Outlast thing is like, it feels like someone who's just is in high school, but he keeps getting held back year after year after year. And while everyone else around him graduates high school, and he's just getting stuck in the same grade. And the way he copes with it is being like, well, I'm not going anywhere. I'm outlasting all of these people. It's like, that's nothing to be proud of. It really is how it be. Maybe Fratanga has some interesting things. DEI. PlayStation fanboys in denial over Sony's new woke-like services. It seems kind of boring. No offense, Fratanga. The news reporting is essential, but I'm just not in the mood. Get anything neat. You can watch the Kino Casino lads watch the El Crimson King emergency video. We can completely switch gears and watch Rooflemonger talk about fighting games. I'm sorry, what did... I think someone linked to something in chat. Trump in anime, Ini Yoshiki. He's gonna be in the next season of Baki. They're gonna be very mean to Trump in upcoming Baki episodes, but it's whatever.
We used all our power. In 3 days, giant asteroid will crash into the Earth. Mankind is being tested.
What a great impression.
How it will spend the remaining time. I've lived long enough. I even became president of this great land. I have no regrets.
A little bit of an
The rest of
accent.
you losers
I have no
can go
regrets.
do whatever the hell you want. There's no more price to pay.
You losers can do whatever the hell you want. I don't care, I've lived long enough.
Should I do it?
I'm gonna come.
Do not come.
I'm gonna do it.
Do not come.
I'm gonna come. Oh. Should I do it?
Do not come.
I'm gonna do it.
Do not come.
I'm gonna come. Oh.
Yeah, he did say that. Of course not, you know, in that sort of context. Lucy's gonna be in Cyberpunk. Cool. That's cool. Theo was a little worried. He's like, I don't want too many guest characters in Guilty Gear. I don't want Guilty Gear to be like the guest character repository like it is with Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter to a lesser extent. Just seems weird out of nowhere. She does seem to fit in, though. Does seem very fitting. And people are like, well, is David gonna be in it? Is he gonna make like an appearance during like one of her super moves? Or Rebecca? Just have like the entire cast of Edge Runners. Like one of those supers where all the guest characters just appear out of nowhere. I don't think there is anything else in the old sub box we haven't yet caught up on. When WPIG goes live, I'm going to be a little quiet because I'm going to be dedicated to editing this because I'm a little behind schedule at this point. Need to hurry up and get it out. This is the way YouTube works. You got to keep that algorithm fed. I'm doing pretty good on YouTube. I've actually gotten a YouTube payment today. My channel's doing pretty alright, even though I haven't really put out that many videos. So that's cool. Big ups all my YouTubers out there. Getting their YouTube check today. And then I get my check from Gundam, because I get paid when he gets paid. Got Tony One Leg. A lot of Cyrax streams. Medicare faking cancer. What the fuck? I don't even want to... I can't listen to Masterson talk. It's such an annoying way with words. Genshin Impact slammed by woke mob. I think we can hold off on watching 8-Bit Eric. Boogie's gonna be back on Lolcow Live, because of course he pays no penalty for just manipulating everyone into giving him money. I don't want to hear Diddler Daxon veto the PDF unless they're being made fun of. Hey, Good Roberts. I agree, Nurgle. The Lolcow Life. Yeah, I don't know. We put out a video about DSP's worst take. Check this out. It's 3 minutes.
Up next, we've got a question from OJ Taylor, and he says, this is another good question. I want your opinion on 3D. In particular, gaming in 3D and 3D television. I know that Killzone 3 is being developed in 3D
isn't real.
There's more 3D games on the way. What's your opinion? Personally, I have my doubts, and mainly because at the moment it seems too expensive. Firstly, you have to buy a 3D, or 3D TV, yes. Then you have to buy a pair of glasses, and then you have to buy a special DVD player or game player that can support the 3D. So, what is your opinion of all this 3D hoopla? And again, that's from OJ Taylor. I don't know if anyone realizes this, but 3D has existed for quite a long time. This is nothing new. It's just a new kind of 3D that they're trying to push down people's throats because it's not slightly as bad as the last version, which needs you to have colored glasses. It's this simple to me. 3D is like a rumble pack. It doesn't really add anything to the game experience. It's completely superfluous to the actual plot, the
really
gameplay,
bad
the
take.
story of the game.
Such a bad take. Like, 3D is like a rumble pack. It's in literally everything.
It's not needed.
If you're equating it to Rumble, like, Rumble is in every single controller nowadays. Like, it became a mainstay, a staple with every single controller you buy now has Rumble. Every single game. I was playing Star Ocean 2 remake, and that has Rumble mechanics in it. It's like they're adding it to games that are being remade from the PS1 era.
It's just a kind of
It's not quite a one-to-one comparison.
a little add-on. And being that what he says is a very good point, it's very expensive to buy a 3D TV, to get these 3D glasses, to get something that's compatible with it. It's a hassle right now and it's not worth it. Now, what's to say that in 5 years it doesn't become super cheap, or maybe it's integrated into everything? Well, that would be something different. But the other thing...
You know what else has 3D? VR. VR has 3D.
That I completely disagree with is that...
Because that's like a fixed angle. Like, you're looking at the VR screen from one angle, so they're able to add 3D to it.
You still have to wear these...
But when you have it on a TV, you could look at it from different angles, and that would mess up the 3D aspect.
Glasses. No one wants to sit around in their house wearing sunglasses. You look like an asshole, and you don't get to see a clear movie. What everyone's been saying with these 3D movies is, wow, it's really great that they filmed Avatar and Resident Evil Afterlife in 3D, but I can't see the movie. I put the glasses on, the movie's blurry as shit, and then I get a headache after like 20 minutes because your mind's not supposed to be seeing two different versions of the same image to that extent. And by the way, the other thing, you ever notice something that real life really isn't that much 3D?
What? Real life isn't that much 3D? Like, he treats 2D images as if it's 3D. You see him sitting in his chair, and like, to try and look around something in a video game, he like literally actually turns his head, like he moves his body as if he's like looking around things. He thinks 2D is 3D. And he thinks 3D is not. Oh, that's so weird.
Someone throws a softball at you, do you really see this thing coming at you? Like,
yes! Yes, I do! What are you talking about? Like, you're talking about people who don't have depth perception. You talk about people like they have one eye. Like, what are you talking about? Yes, if a softball is coming at my face, yes, I do see it coming.
no, you see a 2D thing, you get hit in the face.
No, I move out of the way.
Real vision has depth perception to a point, but not to the point where these 3D movies are trying to push it. So it's unnatural, it gives you headaches, it's expensive, it's an unneeded gimmick. I personally think 3D sucks dick, and that these people who are trying to push this stupid fat down our throats should suck my balls. So, get 3D movies out of the theaters. I don't want to pay $15
Suck
to
my
see
balls.
a 3D movie. I want to pay
Suck
the
my
regular
dick.
$10 that you usually rate me to see the movie.
Sounds kinda
And,
gay.
I don't care about 3D gaming. You won't be able to videotape it properly. It'll probably be a worse experience because everything will be blurry. This shit. Really, stop worrying about this bullshit technology that no one's asking for, and worry about making better plot, better gameplay, and better graphics. Duh! It's the three things that people pay for, not these stupid gimmicks. That's my...
Whenever people are counting to 3, like, who uses their thumb as the number 1? Like, Most people use their index finger as the number one, but DSP for some reason uses his thumb for number one.
That no one's asking for, and worry about making better plot, better gameplay, and better graphics. Duh! It's the three.
Like when they hold up three fingers, like their index finger, the middle finger, and their ring finger. But when DSP holds up three fingers, it's the thumb, the index finger, and the middle finger. That's three to him. Like imagine, look at him. This is holding up three fingers to him.
Things that people
That's
pay
so
for,
weird.
not these stupid gimmicks. That's my little rant about 3D. Sorry, I know I went on a little bit of a rant there. Okay, 2 more questions. And
The German 3. Our world does in fact have 3 dimensions. Oh, he got community noted on this one.
Number 1. Hey Phil, I was wondering.
That'd be the comment. Community notes. The world is actually 3D.
That real life really isn't that much 3D.
That's a great video. Thumbs up. Dave said it first. The new 3D is not slightly as bad as the last one. You can't videotape it properly. It's funny. I think Phil was always a weirdo, but my theory is that Phil suffered brain damage at some point after high school. The series has to include DSP's microwave physics. Oh yeah, the microwave. That does have to be the next one. How, like, you can't microwave something in bursts. You have to start all over whenever you, like, open the microwave door or something. That does have to be the next one. That you can't, like, microwave things, like, a couple seconds at a time. Obviously, this person doesn't know how microwaves work.
Darkseid responds, yeah, that discussion is over. We know there are no lifers. Okay, so as usual...
What? Watch your DuckTales video titled Epic Rage and tell us that is genuine rage, Phil. Even your own fans that watched it at the time called you out for it. It was fake rage with a clickbait title to get views. Yeah, that discussino is over. We know there are no lifers. What?
Bring up a good point that he can't refute, and you are met with the conversation being over.
All right, I'm gonna have lunch really quickly and then get back into editing.
Anyways, Darkside Phil says, Killer Beast, unless you're psychic, you don't know if any rage was legit or not. I saw it was. He means I say it was. So deal with it. That subject is already over. And isn't psychic... Okay, so what exactly does a psychic do? In my mind, psychic is someone that can see the future. But I guess maybe I'm wrong about that. Is psychic someone that can see inside the mind of someone else? Maybe he's right. Oh, God. All right, hold on. Philip's talking in chat already about Cammy. Yes. Punk. Oh, shit. Get out of here. Yes. Punk used Cammy. And yes, used the corner loops to win. LOL. Funny, the exact thing that kicks my ass online. Just one Evo. Cammy, by the way, was the 4th most played character on there. Not the most played character by any means. Was played by Punk, a legendary player. No matter what character he would choose to play, I'm sure he'd play it pretty well. But nonetheless, we move forward positively. Killer Beast, unless you're psychic, you don't know if any rage was legit or not. I say it was. So deal with it. That subject is over. Last one. If you're going to talk shit, have factual proof to back it up. You can't argue that I use capital letters for any particular reason because you're not me. You can never win that argument in a court of law. You can speculate for your own subjective purposes, and you'd be wrong because you're not me. So remember, this was all started because Philip decided to say I didn't put a title all in caps. And Philip's defense to that was, I didn't put the title of the game in caps. So there you go. There's your ancient lore dive from 2014. The thing you come to expect here in WPIG is worthless drops of lore. Just like that. So I hope you enjoy. All right, anyways. How is the chat of DSPs doing? That's how they keep the best players down, Phil. Good LARP there. Blah, blah, blah. Pattern play at Evo. Let's see. Cammy's thighs, though. Okay. Anyways. Oh, yeah. So, by the way, big ups to people saying the same thing. Yeah. In the top 128, how many Cammys was there? That's what someone needs to be saying if you have an SOK account. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. A good bit of Blanca's in the top 32. It's just, we're just get ready for that shit. If you're not ready to hear about Street Fighter, I recommend you leave because that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. Yes, Jim dancing. That is what happened. That is unfortunately what happened because we're going to hear about it today. But again, it was not the most played character at all. But he's going to present it as such. You know what I mean? But anyways, moving forward positively. You want to see the might you want to see the DuckTales? Because that is kind of funny. DuckTales Rage. Here we go. DuckTales Rage. Epic Rage within. Yeah, Epic Rage, right. Not really.
Thank you for re-upping your membership. I appreciate that.
This is very bad. So I'm not gonna watch this long, but
bunch of assholes. I had to pay $3 extra to play the game. You know, this is not. No. No, it's not fair. No. Oh no. Oh, I'm playing like shit. I'm so angry. No.
You wouldn't like me when I'm angry.
I can't believe this happened to me.
Oh my God.
I have to replay fucking Transylvania. No.
Yeah, the music is kind of ruining it. No lie. Let's get the original. Epic Rage within. Epic Rage.
No. I have to replay fucking Transylvania. No.
There you go. Unfiltered rage.
No. Fuck no. No, you stupid flower. Fuck you. You stupid snake. Fuck you. Fuck you, bee. Fuck you, you stupid gorilla. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you.
What the fuck is this?
Fuck you. Another fucking stupid corn. Fuck that. Give me this. Fuck you. Fuck that. Fuck this.
Oh my God. It's worse. It's worse like raw.
Fuck shit. Dicks, cocks, ass, balls. Fucking dirty, disgusting, unwashed taint. Bullshit.
That's the classic. I've heard that clip before. He said the thing. Listen.
Fuck shit. Dicks, cocks, ass, balls. Fucking dirty, disgusting, unwashed taint. Bullshit. Can't believe I have to redo Transylvania.
That was so after the fact, too. It's incredible how after the fact that was. Nope.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you.
All right, let's see if the comments call him out. I'm like 50-50. I'm a show ashamed to have something like this in my history. Guess I better go drink bleach. That might help me forget what I just watched. I guess that was approved with 44 upvotes. Congratulations. Bugged rage mechanics. This is horrible to listen to. You are not a good streamer. You are not the fun kind of angry. So this is the one he let comments on his channel without him allowing them, clearly. This is like that gross generic brand of DSP you found at the corner store. Oh, man, some good stuff in here. I've never seen such rage within my life. Like, my face is melting off from the sheer hatred Phil is displaying for DuckTales Remastered. Is this the video Jim Sterling made fun of? Oh, did he? I know he made fun of Philip in general, but I've not seen the Jim Sterling making fun of that particular thing. Jim Sterling. So if you've ever seen Jim Sterling did a parody of DSP, and I believe it was not so bad actually. Let me play it for you. It was okay, I believe, but I haven't seen this in so years.
How do I play this game? It sucks. The people who coded this shit are fucks. I've been stuck on this level for like 3 fucking hours, and I still don't know the buttons to use all my powers. The only way I got
yeah, like he put effort in this. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is effort. This is a rhyming parody. Like, who's doing that? I don't got time for that.
Past that last fucking stage was exploit bug mechanics. I just want to rage. It's not my fault I died. This controller is lagging. I want to expose the devs to a round of teabagging. Oh, there's a lady on screen in this bit. I just want to zoom in on her big fucking tits. Want to touch my damn scrot. Motorboat, 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 motorboat. Gah! I died again. This game's fucking cheating. And no, it's not because I'm too busy tweeting. And I just died again. This game's so fucking bugged. I spent 60 damn bucks on this game. I've been mugged.
Like, I mean, that's like not bad. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's pretty good. Plebes in the house is the thumbnail is so unbelievably cursed. I like. Big ups, Plebus. Legend. Uh-oh, Philip's here. Just sat down. Doing a lot today. Oh, are we doing a lot today? You mean you're trying to talk to the screen and pretend you're having a conversation? We have a lot of options for the next game. Or games, and I have some ideas. That's the 44 seconds left. Let's go. 1 minute left, actually. Less than 1 minute.
Ooh, tits, ooh, tits, ooh, tits, ooh. Wait, I gotta do more of this poem? What do I do? I don't know how to rhyme. Poo, poo, poo. Oh, wait. I gotta use words that sound alike. So I gotta exploit buggy English. Big motorbike. This is dumb. I'm so sick of this shit. This poem is glitched. Solid Snake just got hit. Oh my god, I am done. I can't even describe. But if you like my video, please like and subscribe.
Fell off a little bit. First half was really good. First half was amazing. Let's check out this, though. His rage when he played Catherine was pretty hilarious too. He got so mad that he threw the controller after he died at stage 5 a shitload of times. Fakest rage I've ever seen. This makes me never want to watch another DSP gaming video again. It's not entertaining. It's just crap. Panda Lee must be one hell of a drug. Oh, by the way, Snoot said something, and I do want to check on this. So apparently, we got to hurry up with this because I know he's going to start soon. On the last night's Daily Rap, Leanna took some strays.
Good evening, everyone. Phil
Let me
here,
search
and
the
welcome
transcript
to the Daily
here.
Wrap for what was Sunday, the 21st of
Is
July,
that possible?
2024.
How is Leanna
Full React
taking
Day
strays?
today, which was great. Although we did have some unexpected stuff that happened right before my show started this morning, and I had to talk about it in politics. Okay?
Ex-girlfriend.
Let's talk.
Oh my
Pretty good
God.
day.
Here we go.
Started just moments after our current president Joe Biden in the United States announced he is no longer including Kojima. Dark Souls Rage.
Okay, here we
She
go.
said there's 3 things that people hated me for over the year.
Okay.
The Dark Souls Rage Quit and Review. Me playing Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3 HD and making fun of the games constantly, including Kojima. And basically my ex-girlfriend, who they all hated, right? And so because of that, like those are the 3 things that people used. Oh, that's the catalyst of why I don't like Darkside Phil. And that's what started popular opinion to turn against me during that time period. And people started doing this.
It wasn't just that he made fun of Metal Gear, it's that he was
the catalyst of it.
just stupid.
What was
he
that
just
3
wasn't
again?
smart
Hold on,
enough
let me
to
get back farther. I'm sorry. I need to go back
play
farther
it.
to get what he's talking about.
It's just a dumb oaf.
Okay. Why are we talking about this old shit? We're 2 minutes in the video. Okay.
Of Dark Souls that I did right after I stopped
This
playing.
is a daily
I
wrap.
literally say the reason I'm quitting the game is because I feel like it's too difficult and too much work.
Oh, he's talking about why he rage quit that game. Okay, now I know a little bit about the
The
context.
investment I would have to put into it to beat it, I'd come and enjoy the stream and not want to play more games. You know, as a variety YouTuber, I had Batman Arkham City, Skyrim, and many other games coming out around that time period that I wanted to focus on. I didn't want to be locked up endlessly playing
so he's
Dark
trying
Souls
to justify a rage quit that is 10 years old. Okay,
out of it as I had
we got
hoped.
it. We
You
got
know,
it.
having to replay so many lengthy
You don't have to
parts
justify
between
10
bonfires and
years
stuff
old
just
rage
was kind of
quits.
annoying to me.
Okay, got
and
it.
I thought that I had explained it pretty matter of fact and pretty fairly. In fact, in that review, I review Dark Souls very positively and give it an 8 out of 10. Yet I remember distinctly in my head, that was one of the pieces of content that I put out that people over the years gave me a lot of crap for and started to hate me for. I actually said, there's 3 things that people hated me for over the years. The Dark Souls Rage Quit and Review. Me playing Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3 HD and making fun of the games constantly, including Kojima.
Okay.
And basically my ex-girlfriend.
Oh,
who they all
wow.
hated, right? And so because of that, like those are the 3 things.
Oh, well, you'll expect to see that on Twitter because that needs to be shared. 2000s. How many people are we sharing? How many people can we? How many girls in Philip's life has been thrown under the bus? And I think it's everyone now. We've thrown our mom under the bus multiple times. Thrown Kat under the bus multiple times. Thrown Leanna under the bus multiple times. And another one. Big ups, dude. Great job, dude.
That's the catalyst of why I don't like Darkside Phil.
An ant. Oh, don't forget the ant.
Popular opinion to turn against
Almost
me during
forgot
that
the
time
ant.
period, and people started doing this is how you don't play, and a lot of hateful content towards me. That was the catalyst of it. And it's weird because we watched it back, and I'm scratching my head. I'm like, I don't understand it.
As I'm scratching my head now,
insulted it. It's not like I actually rage quit it. I didn't really. It doesn't seem like. It seems like it's a misconception that's formulated over the years from something that literally didn't happen. And it's funny because you actually read
not funny
the video comments, right? And some of the highest voted comments are from people saying, he's a casual, he's a casual, he's a casual, he's a casual. But then in the review itself, I outright say, if I'm the kind of guy that if I want to invest time into something, it's because it's competitive.
Yeah,
like
you probably said that in minute 37 of a 50-minute review, and people probably didn't get there, brother. Just an idea. Okay, not starting, even though we're there.
Competing for Street Fighter, or I'm going to play Call of Duty, right, and enter a tournament. Then that's why I want to invest so much time into it, to learning it, because it's competitive. Dark Souls isn't competitive. So I don't care to spend all that time to invest in it to get good at it and beat it. I want to play other games. And people literally say, whoa, casual, casual, casual. Like, yeah, but that's not a bad thing. I literally said that in the video. I'm just not that kind of person. So it just seems to me like, again, there's certain games that have polarizing communities. And this one was like, if you're not a fan, a fanboy.
Like, Leanna. She has a polarizing community behind Leanna. The panda simpers and the panda detractors
of Dark Souls. You're just a filthy casual piece of crap, and we hate you. And that was one of the turning points for me. Dark Souls, Metal Gear Solid.
We're gonna say it again?
My ex.
We're saying it again.
Things that turned everyone against me, and it's crazy to think about it now.
It's so weird. Like yesterday, he was like complaining, like, "Oh, nobody cares about my performance in Elden Ring," and it's like, well, that's because you're competing against everyone else who plays Elden Ring. So in that fashion, it is a competition, and you've said, "Oh, I don't care about it. I don't want to compete in that," and that's why you're losing that competition, Phil. Jeez.
Now, because now we're doing things like these retro replays, or excuse me, retro reacts, and we're kind of seeing it from a different perspective 13 years later. Like,
we are saying it
that's
again.
Really what happened? Like, he didn't like this game that had such a rabid fan base, and that fan base turned against him. Then it happened again.
All
and
right,
that fan base turned against him. And then
crafting a tweet the second the stream ends.
Stock of the internet.
Yeah, get her in here.
So anyway,
get her in here.
It was great. We had a great time together.
KJS.
The Dark Souls 1 retro
XJS
react is now done. Really enjoyed doing that. Thank you to everyone who joined me over the last 5 months. Because if you remember, we actually started like back in what was it, February? And we've been going back to it every once in a while, and now we finally finished it because I was
been
doing
here the whole
Elden Ring
time.
DLC. So what perfect timing to
what perfect timing to throw Leanna under the bus
and now finish the retro react to Dark Souls 1 today. It was like absolutely perfect timing. So FYI, next week we start a new retro react, and that will be the continuation of Mario and Sonic at the 2012 London Olympics co-op, which we did a couple times about a month ago. We're going back.
We can throw Rambo under the bus.
This week? The actual real life Olympics. So now we can continue to watch that playthrough while the real Olympics are going on. I think it's 2 sessions and we'll finish it. Perfect timing for that. Okay, cool. So great stuff. I hope you enjoy all the
great stuff. Don't care. Oh, we're starting. All right, we are starting. Let's get a poll going. What's a poll? I kind of want to. I don't want to say that. I don't want to like count shit. I was gonna say how many times we're gonna say pick Cammy, but I don't want to count shit. Poll. Will he say Leanna on? Will he say my ex on this stream? That's the question. Did he do a cold open? If I did, oh, he did.
All right, everybody. So first of all, happy Monday.
Cold open. Don't give a shit. All right, lots to talk about today with the Evo ending up and a person you might expect.
I hate that intro too.
Today's show, we'll discuss Evo, which just ended, and its implications not only in the fighting game community, but on my streams as well. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we got to figure out what's the next big thing that I'm doing. Now that I finished both the Elden Ring DLC and Riven Remake, we're going to have some openings in the schedule. And, we got to think about what's going to be balanced well with that schedule. In addition to my upcoming digital summer party this coming Saturday.
Okay.
So
could have done this after the intro.
Some things to discuss, and hopefully by the end of this show, we will have determined what is coming tomorrow. All that and more on today's episode of the Level 1.
Nice.
Today's episode of
Nailed
the
it.
Level 1.
Nailed it. Nailed that transition.
Whoops.
Level 1.
Alrighty, everybody. So first of all, happy Monday.
Happy
It is
Monday.
the 22nd of July, 2024. I'm DSP. I hope that you're all doing well and you're in good spirits. And if you're not, well, hopefully today's show
This is
will
going to help
do
us
that
all.
for you.
This is definitely going to help us all.
We have
Den
an
chat,
important
my bad.
agenda today. What we got to do on today's show is figure out what comes next for DSP Gaming. Because right now, we have a few things in the schedule. And those things are important and interesting playthroughs. But what we really need to figure out is what's coming next. We have finished 2 playthroughs over the weekend. And that is going to free up a good amount of time. Now, we do have a returning playthrough today in Fallout 4, which we'll talk about in just a little bit.
Oh, God.
And I foresee that probably it'll take maybe a couple of weeks to wrap up Fallout 4 as something balanced in our schedule, which is good. I want to finish it up. It's the big Bethesda playthrough for the year. I certainly don't want to leave it unfinished. Because I'm in a situation where, you put that much time into it. I want to say it was over 40 hours that we had put into Fallout, correct? And so obviously, I want to wrap it up. And we're in the midst of a DLC, and then there's one more minor DLC, and then the end of the story of the game, and we're pretty much done because we've done everything else in the game up to this point. So I want to finish that up. And I know it's not going to be what everyone wants. Fallout Mania is over. It started back in April with the Fallout TV show on Prime Video. And, even as we were playing through the game in the month of May, it kind of died out, which is why we gave it a whole month away so that we could focus on the Elden Ring DLC. But I'm bringing it back to finish it up. So it's going to be a good balance with everything else that we're doing. Well, what else are we doing? Well, as you know, we are continuing to play Street Fighter 6. I'm currently at the highest ranked position I've ever been in the game.
Whoa.
Over 1,600
Wow,
master
a
ranking points.
personal best.
Bison is getting better and better.
People really
Holy
care
shit,
about your
dude.
own personal
Serious?
records.
I will be honest with all of you.
Please.
After having played in that lobby on Friday night where I used different characters, all right?
Maybe it's because you're playing a high-tier character.
To go back into Street Fighter 6 and play with everybody else, like Honda, Dalsy, and Blanca. Like, I actually want to use them again. So I am feeling kind of reinvigorated in Street Fighter 6 at this point.
Definitely.
And I hope that you guys will be along for that ride with me as I try to get other characters to a better level, all right? Now, we're going to talk about that in a moment because that might be heavily affected by what just happened to Evo. Okay? Anyway.
Why would it?
So we got those 2 things already in the mix. For our late night chill stream, we currently have Stardew Valley. And here's the thing. In Stardew Valley, all right, I played this game now for over 20 hours over the course of roughly a month. I really like the game. When we play Stardew
Here's the
Valley
problem.
together,
Here's where
we have
you
a
come
great
in.
interactive, chill experience where we get to talk, hang out, but also you guys help me with the game to get better and to unlock new stuff and to understand things that I need to do. And it's been a really good ride. Okay, it has. It's been a really, really good ride.
Jordan, come back.
I really want to keep it in the rotation as a late night chill stream. I feel like it fit in there just like Minecraft,
Jordan.
Subnautica, Bassmaster, Microsoft Flight Simulator, and other games have worked over
Shout
the
out
years.
Bassmaster.
However, when I played it last time, for some odd reason, there was next to no support. And this is confusing because...
well, is it really odd a reason, or is it a very single explainable reason? You tell me.
Actually, about a month ago, Stardew Valley was consistently the game I was getting the most support for. People were getting into super chat wars, tips, goals were being
He
hit,
loves
notes
those
were
wars.
done, the hat.
What happened to the
regularly,
cheer
and then all of a
wars?
sudden, out of nowhere, we do a stream, and there's
Remember
like
he said
literally
cheer
nothing.
wars?
Like, I think it was like not even $20 raised. I could be wrong though, but it was. I just
Could
remember
be
it was
wrong,
a really
though.
slow stream.
Really
So,
sucked, dude.
Excuse me. It makes me
No.
scratch my head like, what is going on? What a drastic shift, even though it's the same game. Fun commentary and gameplay, interactive with the audience. It's not like anything has changed.
Yeah,
right?
so just the money you gave me changed. That's this part
You know,
that sucks.
I don't know. Anyway, all that being said, we have 3 games in the rotation. I don't know how much I'll play Stardew. It really depends on how the next stream goes. And by the way, the next stream is later tonight. We'll talk about that in a moment when we get to the schedule.
Oh, this is telling you to get your wallets out
is
tonight.
Something else, okay? Something to balance in the schedule to fill in these gap streams.
Well, Final Fantasy VII,
for example,
dude.
right now,
Be awesome.
today is Fallout 4 on the day stream. But I have absolutely, positively no idea what I'm doing tomorrow. None.
Oh my God, this
Okay?
is intense.
And the whole point is I think today we got to talk out some ideas. I have a couple interesting ones.
So that means
that I would
you already
totally be ready.
That means you already made the decision, and we'll go with whoever says what you think already. Okay, cool.
Say, okay, approve right now. Or we can discuss other things, but I really need to figure out what we're doing by the end of the show.
All right, so any SOK accounts ready. You know what to do. Whatever he suggests, you just bring up a very believable reason why that's not a good idea.
The thing is, we are at a time period right now. We have 1 month. 1 month.
Until what?
Until big new releases begin.
Oh,
with
my
Black
God.
Myth Wukong.
That's
Star
huge.
Wars Outlaws.
Oh, God, that's huge.
The Black Ops 6 beta.
Oh, my God.
Among other things, if I remember correctly, around the end of August and the first week of September, no exaggeration, there's something like 5 to 7 video games coming out.
Oh, my God.
Okay?
This
so we have
is
a month.
crazy.
Now, one thing I'm going to be very
Star Wars Outlaws.
Now, one thing I'm going to be very
Whoa.
Salute.
transparent
Careful.
with all of you about. I'm pretty upset that at EVO,
Yeah,
Capcom literally blue-balled everyone when it came to the
Literally.
Capcom collection. For those who don't know, there's a
Literally
collection coming out
poured paint
sometime this
on my
year
balls.
that features all of the old school
So,
Marvel
by the way, people in his chat are saying August 23rd. That is 100% what LARPer did last night. So, congratulations.
and versus fighting games in one. It's a
We got
collection
him to believe, not me, you guys did, got him to believe 2 different dates, and he wasn't sure.
people have wanted for ages.
Yeah,
I
like-
literally a couple months ago was talking about
hope,
this. Saying, I don't know why they don't sell it. It would be a gold mine. Well, now they're making it, and they had it at EVO. All right, it was there.
So who gives a shit?
People played tournaments on it.
Like, it would suck, but I kind of hope that Star Wars Outlaws has a whole bunch of, like, the Ubisoft formula, you know what I mean? A lot of just going here, doing mundane thing, going here, doing that mundane thing. I want DSP to rage quit Star Wars Outlaws.
Yeah?
Like, I kind of don't want it to happen because I don't want games to suck, but I kind of hope that game sucks in just a very specific way that makes them want to quit it.
It was rated by the ESRB, and the ESRB says it's complete. The game is ready for sale.
They said
right
it's
now.
complete. No, it doesn't mean it's complete.
They did not give a release date.
Good.
They did not
I hope they
release the
never
game.
do.
They're just like holding back for some reason.
Yeah, hold back.
If that collection had come out, I'd be playing it today. I would have changed my
Yeah.
schedule around and said, let's do the collection.
Yeah, I did see that with Hunter x Hunter and Impact. It looks like Neferpitou isn't going to be a launch character. Are they going to save her as a DLC character? Of course they will. That's going to get people to buy it.
Right now.
Like, where's Miriam's Royal Guard? Like, anyone.
Because that's something I grew up with. That's something that I have so much knowledge about and so much passion for. I love the Versus series of games.
Oh,
I can show
definitely.
you all kinds of gameplay, combos, strategies, infinites. We can go through every single one, arcade mode. I can show you the bosses.
Oh, we are digging deep, boys. Hang on. We got a big digger here. Get the rig out.
Differences between the game and
Ooh, nice dig.
strategies, infinites. We can go through every single one, arcade mode. I can show you the bosses, the differences between
red.
the game engines. We could go online and play a ton of online play against people competitively. There's so much to do in that game series. That would be an amazing game. But there's no release date. They didn't even drop a
Be
release
funny.
date during EVO.
It'd be so, like, he should play more fighting games. Can you imagine him playing Hunter x Hunter and Impact? Knowing nothing about the anime, I wonder what his takeaway of, like, the characters would be. I just want to hear this, like, his blind takeaways of, like, the characters. It'd be like one of those videos where you, like, have your grandma name Pokemon. It'd be very similar to one of those.
That doesn't make any sense at all. Why on earth
I don't think they're too worried
would you
about it.
have it at EVO? Promote it. They're promoting it. They're advertising it all over. They've got a
Yeah,
promotional Twitter
it's
account.
coming
They got
out
all this going on,
someday.
and not give a date. That's just,
Yeah.
it's mind-boggling, right? And here's my concern.
Oh,
I get the
please.
feeling here's what's going to happen.
Uh-oh.
Right?
Here we go. Here we
game
go.
is going to come out in the midst of all the other releases. Like, how much do you want to bet it's going to come out right there late August or in the midst of September when
$20
we got a zillion other games out that everyone wants to play and see? Now, for the FGC, maybe it won't be a big deal, but for everybody else, like, I'm not going to sit here and drop everything just to play a fighting game.
Okay, well then
I wanna
lose
do that
out on those
right
day
now.
one
We're in the midst
views.
of a dead summer. There's nothing else going on this summer.
Dead
perfect
summer.
For a month
You
to
gotta
do it.
go.
They're not releasing it. It's like
Dead gaming summer.
you know, it's
you
just
gotta go.
they're somewhere over at Capcom. There's some
You gotta
board,
go
not board
pirate.
member, but a management member sitting at a boardroom.
Gotta
making
go
an
retro.
arbitrary decision about how if they
Yeah.
release it at this
Please say
strategic
Street
time,
Smarts.
it'll help them for a certain quarter or whatever.
Please say Street Smarts.
No actual fucking knowledge of how gaming works.
Please.
No actual knowledge of the community. They don't see the hype that people have for this game right now and want it. Let's just hold back. Well, guess what? You're gonna
The
hold
game I want to
back.
play right now
What's
is
gonna happen?
Star Ocean 2.
It'll be
I'm
fine.
What's gonna happen?
I don't give a shit about new games right now.
The breaking point. Yeah, you know they don't give a shit about that. But all
In the
right.
fighting game circles. But if you release it in the fall, in the midst of the busiest gaming season of the year, it will not get mainstream approval. And the thing is, that's what they want.
Mainstream approval.
They want it to get mainstream attention because they want to then have that be the catalyst to say, hey, look, we should make
What a
other
dumb
versus
bitch.
crossover games in the
Thank you,
future.
Jenna.
Not just Marvel, but others as well, because this one did so well. But you can't just release it in the midst of the busiest gaming season and expect results. It's not going to work. So I'm nervous because I thought for
nervous?
sure this was their game plan. It seemed like it was. And now it seems like they're just doing something really stupid, and I don't understand why they're doing that.
Okay.
So it is what it is right now.
Thank you, Mr.
There's no
Bankruptcy.
Marvel collection to play. So that idea
No.
is off the table. That was originally my idea. That's what we'll do, but it's gone. It doesn't exist. So what we need to do is we need to
We gotta
focus
figure this
in
out, you guys.
on
We gotta brainstorm. We gotta put our heads
what
together
would
and
be
figure out
fun,
my
and what we
business.
need to have, for a few
I don't know,
weeks. 'Cause
dude. How
basically
about you go
we've
fuck
got
yourself?
tomorrow, and then we're gonna have 1 or 2 streams essentially moving forward a
What
week
the
that are
fuck?
kind of empty streams that we need content for.
That was the mustache segment, real quick. Hang on, I'm putting on my fake mustache. That's what it looks like. What the fuck? Big ups Joe Dub says Kai Sanat don't have a podcast like me. Read, dude. Thank you, Joe Dub. J Dog says he wants instant gratification from Capcom. Yes, even though he's from a generation that didn't get instant gratification, according to him. Smitty Weber, man, Jensen says, isn't this one of the games he shelled thousands out of money matches for? Why is he so excited for this actual deadhead? Also, where's Jade? Jade is a mystery, and I'm not. It's a Theo theory, but it might be attached to the Brian thing. But we'll see if Jade shows up today. But
Moving forward a week that are
Interesting.
Kind of
yes, this is the game he lost a lot of money matches.
For.
Yes.
And of course, there's always many possibilities of things you can
Jade
do.
leave?
In my
That'd be
head, I'm
funny.
debating. Do we want to do a longer form game? Maybe not. Because
Maybe
if you think
Final
about
Fantasy
it, let's say
VII.
we have
Oh.
4 weeks, 2 streams a week. That's like 20 hours, 24 hours. That's not enough for a super long game. Like an RPG, probably 30, 40 hours. There's not enough time.
Definitely.
So I don't think we should be starting an RPG or anything like that. That would probably be a very bad idea.
Stellar Blade.
I don't know. I'm kind of mulling things over in my head with the time that we'll have of what we can do. So I have a few ideas. All right,
Uh-oh.
I do. And what I'd like to do is share some of those
Jasper.
ideas with you, and let's see what people think. Okay. So the first idea is directly tied to what the other idea was, because, as you know, with no Marvel collection coming out, right? Okay, with
who
no
we
Marvel
banning?
collection coming out. Oh, he's above me. I was like, where did he go? He was right there. He's above me.
Oh, God. Please move on.
There is another possibility. There was a game that they announced at EVO out of nowhere that absolutely no one was expecting, and that game has released. As of right now, it is released on everything, okay? And that game is SVC Chaos, also known as SNK.
He said
versus
said that game
Capcom.
sucked. He said it was a bad game.
Capcom was making Capcom versus SNK, CVS. SNK was making their own crossover game using Capcom fighting game properties and other Capcom characters. Okay, now
He made it sound like he
this
didn't want to
game
play it.
Yeah.
is very weird.
I hope people are bringing that up. He definitely said he didn't want to play that.
What I
Yeah.
mean by that is, number one, it barely got any attention when it released, because it actually released years after the CVS games released, so it kind of came way too late. Okay, that's number one. Number two, it's made by SNK.
So it plays similarly to the King of Fighters series, not Street Fighter. Now, it has Street Fighter elements, but it definitely plays very, very different, okay, than modern fighting games and or even Street Fighter. So it looks a little weird because it looks like the SNK drawing style. It plays a little weird. Style? At the time when it came out, which was early 2000s, okay, it did not get a competitive community. All right, it didn't. It didn't catch on. No tournaments were being held for this game. I know. I was in the competitive circles at the time. And
you mean the SRK forums, which will take anybody? I was in the competitive circles at the time.
No one really put too much time or effort into it. Very few arcades even had it in the United States. Almost no one bothered buying it. It did get a console port. The console port didn't do well. Okay, in Japan it did all right because in Japan the SNK games got a little bit more attention. But overall, for the most part, SVC did not do well. Okay, it was not a well-regarded game. I don't even remember a single tournament being held in the Street Fighter community for it. No one really cared because it was an SNK game.
Okay, so why wouldn't play it again?
Now, here's the
rather
thing.
than things people want to see.
It just released for all platforms. It released for PC on Steam, PlayStation 4, Xbox, and I think Switch. Did it go on Switch? I don't know if it's on Switch, but it's on like all platforms. And guess what? It's $20. Okay?
Whoa.
Yeah, it has online play. It has arcade mode. It has what you would want from a fighting game, a modern fighting game. It has the features. So it's $20. And it's kind of a silly mess around game because it has characters both from SNK and Capcom. So you can actually see, M. Bison drawn in the SNK style.
Get him out of here.
Which is
Later, Jasper.
From what you're probably expecting.
He's probably looking for a place to take a piss.
Style too. Okay.
Hope he pukes on him.
Right now, there's interest in it.
Excuse me, the litter box is filled.
I don't know if it would retain any interest. I think it would be good. Like if we played it, what I would do is probably do a run in arcade mode to see what it plays like, see who the boss is and stuff like that. Then, go online and try a few different characters.
Well, that'll be great.
And mess around with it. I don't know if I would ever get good because here's the thing. No one got good at this game. I don't even know how it's played competitively.
I saw this one too.
No one ever really did back in the day.
I shared this meme with Alfred. Alfred's been making a lot of memes on the old Truth Social, but yeah. Never give up. Let me show you how it's done. Not a joke, by the way. I mean, there's a reason people were making fun of her for it. She literally blew her way into higher office.
So it's kind of like a starting point. Like everyone would.
That's the long and short of it, Frog Machine. Arcade re-release went under the radar because it was released during EVO, but MVC is bad for not being released during EVO. Yep. Now you're getting it. Makes sense? Makes sense if you don't think about it. There is the king of Street Fighter.
Probably.
Alfred uses ideogram. This is AI generated, if you couldn't tell. But he uses this to make a lot of memes, and he posts it on his off time when he has free time. He works a real job, a real adult human job, but he also likes memeing like I do.
Playing this game on the same level because no one played it at any competitive level back in the day. You'll probably see people playing it like Street Fighter, people playing it like King of Fighters. It'll be a very interesting experience.
I should probably get some of my stuff shipped from California over to here. I want like my fight stick. I want my Dyson fan. What a couple things that I have still in California.
Experience, to say the least.
Maybe some of my game consoles.
But at the same time,
I don't know if you're going to give me money.
Oh, it's not on Xbox? Never mind. Apparently it's just on PlayStation and PC and Switch, not Xbox. Okay. So yeah, I don't know
expensive
how much
things
longevity it would have, but definitely it would be good variety. Right? It would definitely be great variety.
Yeah, another fighting game
for the streams, just to try. And the thing is, we don't have to keep playing it at an extended period of time. We could easily
get
it and play it for a few streams, and if it's not that interesting and it dies down and no one really cares, we could just stop. It's $20. It's not a giant money investment. It's not like a $50, $60 game. It's a quick one. So even if we get
what he should be playing is that Nintendo Championship Series game. That one has the hype right now. Not hype, but people are playing it and people are interested more than this whatever the fuck he's talking about now.
A few streams out of it.
That's a game you play for a few streams when you need something slow to play.
To try all the different characters.
When you have some slow period.
Like SNK, but they look like Street Fighter characters. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It'd be pretty weird.
Yeah, definitely.
So that's one option.
And I'm totally open to that. I'm not saying we would commit to playing it long term. I'm just saying, hey, for variety, it would almost be like a weird. It's kind of like you're going on safari. We're going to uncharted territory. We're going to go play something that no one really ever played, and we're going to see if it's any good. And if not, we can laugh at it, but we don't have to commit to playing it longer.
Safari?
You know what I mean?
That's so creepy.
Nailed that reference, bro. Beautiful safari.
So that's one option. $20, right?
$20, definitely.
There you go.
$20. Makes sense.
Now,
what the
number
fuck?
2 option. It's also a game that just came out. So we got that. That just came out. SVC just came out.
Like Safari?
Then we got another game that just came out last week that I'm definitely interested in. And I talked about actually getting because I wanted to maybe make it a part of an event coming up called the Nintendo World Championships.
There we go. That's what I
NES
said.
edition, I think it's called. So what this is a game for the Switch that just came out.
That's what we want as detractors, I think, because you'd see how fucking bad he is.
To go. And it is a challenge run style game where I
Challenge
believe
run
it
style?
features something like 20 classic NES games, including Mario, Donkey Kong, some racing, some puzzle, all variety of games. Okay, I think
Oh.
Zelda's in there too.
Whoa.
So I think the cool thing about it would be
Do you though?
because
Do you think?
it has a variety of games.
I'm not sure you
I could
do.
jump into this and take on various different challenge runs in these different games that are
So you mean
completely
play the
different,
game
'cause
the
that's
way
what
it's
the
meant to
game
be
is, a series of
played.
challenge runs.
Yeah, that's
to
the
see,
game.
Hey,
Uh-huh.
can you complete the challenge? You know, what time can you do it in, or you know,
Is that how
what's the
challenges
score
work?
At the end? Because that's what it is. It's score
Oh.
challenges. You know, beat it in
Ah.
a certain amount of time, stuff like that.
I didn't know how that worked.
And that would be interesting because number one, it's not just one type of thing; it's a bunch of different classic games. And number two, that could be brought back from time to time for
Oh.
random streams. You know what I mean?
Cool.
Like we got a night where there's nothing going on. Hey, let's bring back the Nintendo World Championships and do a challenge run night. And then people in chat can vote. Will Phil do the challenge or will he fail at the challenge? And we get to see if people have confidence in me or not. And then we get to see if I actually do it or not.
Oh
right?
my
So
God.
what do they
That's the
get for their
dentist version
votes?
ever. We can do poll. You think I can do this or not? What do you guys think? Go ahead. Put your vote in now. Can I do this or not? Let's go.
Like, at least on Twitch you
Oh, look at
could
this.
wager, but what
Look
do
at
you
this
get
pause.
if you win your vote?
When you've wiped off the eczema, you wiped off the eczema ooze, but it just keeps oozing.
See if people have confidence in me or not. And then we get to see if I actually do it or not, right? So I think that would be pretty neat. It would be
Oh,
something
definitely.
different
That
to
would be
do.
definitely
And
neat. Neat.
Nintendo World Championships is something that I was thinking of doing a segment of during my digital summer party this coming Saturday, which is a big marathon event.
Oh,
that would be
definitely.
pretty
Oh my
good
God.
for
Oh,
variety,
yeah.
right? So
Cool.
there you go. So those are the two
Wow.
ideas that are kind of
All right,
like
Nintendo
interesting ideas
wrecks
that I
that
have.
poll
for
if there's
things
a
that are
poll.
going to add into the schedule. Now, keep in mind, we're not going to
Uh-oh.
have tons of open schedule time. We still got Street Fighter 6 being played, Fallout 4 being played, Stardew Valley, and my React Day. So between that stuff going on, that's a lot of time already in the week taken up. I'm only looking for a game or two to fill in the gaps of other streams between that stuff. So that's why I was thinking these kind of games, they're kind of fill-in games. They're not a giant narrative RPG where we have to play for 80 hours to beat it. You know what I mean? I think it would be pretty good for variety. But I'm open to suggestions.
No, you're not.
Of other things as well.
No, you're not.
If you guys have suggestions of what we should be doing or an idea for something for about a month, but only about a couple streams a week, I'm all ears. All right.
Okay.
So I'm curious.
Someone suggested
what people will have
this.
to say. I'm sure right now I'm going to get feedback in the chat on
Yep.
what people are thinking about.
Hope you respond to that one.
for the new game that will begin.
We have people's other suggestions coming in. New Super Monkey
But
Ball.
here's the thing, and I want to make this abundantly clear.
If you say
This is one of
opinions,
the
if you say games I don't like, you're going to get banned. So just
situations.
keep that in mind.
Where?
Final
Because
Fantasy
there is
VII.
no definitive game that is coming out. All right, that is like the game to play. No matter what I play, there will be people who are disappointed. Literally, it doesn't matter what I play. You're going to have people complaining I'm not playing what they want. There's nothing I can do
Yeah.
about that. I can't please everyone. When there's no giant in-demand release, right now there is no Elden Ring DLC. There is no hot new Resident Evil or survival horror game. There is no, online shooter going on. There's nothing that's like the big in-demand thing.
So
that
he's
you
just
want
trying to
right
say
now,
don't
you
bitch
see?
about.
We gotta wait.
If
for
you
that.
don't
That's
like what I'm
coming.
playing,
Give it a
don't
month.
bitch about it.
You'll have
basically.
Black with Wukong. You'll have the Black Ops 6 beta. You'll have these other games people want. We gotta wait for that. Okay.
Yeah, don't bitch if I don't play the game you want, guys.
Now, there's
don't leave
one
me.
other factor
Please
involved
tip.
here. That's very
family.
important. in the month of August, I'm going to be doing more reacting than I usually do. Literally, I'm going to be doing two different long-form React projects.
Oh my God, that throws the whole month in disarray here because we're doing 2 reacts. What the fuck?
2 different long-form React projects.
Oh my God!
One is going to be me reacting to the Review Tech USA documentary that June the King is going to be putting out.
He hates drama, by the way.
That's supposed to be coming out sometime in early August.
Yeah, that's the way to handle it. SOK people out there. Fed Roger's not an SOK account though, but he says it seems like a waste of time. Always do that. That's what you always do.
That's all we know because I actually asked him, and he said, "Yeah, probably early August, but not set in stone yet."
How about yours then? If you're already asking
when it was available, as of now, there's no set schedule for that yet, so it's unclear when that will release. But I'm going to do a long form react to that one over on my DSP Reacts channel.
He hates drama though.
I'm also going to cover my own documentary when that comes out. All right, now that's supposed to be
no, he won't though.
August, which might
he won't react to the whole thing.
It comes out around the same
he should just say I'll react to part of it.
I'm not going to have a lot.
I'll react to a small part of it because most of it I won't like.
He's still on the date, August 23rd. That's the date we said last night. He's still on that date and thinks it's an official date.
Break up my content and do like one day where I react to the documentary, the first hour or two of it, and then I do gameplay. And then we come back in a couple days, and I react to the next chunk of the documentary.
Keep going with the 23rd.
And then we do more gameplay. There's not much I can do. If it comes out during that time, it's going to be crazy, and I'm going to have to try to balance everything. Okay? I get the feeling that's exactly what's going to happen. I get the feeling it's going to release in late August, and I'm going to have too much to do all at once, which is always what happens. You get a drought of stuff, nothing going on, and then all of a sudden you get everything everyone wants all at once.
Definitely.
Like, why aren't you playing more Black Myth Wukong? Wait, why aren't you reacting to your documentary? Wait a minute, why aren't you playing Star Wars Outlaws? Wait a minute, you better be playing that Black Ops 6 beta. Oh, by the way, Marvel vs. Capcom collection is now dropping this week too. Like, wait, what? How am I supposed to cover all of these?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right?
How dare they?
Yep.
Like, huh?
By the way, you could bet your ass. Stone Cold, Steve Austin's
Capcom collection is now dropping this week too. Like, wait, what? How am I supposed to cover all of these?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Like, huh?
By the way, you could bet your ass. Stone Cold, Steve Austin style lock. He will react to that June the documentary as soon as he can. So I'm not saying it'll be the next day, but it will be that very same week. He will drop whatever the fuck he is doing to react to that June documentary. You can bet your ass on that. He can't resist it.
So
he will be he'll be so excited.
We know that also in the month of August, I'm going to be taking some time away from all the gaming to do some reacting. So that's another reason.
That's 2 days, sir.
Why I don't think that I should pick a game that's lengthy to be the game that I now put into my schedule. If I choose a 20, 30-hour game, what happens then? If I don't have enough time to get through it, and now we have another unfinished playthrough, that would not be good. I'd rather do something that maybe is a time filler that we can jump in and out of at whim or at will.
At whim. At whim. You nailed it.
Oh, I committed to a long-ass game.
Yeah, we can do it at whim.
A time filler at whim.
I would love to hear your thoughts.
No, you
now,
won't.
as you guys know, I've already
You would not
said
want to
we're
hear my
doing Final
thoughts.
Fantasy VII Rebirth.
Oh,
there's no point in suggesting that.
Shoot.
Okay, that's just a waste. I'm not playing that. That's another 60+ hour game to finish.
Oh,
no time.
Shoot. Sorry, Tifa.
I've already said.
Tifa fans.
I'm not interested in this football game. People keep saying play this football game. I don't care. I don't play sports games. I certainly don't care about.
So that's 2 suggestions down.
Derek or otherwise, you're a fucking loser.
So that's 2 suggestions down the fucking tubes. Big up, Rebsy. I'll read it out later. Hold on a second.
Football. So I don't care about this game. I'm not going to play it and enjoy it if I play it. It seems like a waste of time.
Why do you have to say American football?
I don't have interest in that. Okay.
Okay. So stop saying stuff I don't like. Say stuff I like. Preferably the 2 things I already said.
Now, if you guys have any other suggestions, I'm all ears. But those 2 don't make sense for my content. Okay.
Yes, they do.
So let me know what you think. I'm going to be listening right now during this podcast. I'm going to be seeing. So someone's a Super Monkey Ball. Yeah, I guess there was a Super Monkey Ball game, right?
Yeah, how about that?
That came out. I'm not aware of, how challenging it is, how lengthy it is. The last Super Monkey Ball game I played years ago was insanely difficult. Do you remember that? It was really hard. And I was okay with that as long as people were along for the ride, and for the most part, they were. People came by and hung out and supported those streams, but that was years ago. Right? So, should Monkey Ball be a consideration here? Seems like that's a game that's I don't have to necessarily like rush through and beat either. Maybe I could do streams here or there of it, and I don't have to commit to beating it right away.
It's like
right?
any other game, yeah.
There you go.
There you go.
Lucky Gremlin, first of all, Pizza Tower, we already played, and you know I didn't like it, so we're not playing that again. Final Fantasy VII, I literally just said no.
He didn't like
in
it?
the chat. What is DD2? I don't know
Darkest
what
Dungeon
DD2
2.
is. As for
Darkest
Sea of
Dungeon.
Stars, I 100% commit to everyone. I'm going to go back to Sea of Stars at some point.
No, you're not.
I don't think right now.
Oh, Dragon's Dogma? Could be.
Okay,
Could be
it
Dragon's
doesn't make
Dogma.
sense. I need time to commit to that to beat it, and we don't have time.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Dragon's Dogma 2? No, I already told you that too. That
No,
one. If I
no.
was going to go back to either game, Final Fantasy 7 or Dragon's Dogma 2, it would be Final Fantasy 7. That's a much better game, but we don't have time for that. We don't have time for lengthy RPGs. I guess you're not listening to me.
He's
We
not
don't
listening.
have time for lengthy RPGs right now. That's why you literally 3 of the games you just suggested are all lengthy RPGs. I don't have time for that right now.
So
We need
again,
games
stop
that are easier to drop in, drop out. And Pizza Tower, I tried and didn't.
stop
like,
saying
you know?
suggestions that I don't like. You got it?
Okay.
Get the hint? Big Ups Copeside Phil says he wants games not to be rushed, but he wants CVM now. Yeah, yeah. Don't rush game. And
That's when I was
imagine,
getting headaches.
imagine if they said the date. Okay, imagine if they set the date and they had to delay the release. He would flip his fucking lid. So instead of doing that, they're making sure when they can release it, and they will drop the release date, and then they'll release the game. So that's what they're gonna do. Rebsy in the house says, don't forget he said in January he'll play Paper Mario, but now he's avoiding it, saying it's too long, but it'll take you 25 to 30 hours, and people ask him to play it since 2017. Yeah, he just has things he doesn't want to play, and there's no change in that. It takes years of effort, which is not worth it unless you are a dent, like Paper Mario, like Minecraft, to get him to change his mind on something.
I was? When was
It
I
takes
getting
years.
headaches? I was getting headaches playing, what, Monkey Ball? Oh, man, I don't remember that at all. Oh, that sucked.
That
Okay, he doesn't remember.
trying to find the comment, but I can't find it. Headaches during Monkey Ball?
All right. So I would say
Anyways.
Monkey Ball's a suggestion. SBC Chaos is a suggestion, and the Nintendo World Championship. So they're all valid suggestions. All 3 of them are good.
So
Okay.
Retro Parasite
But I
dropped
would
this
like
in
other
chat, and then he did a
suggestions as well.
super chat of
All
it.
right. And we got to come to a determination today.
Let's
What
see
I'm
if he
gonna
has
be playing
he
tomorrow.
mentions
okay?
that. That's not going to happen, by
What's
the
up,
way.
Game
But
Boy?
okay.
How you doing today? Welcome.
What's up,
Fucking
Game Boy?
retard.
What's
Hate
up,
these
Game
people.
Boy?
Anyone else want to talk? Nope.
Okay. All right. Anyway, so let me at least
Fucking
give you guys the
simps.
schedule. So today it's Fallout 4 returning. We are actually going through and seeing, and then we have the conclusion this truly far and beat Fallout, finishing the game. So, excuse me, over the course of the next couple of weeks, I think we'll get really far and beat Fallout 4.
Didn't have to open your
Great,
mouth.
That way it's not an unfinished. Tomorrow day stream are doing something new on the day stream. All right. So we'll see how it goes on the day stream, but I'm up in the air. You know, should it be
Up in the
SBC Chaos? Should
air.
it be Nintendo?
I'm up in the air. I'm up in the air. He says every single phrase wrong. I'm up in the air.
The World Championship. Should it be Monkey Ball? Should it be something else? I don't know. Tomorrow night on
Isn't
the late
that it's up in the air, sir?
stream, I will do Street Fighter 6, and I'm undecided if
No,
I want to
he
play more
is.
Bison and continue my climb in the ranks, or if I want to go back.
He's
I have a
high.
feeling like I want to
He's
play
a
with
high off
Dalsim.
his own
Oh, yeah,
farts.
I played
definitely.
with Dalsim, and I did really well on Friday.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, dude, I feel like, you know what it is? Now I'm
Dude.
using my new joystick. I
Yeah.
have no input delay. And I
Yeah.
started playing with him. I was like, dude, like everything's jiving.
Dude.
Like first attempt, I got
Everything's
this teleport
jiving.
cross up, drive rush, cancel level 3 combo. I was like, oh shit. Like I was feeling the groove. I was like, dude, I want to play with Dalsim more now. I was like, oh, I'm doing it. So maybe I should do that tomorrow night. Maybe I should get Dalsim or get the dust off of him and play with Dalsim a little bit tomorrow night.
Definitely, that was racist.
And then I'm off
That's not always dust.
on Wednesday. Thursday, it'll be Fallout 4 and Stardew Valley. Friday again with something on the day stream on Friday and Friday Night Fight.
You know, something.
Saturday is the big digital summer party. All right, what are we doing?
Same
we
thing
got
as
a
every
lot.
day.
My water is on camera. It was vibrating. We got a lot
Wow.
going on
The
during digital
water
summer
was
party on
vibrating.
Saturday. First of all, it's an all-day
What?
marathon
Oh,
event.
thanks for sharing that image. It really does help.
Okay, and it's going to be fun. There's going to be some booze involved. This when I go
Of course.
on my day off this
Some
week, I'm going to get
boozing.
some booze. I don't know what, because I don't really have anything right now in the house.
Yeah, right.
So I have to see what they have. Maybe see if I get something summertime drink, maybe a couple of beers or something. I don't know. I got to see what they got at the liquor store. So I'll have some booze.
You've been there plenty of times. You know what they got there.
We're going to do a few different events. Okay, first off, I'd be totally down to do some of the Nintendo World Championship stuff. So if I get it this week, which I probably should, we could do some challenge runs in that, see what's fun there. And especially if I'm drinking a little bit, it might be a little fun to get me buzzed and see if I can still do the challenges, right?
Oh, that'll be hilarious, dude. Hilarious. Yeah, that'll be hilarious
Number
for
two,
13-year-olds.
I probably will do some fighting game stuff.
Oh my God, no. Serious?
Will it be Street Fighter 6? Will it be
God damn it.
SVC Chaos, right? Will it be, it could be anything, but it should be fun just to do some random fighting game stuff in the midst of
the stream is going to go down
number
shortly.
three.
Power's going
I
out.
think we should do a tier maker. I just don't know what yet. I looked it up, and last year the tier maker that
it'll
we
be
did was like
back as soon as I can.
cuisines. So maybe we should do food, but then the question is like, what else should we do?
That's what he basically said. I just polished off everything last night, so I don't got anything in the house right now.
Deep hurting. That's a good emote.
I polished off the shit I had last night. I got to pick up some more this week.
What else can we rank the summertime your membership like a tier maker? That. I don't know.
Drinking is the priority for DSP's DP party. DSP's DP party.
Yeah.
And then, excuse me.
We're gonna go raid Tevin.
Oh, sorry about that.
Gonna go raid Tevin, and God, sorry. That's about. I'm sorry. That's about it for the stream. Thank you everybody for stopping by. Thank you Anlead for the gifted sub. Damn it. I'm sorry. Just unexpected. You guys have a good one. May the good blood guide your way. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, Coronox. Thank you, Pilot Jericho. Sorry, I would keep it going if I could, you know. Target channel has disabled raid. Kevin has disabled raids again. Randomly.
Likely we'll just have a hangout session where we just talk for a little bit. And I'll
Q&A
drink,
then.
And
got it.
I guess no raid then.
You know, based on what else you guys want, we could do, like some people had already said, could we do some Stardew Valley and stuff like that? Like, I'd be okay with that. The whole point of this marathon is you guys just wanted to hang out and break up my content and just do something different.
Where's the link?
Which I'm okay with. I'm definitely ordering food, by the way.
Yeah, that's
of course.
Why would you get any different than the other day?
There's the link to the Twitch stream, and I'll link to the WPIG stream.
So I was thinking maybe I should just order some barbecue for delivery rather than
Of
make
course.
my wife cook
Kindergarten.
last year, which was great.
Guys, remember on Friday?
There we go. Pulled chicken,
but
macaroni salad and stuff, and it was really good.
Divorce coin is not going down with that statement. I'll tell you that right the fuck now.
All right, bye-bye.
Divorce
See you
coin
tomorrow.
is not going down.
Bye.
You hear that? Last year she cooked. This year we're going for delivery.
And then make my wife cook again.
And he took a long time on that too. Make my